Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to the final game of the Phoenix Wright trilogy. Trials and Tribulations. We are heading into uncharted territory here, as this is now the first game that we'll be playing that I have, well, basically, haven't ever really played. So I've got into case number 3, and that is about it, but I remember so little of cases 1 and 2. This may as well be me playing it for the first time. I'm not really sure why I stopped playing Phoenix Wright 3 at some point. I think I just kind of got like distracted by other things, as it usually goes. But we're going to be playing it tonight. I'm looking forward to this. Hey Wings, how's it going? Let's get started with episode 1. What'd I say this one's called? Turnabout Memories, I think. Oh, we got actual animations now. We had a few animations in the previous game, but nothing like this. Are we back to showing the actual killer again? Are we going to see their face? I mean, I think that's pretty much tradition at this point for the tutorials. No, you know what? We didn't see the killer for 2-1. We didn't see the killer. That girl. Shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake. If you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Is that Phoenix on the right? Don't talk about her like that. Did Phoenix just fucking murder a guy in cold blood? What the hell, man? It wasn't me. I didn't do it. You bullshit. You didn't do it. You're standing by the body. Idiot. Definitely did it. "5 years earlier. Mia Fey. Second trial." Who's Maya gonna get charged for murder with this game? I know, right? That's what I'm waiting for. It's like tradition at this point. She has to get arrested at least once, otherwise it's not a Phoenix Wright game. So it's April 11th, but this is 5 years before all the other games. When did the last game end? Was it like December again? I can't remember when the last game ended. It's finally time. I'm kind of nervous. Oh, it's you, right, I forgot. Mia used to work for Grossberg. Oh, Mr. Grossberg, good morning.
Mia, please calm yourself down. You're going to get yourself arrested for suspicious behavior, you know?
What are you talking about? I am relaxed, Mr. Grossberg. Look at me. I'm relaxed.
Let go of my lapels. You obviously haven't got the temperament to be a lawyer.
I'm so sorry. It's just that I'm so nervous today.
Oh, that's right. This is your first time in the big leagues, isn't it? Well, never you fear, my dear. I'm Arthur Grossberg. I'm at your service.
Wait, but it said this is her second trial. What did she do her for first? Like a fucking, like, dispute? Like a marriage dispute or something? Whatever it's called? Fuck, the term just, like, slipped my mind all of a sudden. Domestic dispute, that's it. Actually, this is my second time in court.
Still, you surprised me, what with your earnest request last night. Let me handle this case, you suddenly said. Quite forcefully, too.
Just found out yesterday about the case, I mean.
What? You've already learned all the relevant facts.
Well, about that, you see, I mean, of course I have, I think.
Oh, dear. Well, in any case, don't let your client see you're nervous. You see the poor young man in a pink sweater over there? What's our client?
Who the fuck dresses in a pink sweater like that? Good morning there, everybody. Good morning. You keep smiling, Mia. I, just wanted to say I'll give it all I've got. Yep, it'll be fine. No prob. Oh, what's wrong? Do you have a cold or something, Mr. Wright? Actually, it's Wright. Like the Flying Brothers. People screw it up all the time. And yes, I have a cold. That's what this mask is for. My doc says this way I won't give it to anyone else. It'd be kind to others, he says. Ah, right, Mr. Wright. You have nothing to fear in court today. If you are truly innocent, I promise I'll save you. When's the next Minecraft stream? Probably this Friday. That's usually when I do them. If you ever, you can always check the schedule on the Twitch, on my Twitch channel. I try and keep it up to date. I don't think it's outdated. I think if anything, the only thing it's outdated by is probably the lack of Phoenix Wright being updated. But otherwise, it should be up to date. Let me just double check. Yep, it is indeed up to date. But yeah, that's probably the most reliable way. It even has like times that I start, and I try and stick to those as best I can. And I believe they're localized to your time zone. So yeah, Fridays is usually the Minecraft day. I know last week, was it? Yeah, this past week it was Saturday because I was busy Friday, but usually it's Fridays. You're truly innocent. I promise I'll save you. Please let go of my shirt. That's right, he's the one on trial, not you. He's the one who should be nervous. You need to stay strong for your client, Mia. My name is Mia Fey. I'm still pretty new at this lawyer thing. The first time I appeared in court was a year ago. Wait, there was like a whole year between trials? What the fuck happened? But that trial traumatized me so badly I thought I'd never set foot in another courtroom. Did you lose? It's been 1 year since then, and well, here I am again. This time I'm going to win. For my client, and for myself. Court is now in session for the trial of Phoenix Wright. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Wait, does he actually have hair this time? It doesn't look like a wig anymore. It actually looks like he has hair. The defense today is, Miss Mia Fey, was it? Yes, Your Honor. Is there a problem? I was under the impression that Marvin Grossberg was to be leading the defense. Yes, well, you see, Mr. Grossberg had a bit of an emergency. Emergency? But isn't that him standing right there next to you? Yes, well, you're just a rookie. Are you sure you can really handle this? Don't let him scare you, Mia. Give him your toughest look. Of course, Your Honor. I think. Well, Mr. Payne, your opening statement, please. Well. I can't believe a veteran like me has to spend his time babysitting a new defense lawyer. Don't worry, little girl. It will be all over soon. What was that all about? Was he trying to trash talk me? Now then, I'd like to proceed with a summary of events on the day in question. The incident occurred on the campus of Ivy University. The murder victim was a student named Doug Swallow. He was a fourth-year student studying pharmacology. It sounds like he was a very bright young man. Yes, well, next we have a photo taken at the scene of the crime. Oh, that looks pretty dangerous. Are you sure this was like a murder job and not just him hitting a live wire? Students discovered the scene shortly after the murder. They found the victim's body and the defendant, who had obviously bungled his getaway. Then they called the police. That certainly makes the defendant look very suspicious indeed. Very well. The court accepts this photo into the record as evidence. The crime took place behind an IVU building. By the way, I can't quite tell the cause of death from this photo. Your reputation for sagacity is well earned, Your Honor. The truth is that this victim died a rather unusual death. Unusual death? What do you mean, Mr. Payne? Well, perhaps the defense would like to take this question. Huh? A simple question. I thought I might loosen you up a bit. I am a genteel man, if you will. A what? Stand up to him, Mia. Show him what you're made of. Ah, perfect opportunity. Well, what was it? The cause. Go on. Please say you know at least this much. I am so sorry. I didn't get a chance to read through the whole file. Oh, my hemorrhoids are beginning to act up. Now see here. The details of this case are filed under the court record. But you knew that already, didn't you? Ah, court record. I think I can see that by pressing tab. All of the weapons we need can be found in the court record. Take a good, hard look at the data there and think carefully before you answer, my dear. Yes, sir. I'll do just that. I've got to stay calm. I can't let that prosecutor get the better of me. Court record. Okay, let's take a look. Just press tab here.
Now then, would the attorney for the defense please answer the question? What was the cause of death?
Well, we can take a look here, I guess. Date and time of death, April 9th at 3 p.m. Cause of death was a fatal electric shock. Rookie's gotta start somewhere. I know, but I'm curious about her first trial. Like, did she lose it? Was it just like a really horrific trial that she couldn't handle it anymore? Did she also take on a murder case as her first trial like Phoenix did? According to the court record, it was a fatal electric shock. In other words, electrocution.
Electrocution? But how could such a thing happen? Did the murderer use some type of new super powerful stun gun, perhaps? The answer to that will become crystal clear as this trial proceeds, Your Honor. But before that, there is one more vital issue.
What's that?
Why, motive, of course. Apparently, there was some bad blood between the victim and the defendant. Bad blood?
What do you mean?
Oopsie. I'm terribly sorry. You're the defense attorney, so you must know all about it. I should be stealing your spotlight like this.
I really don't like this guy's smug attitude.
That's Winston Bane for you. He is one smooth operator, if you catch my drift. They don't call him the rookie killer for nothing, you know?
Rookie killer or constantly gets killed by rookies?
Now then, let's hear from the defense. What was the source of the bad blood between the victim and the defendant? And this time, I would like to see some supporting evidence.
Evidence?
No need to get all worked up over this. As I said, all our weapons can be found in the court record. Find the evidence you need and then shove it in old Greybeard's face.
Yes, sir. Into old Greybeard's face.
Mr. Grossberg, try to set a better example for the young lady. Yeah, evidence isn't the only thing in the court record. People's profiles are as well. You can toggle between profiles and evidence with tab, so be sure to go over it all. Now then, let's see what you've got. What was the cause of the bad blood between Phoenix Wright and the victim?
Well, let's see here. My client, a third-year art student at Ivy University, currently has a cold. Wait, art student? The fuck? What happened to law? Victim, he was a fourth-year pharmacology student at Ivy University. Phoenix Wright's girlfriend dated the victim Doug Swallow up until 8 months ago. Uh-oh. Prosecutor for this trial, a veteran lawyer with a little too much confidence. I don't like his profile picture. Something, I don't know, just this frontal shot's not great. Not a big fan of it. He'll probably be somehow linked to this case. Yeah, I'm sure it'll come up eventually. Alright, well it looks like there's a possibility of somebody stealing somebody's girlfriend. I don't know. Cause of the bad blood between Phoenix Wright and the victim. I'm guessing that it's probably this that it wants me to present. I mean, we don't have any other evidence, so... The reason for the bad blood between the two of them was this woman here.
Dahlia Hawthorne, is it? Very good, Miss Fay. You seem to have picked up at least this much. This woman is the girlfriend of the defendant, Phoenix Wright. But up until about 8 months ago, she was with the victim, Mr. Swallow. Clearly, she had some part to play in this story.
That was 8 months ago.
He's done it again. Before the cross-examination starts, he's already got the judge thinking like he wants. Very well, Mr. Payne. Please call your first witness.
Suppose the names are pun. I wonder what pun they're going for with the last name Swallow. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out here. Like, Doug Swallow? Like, what were their names again? Okay, her name is Dahlia Hawthorne. So I guess that's kind of like Hawk. Is it just because they're... all three people involved in the case are named after birds? We got Phoenix Wright, Doug Swallow, Dahlia Hawthorne. That's gotta be it. You know what? I want to look this up. What was his name? Doug Swallow? I'm curious what their Japanese names are, because the Japanese names will give us more information. Name. No, not at all. Nothing in the Japanese. Sometimes the Japanese names are just plain boring and mean, like, pretty much nothing.
If it pleases the court, the prosecution would like to call Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? The defendant himself? Well, Miss Fay?
It's fine. After all, Mr. Wright is innocent, right? The defense has no objection.
Very well. The court calls Mr. Phoenix Wright to the witness stand.
Dahlia's a flower? Oh, okay. Well, I guess that might be something. I was thinking like the bird things though, because like, I don't know, everyone else is like, I mean, her last name, one could argue, is kind of bird-esque. I don't want to look too much up in case it's like spoils something. Maybe after we finish this case, if I remember to, I'll go take a better look.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes. My name is Phoenix Wright. My job is, well, right now I guess I'm a suspect.
No, he means what you do before you were arrested.
Oh, I was an university student.
Mr. Wright, you understand that you are suspected in the death of your fellow student, Doug, so...
But I didn't do it. I'm innocent, I tell you. I'm telling you, I was...
Would the defendant please refrain from passing on his call to the rest of us? It seems the witness has something he wants to say. Well then, Mr. Wright, please tell us about your relation to the victim.
Right away, Your Honor. Okay, so there's many questions I've got right now. First of all, what happened to Mia's first case? Second of all, why is he an art student and not a law student? Oh, this is some very different music compared to the first two games. I admit I was there, but I'm not a killer. All I did was find his body. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. I never even talked to that stuck-up British wannabe. What do you mean British wannabe? Like, was he, like, studied to be British? Can you do that?
I see, so you hardly knew the victim.
Right, like I said, I'm not a killer. Looks like the judge understands.
You're being naive, you know. Too naive.
Huh?
It seems that you've forgotten one small thing, young lady.
And what would that be?
This witness still has to undergo something called cross-examination.
Cross-examination?
He's right. It's the defense's duty to carry out the cross-examination. The purpose is to determine if a witness's testimony contains any contradictions.
Contradictions?
If a witness is lying, their statements will conflict with the court record.
But Mr. Wright's my client.
Even if he is your client, in court all lies must be struck down. And as a lawyer, that's your duty, you see?
What does he mean by that? Is he saying that testimony just now, that there was a lie? A contradiction?
Now then, your cross-examination, if you please, Miss Fay.
Please, Mr. Wright, tell me you haven't been lying. Wow, even Phoenix Wright is lying on the stand. I can't believe this guy. Lying in court, why would you do that? You wouldn't do that to me, would you? When you say there, you mean the place where the victim was murdered? Yeah, sort of. The place where something happened anyway.
Something? You can't hide what happened. We have photographic evidence.
That's his only response, sneezing. Do you think that we can strike that from the court record? Anyway, Mr. Wright, what were you doing at the scene of the crime? I thought you said you didn't know the victim, Mr. Swallow. It was just a coincidence. We bumped into each other by accident.
A coincidence, huh?
You say you found the body, so who called the police? Huh?
Unfortunately, it was some other students that notified the police.
Other students?
That's correct. They were witnesses.
We've got other witnesses? Well, call those people to the stand.
Witnesses who saw the defendant standing there next to the body in shock. What? Is this true, Mr. Wright?
Could you stop sneezing every time you're in a bind?
Well, it's true that I was pretty shocked when I found the body.
But I... Were the start of the other games like this that they were tutorials? Yeah, every first case is a tutorial. The first game is obviously Phoenix Wright's first day in court, so that makes sense. The second game, he gets amnesia and forgets how to lawyer. So I guess that makes sense. And then this one's like basically Mia's first time in court. I guess second time, but you know, first time was a year ago, so It's practically her first. She's still a new lawyer. So all of them kind of make sense, except maybe getting clunked on the head with a fire extinguisher and forgetting how to be a lawyer. I don't know about that one. Still makes more sense than the crime in 2-3, but, you know. I'm curious how they'll handle it with the later games. So, you didn't know his face or even his name, right? Right. Well, no. That is, I mean... So, which is it? Did you know him or not? Plead the fifth, more like plead the... I don't know, phlegm in your throat.
Now, see here, you can't avoid answering the question by sneezing all day.
Well, I guess I did know his name. News to me? Well, why didn't he tell me that before? I heard he used to date Dolly.
Who is this Dolly person? Ah, yes, that would be the defendant's lover, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, I see. Young love, so bittersweet.
But that's all I knew about him. Stuck-up British wannabe. What do you mean? Mr. Wright, you stated the following in your testimony. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. That's right. I mean, why would I even... But that doesn't sound right. If you hardly knew him, then why would you say that the victim was a stuck-up British wannabe? Well, Mr. Wright? No, it wasn't me. I'm not a killer, I swear.
Mr. Wright, I will give you an opportunity to revise your testimony. How is it that you knew the victim was, as you put it, a British wannabe?
Yes, well... The way Payne plays with his hair bothers me. Maybe that's why he lost it, because he kept playing with his hair, so it eventually just fell out. Like, he kept pulling it. Just got, like, clumps of hair, and now he went half bald. Then he had to get a wig. He was always walking around with a huge Union Jack on the back of his shirt. Okay, so the guy was a fan of Britain? Did you see it at the crime scene? The Union Jack, I mean. Yes, that's right. I saw it at the crime scene. That's why I figured he must love British stuff, see? It's true. Cross my heart. I swear I didn't do it. He's acting fishier than the salmon I ate last night.
May I ask you something, Miss Fay?
Yes, Your Honor. What is it now?
Who is this person anyway, this Union Jack fellow? Union Jack is the name of the United Kingdom's flag. Oh, I see. So you mean like the Stars and Stripes, right? As usual, Your Honor, your insight astounds me.
Hey, something just occurred to me. Isn't there something strange about this bit just now?
Mia, there's a contradiction here.
Mr. Grossberg!
Quickly now, show that boy you mean business. With evidence, I mean.
Okay, Mia. Check the court record carefully.
My dear, do you think you can manage on your own from this point?
I can handle it. 1 year ago, I was in a courtroom just like this. I can do it. I can handle this myself.
Now you mustn't try to bite off more than you can chew, Mia.
I'll be fine. I know what I have to do.
Remember, you can always press him harder to him to get more information. Oh, and one more thing. When you're going to state a contradiction, make sure you present some definitive proof.
Okay, Mia. One more time, from the very beginning of his testimony. Okay, let's check the court record here. What do we have exactly? I want to check this picture better. Is this what it means by his shirt? I guess it looks like a shirt, because I don't see no Union Jack on it. That's probably what we're contradicting here. Stuck-up British wannabe, he was always walking around with a huge Union Jack on the back of his shirt. Well, I don't see it in this photo, so we talking about the same guy? Are you certain you saw the Union Jack? Yeah, I'm sure. It was right there on his back.
Miss Fay, is there some point to this line of questioning?
Your Honor, please take another look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, there's absolutely nothing on the victim's back. Hey, wait a minute. He's wearing a leather jacket. The Union Jack was on the back of the t-shirt he was wearing. I was under the impression that you accidentally came across the body. But if that was really the case, then you wouldn't know that, would you? You'd have no idea at all what he was wearing underneath that jacket. Mr. Wright, you've been lying to me.
Please forgive me. Mia, you've made our client cry.
Let him. That P on his chest doesn't stand for Phoenix anyways. What does it stand for then? Oh, I have some ideas. Where are you going with this, Mia? I realized something the other day. Why do they call Phoenix Nick? Because, like, if you pronounce the last syllable in his name, it kind of sounds like Nick. I think that's probably where it comes from. Because it's like Phoenix, so Nick. Most likely where it comes from. It's weird, because, like, I don't think he has a nickname in the Japanese version. I mean, maybe he does. I don't know what you'd shorten his first name to. Or his last name, for that matter. I can't believe I trusted him. Mr. Wright was wrong.
That was an impressive bit of cross-examination. Thank you for uncovering the defendant's lies for me. It's quite clear that this man did not simply stumble upon the scene of the crime.
Uh-oh. Did I go too far?
By the way, Mr. Wright, you seem to have a rather bad cold. Have you taken any medication for it?
Yeah, I took some, but...
Was the medicine that you took an over-the-counter brand called Cold Killer X?
Okay, I need to know what is your line of questioning got to do with the case? Yeah, that's right. It kills colds good. Hey, wait a second. How did you know I'm a big fan of Cold Killer X?
Would you happen to have that medicine with you right now?
Well, actually, I seem to have lost it somewhere. You lost it? Does this even have anything to do with the case?
Mr. Wright, shall I tell you where your cold medicine is right now?
Huh?
Your Honor, I'd like to take you to take a look at another photo from the crime scene.
The victim was also a fan of Cold Killer X.
What's this? In the victim's hand, it's Cold Killer X.
Yes, but even I've got a bottle of Cold Killer X in my apartment.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that argument won't work. There's no doubt as to who this bottle of Cold Killer X belongs to. Especially since Mr. Wright's fingerprints are all over it.
What?
Sensing his murderous intent, Mr. Swallow must have picked up the bottle of medicine, dropped by Mr. Wright and hid it in his hand. His purpose in doing so can only have been to identify his killer as Phoenix Wright.
What? Why? How? Where do you even go for that conclusion? Phoenix, don't let this guy influence you. He's a bad example.
Order! Order in the court! Your Honor, I'd like to present this photo and bottle as evidence. Very well. The court will accept them into the record.
Wait, why does she have to cross-examine him and find a contradiction? When she's trying to prove him innocent, they have to prove him guilty. I mean, isn't that like what happens in real court though? Like, you still have to... You could still ask your client questions during a trial. I've never been to a court trial. I've been to one, but it was like 20-something years ago, and I don't remember any of it because I hated it. The victim's watch stopped at the time of death. Oh, did it now? Hang on. I need to take a look at that. Found clutch in the victim's hand, covered in Wright's fingerprints. Hang on here. I know, the watch is broken. I need to see this. Watch stopped at... looks like just past 3 o'clock. Okay. And we have the time of death. Okay, 3 p.m. That seems about... I'll take that. That is accurate enough for me. We'll see if it's accurate enough for the game, though.
Also, the victim's wristwatch was broken. Broken? Yes, it ceased to function when a large wave of electricity passed through it. Well, Mr. Wright, you have some kind of explanation for all of this?
This is really bad.
Oh, my buttocks. My poor hemorrhoids.
It's like the cave that flies up and lands in the front of the statue and attaches itself. I know. I'm hoping this game doesn't have any bullshit like that in it. I mean, that's what you'd think. You'd think that Mia would be here to try and prove her client innocent, but I guess that's just not how defense lawyers work in this world. Defense lawyers are always out there trying to prove whoever they need to guilty, the correct person guilty. They're there for the truth. Doesn't matter if the truth is your client. If they're guilty, they deserve to be guilty, as we found out in the last game. Truth is, I went because he called me. He was in the pharmacology department, so we agreed to meet at 2:45 behind the building. We talked for a bit, and then around 3 o'clock we split up. Then later, when I went back, I found him lying there. I've been taking cold Curelex for the last 2 or 3 days, but I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident.
Mr. Wright, that's completely different from the testimony you gave previously.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was afraid you wouldn't believe the truth.
You'll forgive me if I hardly find your current testimony any more credible. Miss Fay, please begin your cross-examination.
Oh, please, Mr. Wright, don't tell me any more lies. What about say call you? Had you ever met the victim before then? No, never. But that day he called me up and told me he wanted to talk about Dolly.
And this Dolly person is...
It's kind of embarrassing. She's my, sweetheart.
What? What was that for, Mia?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just felt like slapping something all of a sudden.
Dahlia Hawthorne is also the lover of the murder victim, Doug Swallow. Before she met Mr. Wright, that is. So it's one of those nasty love triangles, I see.
Was it Mr. Swallow who indicated you should meet at 2:45? Yeah, and we were both there right on time.
You said the victim was in the pharmacology department, correct?
Yeah, he was studying how to manufacture and improve pharmaceuticals. Everyone called him the alchemist of IVU.
An alchemist, I see.
I gotta admit, it was a little suspicious. He had a whole laboratory and everything. It was filled with chemicals and strange machines that run on high voltage electricity.
Oh, how fascinating. He sounds like he was quite an ambitious young man.
What do I do? Maybe I should ask him for some more details? Timing of the meeting about the pharmacology department. Let's go for the timing. Yeah, if they didn't know each other, how the fuck did this guy know Phoenix's number? Did they just, like, meet in the hall one day and plan this meeting? He said he called him, so... So you're absolutely certain that you met at 2:45? Yeah, pretty sure. That's the time class ends. But they're always doing experiments, so it doesn't matter much. Experiments? Yeah, those pharmacology guys are always in the lab whipping up something. Well, it looks like he's right about the time anyway.
Witness, let's go on with your testimony.
Actually, I want to go back and ask him the other question, just in case. I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about the pharmacology department. Well, okay, sure. I don't know all that much about, though. A little bit earlier in your testimony, you said something interesting. You said the department uses strange machines that run on high voltage electricity. That's right, and they sure look dangerous. They use non-standard voltages, so there are high voltage cables everywhere. High voltage cables? Yeah, there were electrical poles set up all around the building. The high voltage cables run overhead around the roof. Finally, I think we're getting somewhere here. So what was it you were talking about? You know, that maybe we should hang out again sometime. Hang out again sometime? I wish that were true. So you say you went back? Yeah, that's when I found the body. Yes, but why did you go back in the first place? Weren't you angry with him? Well, that's right, I was. Then why, Mr. Wright? Why did you go back there? I thought maybe we could make up. I don't think anyone's buying that. Judging by the atmosphere, I'm pretty sure no one's buying this. It's rather unusual to catch a cold this time of year, isn't it? Yeah, I always get a little careless when the weather starts to warm up. I guess I shouldn't sleep with the window open this early in spring, huh? I suppose common sense is not always common. So, did anyone else know that you were taking cold medicine? Well, I always took one after meals, so I'm pretty sure all my friends knew about it. They lost his bottle around lunchtime. Are we sure the meeting was just about his girlfriend? On the day of the incident, what'd you do for lunch? Huh? What does that have to do with anything? You can never be too sure. I always eat with Dolly, just the two of us. Dolly's homemade lunches are just the greatest. Her mini omelets are magically delicious.
Ouch, why did you punch me in the jaw?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just felt like hurting someone all of a sudden. I'm not sure I understand why she keeps hitting him. That's kind of rude, Mia.
I think that's enough for now. So the defendant and the victim met at approximately the time of his death. And then the defendant returned to the scene for some unknown reason. I'm not entirely convinced by his explanation about the medicine bottle either. Let me be frank here, Mr. Wright. Your testimony cannot be trusted.
What do you mean?
I knew it was too much for a little girl. However, there is one mystery that still remains. There is, Your Honor. How the murderer was carried out, of course. Just how was the victim electrocuted? I don't believe the murder weapon has been produced yet, correct? Well, that is, You are correct, Your Honor.
So how exactly was Mr. Swallow killed? If I could somehow establish how it was done, maybe I could still come out of this mess smelling like a rose. I think we can establish a murder method. Your Honor.
Yes, Miss Fay.
I believe that if we were to piece together everything we've heard up until now, we should be able to solve the mystery of how Mr. Swallow died.
That would be most impressive. Quite the brash statement coming from a rookie. But even a beginner like you must understand the basic rules of the court, yes? An attorney must be able to substantiate their arguments with evidence.
Of course I know that. Actually, I'd totally forgotten about that.
Now then, Miss Fay, let's see what you've got. Show me how you believe the victim was electrocuted.
As for the cause of death, I'd say this picture captured it quite well.
What? But there is nothing that even remotely resembles a murder weapon here. I'm afraid the defense is going to have to explain this in a bit more detail. Miss Fay, where exactly in this photo is the murder weapon?
This is very complicated for a tutorial case compared to the previous two. Well, naturally, it's right here.
What is that?
A severed electrical cable, I believe, Your Honor. Remember the testimony we've heard. The machines the pharmacology students use in their experiments require high voltage. And because of that, there are special high voltage cables strung up everywhere.
So then, the high voltage cable...
Yes, the high voltage cable is the cause of death. That is the most likely explanation.
That certainly sounds plausible. Well, Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this? Well, I believe some praise is in order.
Don't toy with me, old man.
Now, the victim's cause of death may indeed have been a high voltage cable. However, I want you to think about what that really implies. The only one who had the opportunity to use the cable as a murder weapon was... the defendant.
Okay, but who says anyone actually killed him? What if it was just an accident? Why are we ruling this out? Well, of course he's ruling it out because he's a prosecution.
That much is certainly true. Yes, and that's not all. We have proof. Irrefutable proof that will establish Mr. Wright was the murderer. You do? Well, what is it? His fingerprints. Fingerprints? You mean that the defendant's fingerprints were on something besides the medicine bottle? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, the victim is wearing a leather jacket. And as you may know, leather holds fingerprints quite well.
You mean...
Yes, it was quite clearly imprinted on the chest area of the victim's jacket. The palm print of the defendant's very own hand. What? I can only think of one way Mr. Wright could have left a print like that. Intent on murder, he squarely pushed the victim towards the severed electrical cable. Order! Order! That's enough. I think we can conclude that there is no reason to continue with this cross-examination. Stick a fork in us, we're done.
Mr. Grossberg!
My hemorrhoids never lie. The show is over, Mia. I know that boy was guilty the first time I saw him.
No, you're wrong. Mr. Wright is innocent.
No further evidence is required to convince me of this man's guilt.
Your Honor!
At this time, I'm prepared to render a verdict in this case. Do you have something further to add, Miss Fay?
Is this what you want, Mr. Wright? You still haven't told us the truth. The whole truth. You don't say something now, the judge is going to hand down his verdict. But I can't. I just can't say it. If I told you what really happened, then I'd be... It's okay, Mr. Wright. I'm your attorney. You can trust me. Miss Fay, no matter what it is you have to say, I believe in you, and I'll represent you to the very end.
We've already established the defendant's guilt. There's no need to further need for him to say anything.
Wait a minute. Mr. Wright, I'll tell you what really happened. I thought we already established what really happened. You said this previous testimony was what really happened.
But I've already told you, Mr. Wright, there's no need for further.
I did it. Well, shit. I admit it. I pushed him. It's my fault. My fault that Doug Swallow is dead. What the fuck? Wait, is that supposed to be Doug? He looks way older in this flashback. I'm telling you, if you continue to see her, it's gonna be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Stop it. Don't talk about her like that. Whoa. Jeez. I didn't think he had it in him.
What you just said, was that the truth?
Yes, I was afraid. Afraid that if I told the truth, everyone would think I was a murderer for sure.
Well, as things currently stand, we're all absolutely convinced you are.
Please give me one more chance to explain. This time I swear I'll tell the whole truth. It'll be okay, won't it, Miss Fay? I believe in you. Oh, thank you. I still can't believe it. He really did push the victim.
It feels like my hemorrhoids are doing Harlem Shake.
Did they retranslate this game? That wasn't even a thing in 2007. That guy, he was talking bad about Dolly. I lost my temper and gave him a shove. At that moment, I heard some kind of loud noise. A little while after, I started to get worried. So I went back, but he was just lying there, dead. So when he pushed him, there was no live wire hanging around. That seemed to happen afterwards, before he managed to get up.
Well, the real explanation is quite simple. When you pushed him, Mr. Swallow flew back and touched the electrical cable. He died from the shock, and that, as they say, is that. A simple explanation indeed. At the time of the incident, a light rain had been falling. We went from the rain, the victim was more easily electrocuted.
But when I pushed him, there weren't any electrical cables nearby. If there had been something like that, even I would have noticed it. That's true. Even a doofus like him couldn't miss that.
Miss Fay, let me warn you right now that if your cross-examination doesn't yield any new facts, I intend to deliver my verdict without further delay. Are we clear on that?
Yes, Your Honor. Don't give up, Mia. He is innocent, There must be some kind of evidence somewhere that will prove it. How the fuck am I supposed to prove this? Like, basically, we need to just prove that when he pushed him and when the cable broke are two different times. But do we have any evidence like that? So what kinds of things did Mr. Swallow say to you? He said all sorts of terrible things about Dolly. He said that she was a bad girl.
Is that all?
Yep.
Well, Miss Fay, you heard him yourself.
Oh boy, you're not doing yourself any favors here, Mr. Wright. Please don't make this harder for me than it already is. Anyway, after you said that, I just... Maybe why the umbrella is so far right? That could actually be it, you're right. I didn't even think of that. I forgot about the umbrella in that picture. Can you tell me about what happened in a little more detail? That guy, he just said what he wanted to say to me. And then he put on the jacket he was holding and started to leave. That's when I lost my temper and flew into a furious frenzy. I just gave him a light, gentle shove to the chest. You know, a light, gentle shove, the kind that leaves a very prominent handprint on one's jacket. And when you did that, there was no severed cable anywhere to be seen. Right. There was nothing like that at all.
But is it possible you merely overlooked it?
Well, I guess it's possible. No, you weren't supposed to answer that! What are you doing? Don't let that guy steamroll all over you like cheap asphalt.
I believe what's more important here is the moment the push occurred. Let's continue on with the testimony, witness.
A loud noise. And what would you say that loud noise was, Mr. Wright? I'm not sure, but it was really loud. It was like, snap! You know, come to think of it, I wonder what that was.
Clearly, Your Honor, it was the sound of the victim being electrocuted.
You're not qualified to decide that. What should I do? I'm treading on some dangerous ground here. Mr. Wright, that loud noise you heard may be extremely important, so try to remember what it was. The umbrella flew up, landed on the wire, and he jumped up to get it back. Huh. You know what? I'd almost believe that. I like that one. How do I put it? It was like a sharp crack. Ah, could it have been? Yes, could have been. Hurry up and tell us. When I pushed him, he dropped the umbrella he was holding. Oh, there you go. Well, there's your umbrella. The umbrella did the crack. He fell right on top of it and it broke. That was probably the noise I heard.
An umbrella, huh? And did that umbrella belong to the victim?
Yeah, it was a plastic umbrella. Cheap and frail, kind of like the owner. What the fuck? Okay, you're not doing yourself any favors every time you insult the guy. Then again, I wish I had any kind of umbrella. I was totally soaked to the bone.
Miss Fay, what do you think? Is there something important in that testimony just now?
Well... This is it, Mia. The new information you've been waiting for. Of course it's important. No, this cheap umbrella is more than important. It's vital. I want to officially have it entered into the testimony.
How perfectly fitting. Flimsy information for a flimsy lawyer. The court agrees to the defense's request. Witness, please add the bit about the cheap umbrella to your testimony.
After I shoved him, he fell down on top of his cheap umbrella. You're backseeing too much. No, you're not backseeing. I like these theories. Like, that's the fun of this game, is like thinking of all the... I mean, it's like any good mystery novel, right? You're always sitting there like thinking of all the different ways that it could have happened. Like, you're trying to guess and figure it out. That's where a lot of this gameplay came from. The guy who created this wanted to make like a mystery novel thing, but he wanted to be more complicated than like the usual stuff that he played, where it's just like you're given like a multiple choice of A, B, and C. Hence why we have the whole court record system and like a million different combinations of clues that you can present. Because it made it feel more natural. So Mr. Swallow fell on top of his umbrella. And you're certain of this? Yeah, it was right there under him. Actually, if it hadn't been under him, I was planning on borrowing it for myself. The umbrella, you mean? Well, yeah, you see when I was wearing this sweater here, Dolly stayed up late for nights at a time knitting it for me. I didn't want the rain to dampen the handmade symbol of her love.
Ooh, my stomach is not yet used, not to be used as your personal soccer ball, Mia.
I'm sorry.
Continue with your testimony, witness.
After you shoved the victim, did you leave the scene right away? Yes, I did. I admit it, I was furious.
You left without even checking Mr. Swallow's condition?
Well, yeah, but like I said, I got worried about him later. At that time, did you see anyone else at the scene of the crime? Answer the question. Nope, nobody. Jeez. Could that stupid cough possibly sound any phonier?
In that case, it's very hard to believe someone else could have been the murderer. Unless we can find something that shows his innocence from that testimony, my dear. I'm afraid the judge will make his final decision with no remorse whatsoever.
Yes, sir. Right now I need more info. Info that will help me turn up some contradictions. Okay, so the umbrella is probably the big one. I think I know exactly where it is. He fell down on top of his cheap umbrella. There's the contradiction, because if we check the thing, he's not lying on his umbrella at all. Why did Payne say there are more witnesses? I know, right? Like, did Phoenix just not see him? I mean, from my understanding, the way it was described to me, it sounds like those witnesses were up in the building, probably looking through a window. So, to Phoenix, you know, I mean, why would he look up at the window, necessarily? And even if he did look up at the window, if they're like 2 or 3 stories up, you're not going to see them. Very unlikely. So, it's not really a lie, it's just more like, it's not realistic for Phoenix to have seen any other people around from his point of view. Especially if they were like inside a building. So I'll give him that one. I'll let that one go. Why didn't you testify about the umbrella from the very beginning? Come on, if I had mentioned that, I would have been able to counter the prosecution's arguments earlier.
What do you mean by that?
Take another look at the crime scene photo. According to Mr. Wright, the victim fell on top of his umbrella. However, if you look closely, the umbrella is nowhere near the victim. Actually, it's by the electrical pole.
You're absolutely right.
The conclusion here is obvious. After the defendant left, the victim moved from where he fell. In other words, after he was pushed by the defendant, Mr. Swallow was still alive.
No!
Wait, what if this is how he loses his hair? Mia destroys him in court, and it makes his hair fall out.
Order! Order! The victim, he moved? Mr. Payne, the umbrella in this photo, where is it now? Well, it was collected by the police at the crime scene. I want it presented as evidence immediately.
Owned by the victim, found broken near an electrical pole at the crime scene.
But the umbrella could have simply been blown there by the wind.
According to the testimony, the victim fell on top of the umbrella. There's simply no way it could have been blown there by the wind.
But I know this matter of the umbrella seems relatively trivial, but as long as the smallest doubt remains, I cannot render final judgment. No!
This man's totally gonna lose his hair from this.
I must say, I still find it hard to believe that a huge hole has been blown by the prosecution's case by the defendant's testimony.
Phoenix's testimony. The victim fell on top of his umbrella. There was a loud sound when this happened. Oh shit, we're actually getting the testimony added to the court record.
Well done, Mia. Mr. Payne, what are you chuckling about? Pardon me, Your Honor. It seems I was expecting too much of a free ride. It was foolish to think that I could establish guilt through a cross-examination alone. I'm afraid I don't follow what you're saying.
Let me guess, you have another witness.
Exactly. And this witness's testimony will be incontrovertible. Well, who is this witness? Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Dahlia Hawthorne? You don't mean Dolly? I do, Your Honor. The defendant's very own lovers are witness to the whole thing. That's right. She was at the scene of the crime when the murder took place.
Oh, she was at the scene of the crime, huh? That's pretty suspicious.
I'm sorry to break the bad news to you, my dear.
Bad news? You can't be more wrong. Actually, I've been waiting for this.
You can't be serious. Mia, what do you mean by that? I think this is a good point for us to stop. Court will now enter a 20-minute recess. Afterwards, we will listen to the testimony of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, there's your other witness. Getting ready to come to the stand as we speak. Miss Faye, I'm sorry about what happened back there. It's alright. At least you told us the truth in the end, Mr. Wright. Yeah. So I guess I can start to relax then, huh?
Relax, my boy. You can't be serious after hiding such important facts.
But the next witness is my Dolly, right? She'll save me. I just know she will. Why do you think that? Huh? What do you mean? She's the love of my life, that's why. Love of your life, huh? Would you mind telling me more about you and, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne? Sure, no problem. Dolly and I, we first met about 8 months ago right here in this very courthouse. Actually, I'm studying to be a lawyer on the side. Anyway, one day she and I just bumped into each other in the reading room downstairs. That's why I really think it was fate that brought us together. As soon as I first set eyes on her, I knew she was the one for me. Oh, here, take a look at this. She gave this to me on the day we met as a symbol of our love. That's a pretty crazy necklace that she just gave you the day you met. She'd been wearing it around that neck her day, but then she took it off, but before she gave it to me, she said, I want you to carry this.
So she gave it to you as a present, I see.
This darling little bottle is filled with memories of my darling little Dolly. It certainly is a little bottle, alright. Makes me so happy. I show it to everyone I meet. I want to share my happiness with the whole world. Small bottle necklace given to Wright on the day they met. He shows it to everyone. That's kind of weird. Anyway. So after that, you and Miss Hawthorne started dating? Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always says the same thing to me. Please give it back now.
What a strange girl, asking for a present back like that.
By the way, Mr. Wright, the day you first met Dahlia Hawthorne 8 months ago, it wouldn't happen to have been on August 27th, would it? Huh? Yeah, it was. But how did you... This happened on August 27th, right here in this courthouse. Hey, Big, how's it going? The immortal Winston Payne. Oh, he's... This is like an earlier version of him, so I mean... If he's immortal, we don't know it yet. This is the younger, more hair-filled Winston Payne. I believe we're seeing the origin of his bald spot as we speak in this case. What's this? A newspaper clipping? Let's see. Murder in the courthouse. Murder?
What are you reading there? Let me see that. Oh, I see. Mia, I think I understand what you're trying to say. I think I understand why you suddenly took such a keen interest in this case. You believe there's some connection between these two cases, am I correct?
An article from August 28th, almost 8 months ago. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Grossberg. I need to finish this myself.
Ah, yes, but I'm afraid what you have here will not be enough, my dear. I'll go ahead and have a look downstairs in the reading room and see what else I can find.
Thank you.
I want to do whatever I can to be of help to you, Mia. Well, looks like recess is about over. We better all get moving.
He's immortal like Oldbag and the judge. Oh god, I hope we just don't see Oldbag anymore, please. Like, of all the reoccurring characters, why did it have to be her? Her and Lotta. The less we see of them, the better. I guess so. That recess sure seemed longer than 20 minutes, though. What are my thoughts on the last case I did? That one was really great. I love the whole, like, the kidnapping thing, and then, like, actually having to pronounce your client, getting your client guilty. Despite the fact that Phoenix Wright never gets his clients guilty. The hell is this? We're saving in the middle of a tutorial case? How long is this? This is like the longest tutorial case ever. I like the part where we had to interview a two-way radio. That was my favorite part. There's a couple little things in there that I didn't quite understand, but I think, like some puzzles I got tripped up on. But I think those are mostly my fault and just forgetting certain details more than anything.
Court will now reconvene. Mr. Payne, please call your witness. This next person is someone who witnessed the crime as it happened. The prosecution calls Miss Dahlia Hawthorne to the stand.
Oh yeah, she totally fucking did it. What's with this stiff silence?
In my long career as a judge, I've been deceived by many witnesses. It's my job to doubt, to take no one at their word. But in your case, I must admit that you radiate a glow of complete sincerity.
Can't believe he actually said that. Did I see the miracle never happen? Oh, do you mean the bad end? Yeah, we got the bad end. I got the achievement for it and everything. Where Phoenix just, like, gives up and walks away. Like, the ending said not guilty. The bad end was getting your client not guilty. It was pretty funny, actually.
Oh, now then, witness, could you please state your full name?
Hey,
Don't worry, sweetie. There's no need to be nervous. If anyone says anything rude, you can be assured I'll cut them right down to size. And I will bash them with my gavel.
I love how they look straight at me when they say that.
thank you for calming my nerves. You're all so nice. I almost feel right at home.
Not at all. It was nothing.
If we may move on now, what is your full name and occupation? My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a junior in literature at Ivy University. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine.
Well, we know whose milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. Sir?
Is there something I can help you with? You just go and say whatever's on your mind.
I'm sure there must be some kind of mistake. Feeny wouldn't kill anyone. I just know it.
Yes, I can see why you'd say that.
She's gonna be a tough witness, all right.
Those butterflies are canonically laced with fentanyl. What if they're like irradiated butterflies and everyone's actually getting cancer as we speak? That's how she murders everyone.
Only took her 12 seconds to wrap them all around her little finger.
Now then, please proceed with your testimony. Let's hear about what you witnessed on the day of the incident, if you please.
I had been planning to go back to Feeny's place after class was over. Feeny and Dougie were talking behind the building. Then suddenly, Dougie got all wobbly and just collapsed.
Wait, what? But that's completely different than the part where Phoenix shoved him, and there's a handprint on his jacket.
That's when Feeny noticed that I was there. I went to go find some other students and they called the authorities.
I don't know what to say. According to you, Miss Hawthorne, the defendant didn't do anything wrong. Young lady, as old as I am, even I recall how the hot flames of young passion can burn. And nevertheless, it is my job to discover the truth. Please, tell us the truth.
But I would never... That's more than enough, witness. I won't allow this to continue.
What do you mean by that?
Please, just let me proceed with my cross-examination, Your Honor. I, for one, don't plan to win my case on a bunch of paper-thin lies. You haven't changed a bit, Mia Fey.
What's this? So you two are acquainted?
Yes. We've met before, once.
In any case, Miss Fey, the floor is all yours.
It's good to see you again, Madame Fey. Madame?
I'm no one's grandma yet, girly. Look at me as calcium cannons. Oh my god. Alright. So obviously, like, probably every single one of these statements is a complete and utter lie. She probably wasn't even there. Now, unless I'm mistaken, Feeny, I mean, Mr. Wright is in the art department. If that's the right case, then why were you at the pharmacology building? Well, I'm in the literature department. I'm studying Japanese Senryu poetry.
Oh, how wonderful. It's that humorous yet satirical style of haiku, yes?
Nothing left to do. When a man reaches this age, sleep is his best friend.
It's supposed to be poetry? Sounds more like a midlife crisis.
For me to get the art department I have to walk through that back area.
Ah, yes, I see. That makes sense. When I want to enter the courthouse, I always walk through the front doors.
How else would you enter? Teleportation? No, he takes the secret judge entrance in the back. It's judges only. Only judges know about it. So who is this Dougie person?
Oh, I'm sorry. Doug Swallow. We were dating until about 8 months ago.
So what were Dougie, Mr. Swallow and Mr. Wright talking about anyway?
How can you be so mean? I would never eavesdrop. I wasn't raised to be so rude and unrefined.
That's right, Miss Faye. Don't drag the witness down to your level.
Why am I being demonized here?
Please, go on. What did you see next?
Are you saying that the victim just collapsed on his own?
Yes.
In other words, the defendant never touched the victim. Is that right?
I was watching the whole time, and he never did anything to Doug.
If I press her for no good reason, I just know the judge will get angry with me. So what should I do about her testimony just now? Let's show a contradiction. Feeble lies are not very becoming, Miss Hawthorne, so let's drop them, shall we?
What? I would never.
Miss Faye, I will not allow you to badger this witness. I believe the defense is engaged in a fishing expedition. That is, she has no supporting... Please don't glare at me like that. I'm just doing my job.
Now then, Miss Hawthorne. The defendant's palm print was found on Mr. Swallow's leather jacket. It has already been shown that Mr. Wright did, in fact, push the victim.
What?
There's no need to try and cover for the defendant. It would be much better if you came out and told us the whole truth.
There's nothing to worry about, young lady. Just tell us everything that you saw.
Yes, Your Honor. I will. If you don't mind, I'd like to revise my testimony.
Looks like we're finally getting somewhere. Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie. You didn't see it?
Well, I saw the moment when Dougie fell to the ground.
And at that time, there was only two of them at the scene. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and the victim, Doug Swallow.
Yes, that's right.
Didn't look like they were fighting, hey? How much of this did you actually see then? Because according to Phoenix, it sounded like they were kind of fighting. So then, what did it look like when what they were doing to you?
I thought they were having a nice friendly afternoon conversation.
Oh, give me a break.
That's why I really wasn't watching them all that closely.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all?
No, nothing at all, Mr. Judge.
Oh, I like the sound of that, Mr. Judge. Well then, please proceed with your testimony.
When you say students, do you mean students from the pharmacology department?
Yes, they're all very fond of their drugs.
Please try to stay on topic. So to find some pharmacology students, you went to the labs, correct?
That's what I was planning to do, but in the end, I wound up not going. A group of about 10 research students came running out of the building entrance. Somehow they all seemed to know what was going on.
The students knew what was going on. But how could the students have known what was going on?
Well, I don't know for sure that they knew what had happened. It's just, they all seem kind of excited about something. Doesn't look like I'm going to get any more info about the students.
So did the students call the police?
Yes, I was so panicked.
Yes, well, anyone would have been, my dear.
Girl, she's telling a super obvious lie and she knows it. She's just pretending to protect Mr. Wright. Yes, that's gotta be it. Way to go, Mia. Okay, that means I'm going to have to dig deep to find a contradiction on this one. Okay, where was that new piece of info? Didn't actually see the moment he pushed Dougie. Is that what we need? Didn't look like they were fighting, and I didn't hear anything unusual either. Well, don't we have Phoenix's statement as well? The victim fell on top of... Oh, that was just about the umbrella. And there was a loud sound when it happened. I went to go and find some other students and they called the authorities. And I didn't hear anything unusual either. Oh, okay. There it is. You say you didn't hear anything unusual. Is that correct? Yes. That's why I was very relaxed looking at the scenery around me. That's nice, but I find that just a little odd. I have here the testimony of your boyfriend, Mr. Phoenix Wright. And he clearly testified to the effect that when he pushed the victim, he heard a sharp, loud noise. He said that. If you were really that close to the two of them, why didn't you hear this noise as well?
Well, maybe the noise wasn't all that memorable.
But according to Mr. Wright's testimony, it was a sharp noise like a snap. There's no way a noise like that could fail to make an impression. May I have a moment to answer? Oh, well, you're going to tell us that you did in fact hear a noise? You just didn't want to tell us? That seems to be the theme of today.
By all means.
I know the reason why I didn't hear the noise. You see, the truth is, I had my headphones on and I was listening to music at the time. Oh, yeah, that's not the first time we've heard that one before. Or later, but before.
Headphones? You mean that both of your ears were covered?
The rain was just beginning to let up, but it seemed as though Thor wasn't ready for his fun to come to an end yet. So the sky continued to flash and rumble. Thunder and lightning, huh? Yes, I'm afraid of the sound of thunder. So I put my headphones on to block it out.
Well, Your Honor, as you can see, there weren't any contradictions in her testimony after all.
Wait a sec, Mia. That testimony just now. She said something that could totally change this whole case. There was lightning. That's new information. Your Honor, there was a problem with the witness's testimony.
What do you mean?
Didn't you notice? She said there was lightning, correct?
Yes, what about it?
Well, lightning is actually a large discharge of electricity in the atmosphere, am I right?
Now's not the time for a science lesson, Miss Faye.
Yes, Your Honor. Anyway, since the cause of death was electrocution, isn't it possible that the victim died from being hit by a bolt of lightning? In other words, there was never a murderer.
I must admit that the thought had not occurred to me.
Just what kind of thoughts do occur to this guy anyway? This entire case is built on the premise that Mr. Doug Swallow was murdered. But that very premise itself is mistaken. The defense believes that Mr. Swallow was, in fact, the victim of a stray bolt.
It appears the defense may be onto something. Could it be that the death was actually accidental?
Alright, you did it, Mia. I'll be taking that not guilty now if you...
I'm hurt you have such a low opinion of me, Miss Faye.
Huh?
I'm not a fool, you know. The prosecution has done its research, Your Honor. And we found there were no lightning strikes on that day at that location.
What?
What's more, we have evidence that the electrical cable is definitely linked to this case. Evidence, Mr. Payne? Well, what is this evidence? This affidavit?
And who is this affidavit from? The pharmacology students who were conducting experiments in their labs that day. Allow me to read out the course the testimony of the pharmacology students. All equipment in the labs lost power all of a sudden around at 3 p.m. that day. Was it a blackout? All of the lab's equipment runs at high voltage, Your Honor. So you're saying the equipment lost power because... Precisely. They lost power because of the severed electrical cable. The power outage occurred at approximately 3 p.m. which fits with the time of death listed in the autopsy report. Exactly. In other words, the victim died as a result of touching the severed electrical cable. According to the students, the cables were very old. They were planning on having them replaced in the near future. I see. Apparently the cables had become so brittle that even the smallest bump would have caused them to break. The old power cable broke due to some sort of impact on April 9th at 2:55 p.m. However, there is one thing that troubles me. If the cable could have been broken by any small bump, then it would have snapped if it hadn't been bumped into, correct? Well, I suppose you could say that. Miss Ray, do you have any thoughts regarding the cause of the severed cable? Your Honor, I don't like how this is looking one bit. I have to come up with something to try and regain some momentum. If it pleases the court, the defense would like to state its opinion. Well then, let's hear it. Well, what was it that caused the cable to break? Should she be suing the college then? They knew it was old and dangerous and didn't have any posted warnings or the area blocked off. Probably should be. But that's something we can consider after we try and convince this guy that Phoenix Wright didn't actually kill anyone. Because apparently, nobody here is convinced that this guy wasn't actually murdered. Literally murdered and just died from a freak accident. Alright, who or what was it that caused the cable to break? This is it. This is why the cable snapped. Well, Your Honor, I believe that the only thing that snapped is the mind of the defense. That was one of your best lines yet, Your Honor. That wasn't it? Oh, okay. Well, sir, there goes that theory. The umbrella breaking it. Okay. Oh, at least this one's free. Who or what was it that caused the cable to break? Okay, let's look at the photo again. Well, he's staying right by a thing. Oh, you know what? It was probably him. He caused the cable to break. But then wouldn't that... That's not gonna help our case, because if he broke it when he smashed into the pole, wouldn't that imply that Phoenix shoved him into a pole? And then the pole brought down the cable? It was probably the victim. Is this it? No? That's also not it. Shit. Okay, good. Well, at least that helps our case a bit better. Who or what was it that caused the cable to break? Some sort of impact on 4-9 at 2:55 p.m. Okay. So what happened at 2:55 p.m.? The time of death was 3:05 by the looks of it. Because that would be 05 over here, because the watch is upside down. Death was around 3 p.m. because of electrical shock, so the cable broke 5 minutes before he died. Some sort of impact. Well, she was present. Did she cause the cable to break? Who would have... Are we really gonna start blaming her? We jump into that conclusion? I mean, it is tradition. Start blaming the witnesses all of a sudden. I don't really have anything else. I mean, if it's not this. It wasn't like... Wright didn't, like, throw the bottle of medicine and it caused it to break. There's no way. That's not relevant yet. The victim fell on top of his umbrella. There was a loud sound when this happened. Okay, that's why I thought it was the umbrella, because, like, I don't know, when he gets shoved, the umbrella, like, flies away, and then... I mean, I know that Phoenix said he landed on top of it.
and we currently think that the loud sound was possibly the umbrella snapping. But then it's like there's a talk of lightning, but there was no lightning in the area. So what caused... We don't have, like... There's no evidence of lightning in the area, so it's not lightning that caused it to break. I mean, Phoenix likely didn't do it, and he's our client. We're supposed to keep him not guilty. Is this it? This is it. This is why the cable snapped. No, that's not it. Shit. Okay. Who or what was it that caused the cable to break? Was it the medicine? I don't think we know enough about this bottle yet to start accusing it. I doubt it's the medicine. Was it Phoenix that caused it then? Okay, maybe I had the right idea with him getting shoved, but we're technically supposed to say it's Phoenix that did it. Oh fuck, I didn't mean to do that. No. I meant to click over here. Okay. It's probably Phoenix then, because Phoenix shoved the guy into the cable, or into the pole, and then the pole broke. Although they said earlier that, like, he shoved him far away from any cables or poles. So that doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's the only thing left that makes even a lick of sense. Put the bottle on the witness stand. Do you think the parrot in the future also takes, what was it called? Cold Killer X? It's all connected. There it is. It was Phoenix. Phoenix is guilty. Lock him up. Throw away the key. Your Honor, please think back to Mr. Wright's testimony.
The defendant's testimony?
He said that after he pushed the victim, he heard a loud, sharp noise. Now, this happened around 3 p.m., correct?
Yes, that sounds right. Wait, are you saying that...
The lab equipment lost power at 2:55 p.m., which fits right in Mr. Wright's timeline. In other words, it was Mr. Wright's shove that caused the power outage.
Okay, I had the right idea. Again, probably should allow me to get it correct on both Phoenix Wright and the victim, because if it's Phoenix Wright's shove, who shoved the victim, and then the victim bumped into the telephone pole or the electrical pole or whatever you want to call it, shouldn't that technically mean that both of them are kind of responsible for the cable breaking in a way? Like, I should have been able to get this correct by clicking the victim. Because I thought of that earlier, and I thought, okay, well, it's a victim physically ramming into the pole that's caused it to break. But they wanted me to pick Phoenix Wright. I get, like, wanting to make these things more complex and have more possible options, but sometimes I feel like there should definitely be more than one answer when they lead to the same conclusion and involve the same two objects, people, nouns. Whatever, it's fine. We got it.
Yes, the prosecution also came to that conclusion, and it was that very shove that caused Mr. Swallow to be electrocuted.
I'm afraid I can't agree with you there, Mr. Payne.
What's that supposed to mean?
Take a good look at where the victim landed after being shoved. See the umbrella? It's by the electrical pole. That's right, the victim banged into that pole as a result of being pushed. It was that impact that caused the cable to break.
Well, that makes sense, so then the victim was electrocuted.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but no, it doesn't make sense at all. If the victim was shoved into the far pole, then he couldn't have been electrocuted by this severed cable in the foreground here. In other words, someone other than my client must have electrocuted the victim.
Well, that kind of makes sense, because that lines up with Phoenix's testimony about, you know, him moving at some point, because if he fell onto the, did his, what, that piece of evidence that we got from him? Yeah, he fell on top of his umbrella. Because they said that he moved at some point. He got up and moved.
Order in the court.
Ah, the lamentations of my enemy. How I've longed to hear them.
It's true, the defense is absolutely correct. There doesn't seem to be any way the defendant could have done it.
Mr. Judge, sir, may I say something? Madame Attorney's explanation. She said some things that are a little different than I remember them.
Oh,
What? What the?
is the witness calling the defense a liar?
Please, just once more. May I please testify one last time? Please, Mr. Judge?
Of course it's alright. Just go ahead and give your new testimony.
This is it. She's finally starting to show her true colors. The truth is, Feeney pushed him twice. The first time was into the electrical pole. That's when the cable broke. Then Dougie tried his best to run away from him. But Feeney caught up and crashed into him from behind. The cable snapping and Dougie being electrocuted, it all occurred in less than a minute.
So after being shoved, the victim got up and tried to run away. And that is when the defendant pushed him for the second time.
I'm so sorry, Feeney, but I just have to tell the truth. Am I doing the right thing? Am I, Mr. Judge?
Of course you are, my dear. As painful as it may seem, you are. Now then, Miss Fay, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
She's trying to frame him. Calling it. Where'd this second shove come from all of a sudden?
Miss Hawthorne, previously in your testimony you said the following. Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie. I know. I'm sorry. I wanted to protect Feeney.
So why the sudden change of heart?
So that's why you basically lied to the court? I was a bad girl, I know. Mr. Judge?
Yes?
Would you please forgive little old me? Of course he won't. What you did is called perjury.
Oh, come now, it was just a little old white lie. We'll forget it this time, but please be more careful from now on, alright?
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Judge.
Not at all.
The judge had better be more careful himself. Dark Alley is friendlier than that girl.
Are you implying something, Miss Fay? Oh, that was an achievement.
You're saying you actually saw the victim get pushed into the electrical pole. I know it doesn't look it, but Feeney can be a bit of an imp when he wants to be. Oh, really? I never imagined that he would cause an electrical cable to break. Feeney really is scary when he gets mad.
Yes, he sounds like a very dangerous individual indeed.
So let me get this straight. You were happily listening to music on your headphones while you watched this scene unfold?
Yeah, you're just standing there, not doing anything, not calling anyone.
Miss Fay, I'll have you tasked to stop you to stop badgering the witness.
I wasn't happy, so I was so scared that I couldn't even move. All I could do was stand there and cheer them on.
What do you mean cheer them on? The fuck?
Cheer them on? What do you mean by that? Well, I wish the best for them both, and that they would each give their fight their all.
What the fuck?
That's very sweet of you to be so supportive. And what happened after that?
What? This girl is fucked. Was there like poison in that bottle? Did she murder someone 8 months ago in the courtroom?
That doesn't sound quite right. There are handprints found on the chest of the victim's leather jacket. Mr. Payne, were there also prints found on the back of his leather jacket?
Well, no, there weren't.
Madame Fay, may I suggest you listen a little more carefully? I said that he crashed into him from behind, right? My Feeney wouldn't leave any prints behind in that case, would he?
True. Probably just like fucking tackled him.
Did you actually witness the moment the victim was electrocuted? I'm sorry, I didn't actually see it. I turned my eyes away.
It's understandable. Yes, indeed, it would have been a horrific sight for anyone to behold.
I don't figure out the contradiction here. It's all over. She didn't have much time to come up with her lie, so this is my best chance. There must be a hole in her testimony somewhere. Think, Mia.
Okay, what do we have for testimony? So Feeny pushed him twice, apparently. First time was into electrical pole. That's when it broke. Dougie tried his best to run. Feeny caught up to him and crashed into him from behind. Cable snapping and Dougie being electrocuted all occurred in less than a minute. I don't think that's true because if the power went out at 2:55 and he was killed at 3 p.m. and the watch stopped at 3:05, that seems like bullshit. Now the question is, which of these two pieces of evidence does it want me to present for this one? Because both of these seem pretty relevant and would contradict this statement. But knowing this game, only one of them is correct. I'm gonna say... should we focus on the death maybe, or should we focus on the power outage? Because, I mean, clearly the cable breaking is what causes the power outage, right? Let's go for... I want to go for this one because it's newer? Okay, good. That's enough, witness.
I'm afraid I don't understand. You will in a minute. Could you please take a look at this picture?
Oh, we're bringing up all the evidence now.
Oh, that medicine. That's the one Feeny likes to take for his cold. It's not the medicine I want you to look at. It's the wristwatch.
Are you telling me that this one question, this one puzzle, actually had multiple answers, and I could have picked any number of pieces of evidence? You know, the very thing I was complaining about mere minutes ago? It actually happened?
It stopped at the precise time the victim was electrocuted. In other words, 3:05 p.m.
Yes, and your point is, Miss Fay?
My point is this. What time was it when the lab suffered that power outage due to the cable snapping?
Well, according to the student's testimony, the answer's clear. It was 2:55 p.m. Ah!
Would you care to explain to the court, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne, what exactly happened during this 10-minute interval?
That's a lot of time in a murder.
Defense proposes that it was during this interval that the real murderer killed Mr. Doug Swallow.
Order in the court. This is nonsense. The real murderer?
Even you can't deny that the time between the cable breaking and the electrocution are completely unaccounted for.
Then who was it? Who else are you saying could have done it?
There's only one person who could have murdered Mr. Swallow. Only after my client had left the scene. Was there a window of opportunity for the real killer?
Miss Fay, is the defense ready to indict someone as this real killer?
That's quite a heavy accusation you're about to make there, Mia.
It's finally time. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Yes, Your Honor. We are ready.
Very well. But remember, if you accuse the wrong person, you will be penalized. Think very carefully before you speak, Miss Fay. Now then, Miss Fay, let's have it. Who is this real killer?
Oh, I think we all know who the real killer is. It was Marvin Grossberg all along. He did the killing. That's why he didn't want me taking this case. Because then he would be found out. Clearly it was him. Definitely.
It could only have been you, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh. The defense is grasping at straws.
10 minutes passed between the time the cable broke and the time of the electrocution. What exactly were you doing that whole time, Miss Hawthorne? Were you really listening to some music while cheering them on as they fought? I find it hard to believe you didn't lift a finger to stop the men dearest to you.
Order, Miss Fay. What? I mean, why? That is to say,
Miss Hawthorne, I believe you did witness the two men fighting on that day. However, after Mr. Wright pushed the victim and subsequently left the scene, it was you who pushed Mr. Swallow to his death by your very own hands. How can you say something so mean, Madame Fay? I didn't do anything.
Miss Fay, this is a very serious charge you are.
Your Honor, please, I have something I want to say.
You? What is it?
Please. Please strike everything the defense said just now from the record.
Well, you can't ask for that.
What the? Are you daft? You're totally wrong, Miss Faye. Dolly, she...
Were her fingerprints on his jacket? Well, I mean, like she said, she probably just like rammed into him, tackled him even. The prosecution even agrees that like there's likely a chance that whoever did push him probably didn't leave a handprint on the second shove, because it was probably like a big tackle or something. You didn't necessarily, it's not, there's no evidence supporting the idea that it had to have been a shove with hands on the second time. There's only proof that there was a shove the first time with a hand. He could have been shoved any amount of times, but as long as it wasn't with a handprint, there's no evidence of it.
She can do something like that.
Oh, is this where the other evidence comes in? We're gonna prove that not only did she kill this man, but she also killed another time? Doesn't that make her eligible for death?
Mr. Wright, get back in your seat. Bailiff, grab that man.
Leave my dolly alone.
That boy. He's got himself way over his head.
Oh, Mr. Grossberg, you're back.
It seems I've arrived just in the nick of time. Oh, I found a police report on that incident in your newspaper clipping.
A report on the incident 8 months ago.
Thank you so much.
This is exactly what I was hoping for. Can we read that report? Is that a possibility? Oh, we can. Location, District Courthouse, Cafeteria. August 27th at 4 p.m. 8 months ago. Diego Armando was the victim. Occupation was a lawyer. Suspect was Dahlia Hawthorne. Armando ingested poison while interviewing the suspect regarding another case. Traces of poison were found in the victim's coffee cup. No poison was found in the vicinity or on the suspect's person. It is unclear how the poison entered the victim's coffee cup. Interesting.
You'd better take a good look at it. It, details how you came to lose your boyfriend.
Oh.
Now then, the defense has made a very serious accusation. Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this? Well, really, Your Honor,
May I interrupt you for just a moment, Mr. Prosecutor?
Don't you worry, my dear. I have the situation well in hand. Go right ahead.
Madame Faye, are you seriously accusing me of killing my sweet Dougie? Yes, I am. Not only am I saying you murdered Doug Swallow, but you also tried to pin the whole thing on your current lover, Phoenix Wright.
I told you that you should let me handle this. Sorry. Please, go ahead.
You say that. I'm absolutely devoted to my dear Feeny. The notion that I would try to frame him is ludicrous. This is all just too much for poor little me to bear.
Well, I believe the girl is trying to ask what on earth their motivation would be.
The answer to that lies somewhere in this police report. It must. "8 months ago, an incident occurred in the basement cafeteria of this building. And then, that same day, the two of them accidentally meet." Your Honor, the defense requests further testimony from Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Further testimony? What about?
About the events of the day when she first met the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright.
What could that possibly have to do with the case?
The witness claims that she has no reason to frame the defendant, am I correct? Well, I have evidence that suggests that she, in fact, had a very good reason.
Very well, then. The court grants the defense's request. Young lady, would you mind staying on for just a bit longer?
Of course not, Mr. Judge. Get ready for the battle of your life, Dahlia Hawthorne. I first met my darling Feeny 8 months ago. It's like we were destined to meet in this very courthouse's basement reading room. The moment our eyes met, my heart skipped a beat. We've been going out ever since that fateful day. We're so lovey-wovey, we're so lovey-wovey, we literally make people sick. It's just jealousy, I think.
I don't know if it's just jealousy. If you knew what was inside that bottle.
Mr. Wright, do that again and you'll be held in contempt of court.
Now we enter the final act of our little drama.
Well, as we used to say in the days of my youth, go get her.
So until that time, you had been dating Doug Swallow?
Yes, I'm a real fool, I know. Letting my emotions change so quickly. I'm ashamed of myself.
No, not at all. Look at me, I'm infamous for changing my mind. My critics have even taken to calling me Judge Fickle.
Maybe you should look for a different line of work.
Well, despite that, however, he always hands down the correct verdict. That's why some people also call him the Great Judgini.
That's a terrible nickname. The courthouse reading room. That's a strange place to meet the love of your life.
It's not true, Madame Faye. After all, Feeney was not only an art student, but he was also planning on becoming a lawyer.
Him? A lawyer? Yeah, right. I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about you, Miss Hawthorne. What was a literature student like you doing in a courthouse reading room?
This line of questioning is a waste of time. It's nothing to do with our murder case. Miss Faye, I'm warning you, if this has nothing to do with Mr. Swallow's case.
I have to remember the judge is on Dahlia's side. I better tread carefully. Nah, keep pressing, fuck them. Your Honor, if you allow me some latitude, I think I can establish relevance. Please ask her to continue on with her testimony.
Very well. Young lady, I've got a simple question for you. What were you doing downstairs in the courthouse reading room?
If it pleases, Your Honor, the answer is simply this. I'd come to this courthouse to do some research for a paper I was writing.
You were writing a paper? On what?
On the relationship between modern sanity poetry and the criminal underworld.
That sounds like a fascinating research idea.
Am I getting old? Now I've even forgotten what I've forgotten.
Again with the midlife crisis stuff.
Mia, why did that girl really come to this courthouse? Isn't that what you wanted to know? And speaking of forgetting things, you haven't forgotten the police report, have you? I went through a lot of trouble to get it, my dear. So be sure to read it carefully.
So what was it about Mr. Wright that made your heart malfunction like that? In my personal opinion, he just looks like a typical snotty-nosed college brat. Perhaps to a woman your age, but to me, Feeney is handsome.
What? What do you mean, her age? Mia's like... Isn't she like almost the same age as Wright in the last games?
Perhaps to you, Miss Hawthorne, but to the rest of this planet, he's a dime a dozen.
Love is a mysterious thing, and I object to this line of questioning. If you were to look at my wife, for example, you might be shocked. He's telling the truth. It was truly shocking.
What?
Beautiful mushroom, growing tall in the darkness. It comes from cow dung. That's the poem that best describes how I feel about my Feeney. Were there any bad feelings between you and Mr. Swallow? No, none at all. We parted on very good terms. But that can't be.
Our investigation also shows that it was a clean breakup.
Are you sure?
Yes, it seems that they both wanted it that way.
So the victim wanted to break up with her. So you're saying that Mr. Swallow also wanted to break up with you? Well, you see...
What a cruel thing to ask a lovely young lady like this. By the way, I've never once considered leaving my wife. No one cares, Mr. Payne.
Oh, damn.
She didn't deny it. That must mean Doug Swallow must have seen through her little act. He must have gotten a glimpse of her true nature.
Listen to me, Mia. One woman has the judge in the palm of her hand, you see? So the only way to discredit her is to find a contradiction in her testimony.
Okay, so what do we have here? I come to this course to do some research for a paper I was writing. Do we have anything on this? Is it something in here about this incident? Ingested poison while interviewing the suspect regarding another case. Traces of poison were found in the victim's coffee cup. No poison was found in the vicinity or on the suspect's person. It's unclear how the poison entered the victim's coffee cup. So she wasn't here to study for a paper. She was here because she was being interviewed as a criminal. Miss Hawthorne, you weren't here because of your research paper, were you? Didn't you actually come here for a much more important reason?
What is the meaning of that cocky smile on your face, Miss Fay?
8 months ago, right here in this very courthouse, there was another tragedy.
Another tragedy? You mean the incident in which an attorney was poisoned?
The name of the suspect in that incident is listed here in this report. And that name is Dahlia Hawthorne. Yes, the sweetie pie of everyone's eye, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. She was the prime suspect in a criminal case just 8 months ago.
Order! 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 This is unbelievable! It's true then, the loveliest rose can't hide the cruelest thorn.
He was quick to jump on the opposite side.
Miss Fay, that is not fair! You can't slander my witness with an unrelated case! I, Winston Payne, will not allow it!
Mr. Prosecutor, I believe I was speaking.
Pardon me. Go right ahead.
It's true that 8 months ago, the police expressed some interest in me.
Express some interest, huh?
Mr. Judge, sir, I know I'm under oath, so I'll tell you the absolute truth. Oh yeah, you know you're under oath? The last 2 times you lied, you know, is fine. I did not commit the crime that occurred during that incident 8 months ago. Oh yeah? Bullshit, you didn't?
Well, I see.
Okay, I've tied the 2 crimes together. I've just got to stay on the offensive.
Well done, Mia. Oh, you really lit a fire in my heart and my buttocks. This guy have fucking tacos for lunch? I can hardly tell what's more inflamed, my spirit or my hemorrhoids.
We have tacos for breakfast. I don't think it's even 12 o'clock yet. I met the lawyer who was poisoned to discuss something in the cafeteria that day. I left my seat for just a moment, and that's when it happened. From what I heard, it was a liquid poison that is lethal at just 2 teaspoons. Not only that, I heard it was a very special kind of poison. So you see, I'm innocent. I wouldn't even know where to get a poison like that.
So that's what happened here 8 months ago. Have you heard from the witness testimony? She had nothing to do with it. I think the defense is just out of bit of a tricks.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Payne, but I'm afraid the defense has many more tricks up its sleeve today. And I'll be sure to show them to you before the end of this cross-examination.
What the? Why does the defense suddenly feel stronger?
Mia, you're glowing with a true lawyer's oil, my dear. That proud posture and self-confidence. Absolutely smashing.
Okay, so how do we tie her to the necklace and the poison? What are you talking about with the defense attorney? Well, I'm sorry, but that's confidential.
According to the report, you were being interviewed regarding another case.
The lawyer that was killed. He said he wanted to talk about an incident I was caught up in when I was younger. Why didn't you tell us all what that incident was?
That has nothing, absolutely nothing at all to do with this case. Objection sustained. The defense's question is stricken from the record.
You're involved in a lot of incidents, don't you, Miss Hawthorne? Well, I guess I was just born under a bad sign. Don't worry, Dolly. I'll protect you.
You are the man. Now that is true love, young lady.
Oh, Feeny, please. Ugh, those 2 are really making me ill. I'll be afraid of decidedly different reasons. How long were you gone? I've already answered all the questions for the police. But if you must know, maybe 10 or 20 minutes. And where were you during that stretch of time? Using the toilet? What are you saying, Miss Fay? Toilet? My perfect little dolly doesn't poop. He didn't just say that. What? Why did you need to say that, Phoenix? There was no need for this. There was no reason you had to even bring this up.
You had to defend it this way. Better luck next time.
Oh, Feeny, please.
The police have already looked into this whole matter. This line of questioning is nothing but a waste of the court's time. Objection sustained. Ms. Hawthorne, please continue with your testimony.
About how much liquid is 2 teaspoons?
Well, let me see.
Isn't that like 10 milliliters?
My bottle of eye drop says it's half fluid ounce, which is equal to 3 teaspoons.
That's not quite the measurement I was going for.
So it's about 2/3 of that amount, huh? Poison was found in the lawyer's mug of coffee. It must have been after I left the table. Someone must have quietly slipped it in there. A special kind of poison. How so? Well, I hear that it's almost impossible to detect.
Oh, and where would something like that come from?
I'm sorry, all I know is what I overheard the policeman saying. They said something about using advanced chemical processes to purify it.
Chemical processes? Well, that's quite, impressive. Most impressive.
But the question is, how did the criminal get something like that? And that's the reason they didn't arrest you. Because no one could show how you could have gotten the poison. I think that's a good enough reason, Madame Faye.
She's right. I think we've all had enough of Miss Faye's questions. So in essence, the main reason Miss Hawthorne was ever arrested for this crime was because no one could show how she could have obtained the poison.
Now all we have to do is find a way to establish how she could have gotten some. Right? Great. Now just how did a little lit student get a hold of poison of all things? I think I know how she could have gotten poison. There's a very special kind of poison. CC, I'm innocent. I wouldn't even know where to get a poison like that. I beg to differ. You wouldn't know how to get that kind of poison. I don't believe you. What? In fact, you had an easy access to that kind of poison, didn't you? At your boyfriend's lab.
Boyfriend? You mean the victim, Doug Swallow?
That's right. Up until 8 months ago, Miss Hawthorne was dating Mr. Swallow. And if you'll recall, Mr. Swallow was a pharmacology student at Ivy University.
Pharmacology?
His laboratory contained highly advanced chemistry equipment. In fact, without such equipment, the culprit could never have obtained such a rare and special poison. Well, Miss Hawthorne, seems you had access to such a poison after all. And then it was a matter of slipping it into the victim's coffee when he wasn't looking. The only person who could have done that was the one sitting at his very table. You.
I kind of like this corner theme. It's like a remix of the first corner theme.
Order, could it be that... That's nothing but a baseless accusation.
May I say something, Madame Faye?
What is it, Miss Hawthorne?
The amount of poison in the coffee was 2 teaspoons, correct? In order to carry that much liquid, you would need some kind of container.
Well, yes, that is true.
I was searched immediately after the incident took place.
Quite true. In fact, the entire courthouse was turned upside down.
But they didn't find a suspicious container anywhere, did they?
She's right. They even mentioned that in the report. Well, you could have easily gotten rid of something that small.
Excuse me, Madame, but this is a court of law. If you're saying I threw the poison container away, I think you need to show some kind of proof.
Proof? She got me good with that.
Provide some evidence or I'll have to disallow this line of questioning, Miss Faye. Once we can come up with some evidence, we're going to lose this lead.
Police conducted a full-body search of Dahlia and of the entire courthouse. And yet the container holding the poison disappeared right after the crime occurred.
If you're going to accuse the young lady of committing the murder, then where is the container the poison was carried in? What happened to it?
Do we present this? I'm hoping we present this and not Phoenix. Okay, good. You were forced to get rid of the container in a hurry, weren't you? But then, if they searched the entire courthouse and Phoenix was at the courthouse, why didn't they search him?
And that's why you passed on to someone who had nothing to do with the case.
Oh, they only searched people who were relevant to the case. That makes total sense. Definitely.
Someone that you knew wouldn't be searched.
Who is this person?
Mr. Phoenix Wright, of course.
So the defendant was the witness's accomplice?
Of course not. She gave the poison to him, disguised as a present. What? But that's...
That's a charming little necklace. Is this a little bottle? It's really quite cute. So what about it? What does it mean, Miss Faye?
The day the witness met and fell from Mr. Phoenix Wright was 8 months ago, August 27th, the very same day as the poisoning incident. Under the pretense of love, the witness gave my client a present. All for the purpose of hiding the one piece of evidence that would give her away.
What? Are you saying there's a deadly poison in here?
No, there's no longer any poison in that bottle. However, I'm certain that if the crime lab were to analyze it, they would find a trace amount.
What if it got, like, washed? Do you think Phoenix ever washed the bottle out? Maybe he didn't want to, like, wash it in case it lost all of the, all of the little cooties from her or something, you know? Gotta keep that, Dahlia bathwater sweat.
Order in the court.
On behalf of Dahlia, I object.
Mr. Wright, control yourself.
I won't let you bully her like this.
Mr. Wright, I thought I told you to stay in your seat.
Mr. Wright, why? Why are you going through so much trouble to protect her?
Why?
Because I'm madly in love with her.
Madly in love. I haven't heard anyone say that in a long time.
Mr. Wright, have you ever thought about this? Why exactly would a woman like Dahlia Hawthorne want to date you anyway? Well, I guess you must be madly in love with me too. Mr. Wright, please, open your eyes. At this point in the trial, I think it should be obvious to everyone. The real reason that Dahlia Hawthorne is dating you is... Dahlia Hawthorne was not and is not madly in love with you. The only thing she's after is that bottle necklace you have around... you love to wear around your neck. My necklace? Back there in the waiting room, you said it yourself. Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always says the same thing to me. Please give it back now.
What a strange girl asking for that present back like that.
For Dahlia Hawthorne, that necklace is irrefutable evidence of her crime. That's why she absolutely had to get it back. You're lying.
Wouldn't it be, like, more beneficial for her if she didn't take the necklace back? Like, would that not be more suspicious? Like, just let Phoenix keep it. Like, who's gonna suspect it if Phoenix has it?
But you never give it back to her. And to make things worse for her, you insist on showing it to everyone you met.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess if he was showing it to everyone, maybe, you know, she wanted it back just to try and keep it quiet. If there's any hope of that left, of course.
That's why she... I don't believe you. No, that's a lie.
Uh-oh. No, he's running! Shit! Phoenix is, like, incriminating himself as we speak. You idiot. Mia, are you alright?
Yes, I think so.
That boy, he went completely insane.
Where's Mr. Wright?
Well, looks like the bailiff caught him, so he should be back here soon enough.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh no.
What is it?
The bottle necklace. Miss Hawthorne's present. It's gone.
What? That's terrible.
Mr. Wright must have grabbed it when he slammed into me.
Foolish boy. What's the only thing that could have saved him? What in places are we supposed to do now? Mr. Wright, this sort of behavior is unprecedented in the history of this court.
I'm sorry.
I'm afraid your apology is not enough.
Mr. Wright, what did you do with the bottle necklace? Forgive me, I'm sorry. It's okay, just give back the necklace.
You don't have it, do you?
I ate it.
What? Okay, I was willing to believe that some guy was able to keep a giant 20+ pound bust on his wheelchair. I don't believe for a second this motherfucker swallowed a glass bottle and golden necklace. Is Phoenix not under oath? Because he fucking should be. With claims like that.
You what?
You ate it?
It was too big to swallow, so I had to chew it into little bits first. But yeah.
I don't care if that thing's empty with poison. He's gonna fucking die from swallowing the glass and metal. Ugh. How are you not, like, dead?
What is he doing now?
Lying is what he's doing.
Your Honor, you've got to stop the trial. Mr. Wright, Mr. Wright, are you feeling okay? Does your stomach hurt? That bottle you swallowed may have been had some poison left in it.
Oh, we're worried about the poison in the bottle and not the bottle itself.
It seems the defendant has proven the prosecution's case for us. Clearly, that bottle did not contain a deadly poison.
That's what we're worried about here. That's not how this works. First of all, it needs 2 teaspoons to be of any significant harm. Okay, if there's trace amounts in there, that's like we're talking micro milliliters. Okay, not gonna be enough. I don't give a shit about the poison. It doesn't prove anything except that he's a fucking idiot swallowing something like that. How can you be so sure?
I think that's obvious. As you can see, the fence is still very much alive. As for the poison, we're like a fledgling defense attorney's overreactive imagination. So it would seem.
No, there must be some mistake. The bottle must not have had any poison left in it. Either that or the poison must have lost its potency.
There, it's all right, rookie. Trusting your client is the most noble thing a defense attorney can do. And it's hard for me to see that you place this much faith in Mr. Wright. But that's how it is for us on the prosecution side, too. For example, I would trust a witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my very life. Which is why I can state that your assessment of her is completely wrong. That's enough. Unfortunately, Miss Fay, I cannot accept your explanation of the events.
But why?
This may be impossible for a beginner like you to understand, but in a court of law, evidence is everything.
And Phoenix ate the one piece she needed. Why would you do this?
Even after I proved so much, is she going to get away with everything?
Well, now that the suspect's suspicion surrounding Miss Hawthorne has been cleared up, I would like to proceed with the trial.
Mr. Wright! I'm sorry, Miss Fay. It totally slipped my mind. I'm really, really sorry. I know you believed in me, and I feel like I really let you down. Mr. Wright, what are you trying to say? There's something I forgot to tell you.
What is it?
That day, the day I met Doug Swallow.
That girl. You shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake. If you continue to see her, it's gonna be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Last night, someone stole some poison from our lab. Poison? Same thing happened 8 months ago. A drug sample was stolen. She came to the lab that time too. It can only have been her. That girl's a thief. Stop it. Don't talk about her like that.
Is it true
Did he really say that?
That's ridiculous.
There's one more thing. After I pushed him that day, I got worried and came back to have a look. And she was there. Dolly was right there. She was crouched down next to him. What? She told me not to ever tell anyone about it, but I'm sorry, Dolly.
Your Honor, the fence is...
Miss Faye, you tell them. Dolly didn't do it. She's innocent. I'm not telling them shit. I don't believe that for a second. She's definitely the killer. So Dolly stole poison 8 months ago too, huh? If you put that together with Mr. Wright's testimony, then there's only one possible conclusion. The defense believes that Miss Dahlia Hawthorne stole some poison on the night before she killed Doug Swallow.
The night before?
Naturally, her motive for stealing it was to kill someone. Miss Faye.
You're so certain of your theory, then let me ask you this.
This is your last chance. Think carefully now. There's something that she desperately wanted to get back. Therefore,
exactly who was Miss Dahlia Hawthorne planning to kill?
wait, like this time? Well, I mean, obviously Doug, right? Or was she wasn't planning to kill Phoenix, was she? No, where would that come from? There's no way. That doesn't make any sense. Why would she want to kill Phoenix? No, it's got to be Doug. I mean, that's like what we're trying to do here.
Wait a minute, Mia. Why would she want to kill Doug Swallow?
Because Doug Swallow had figured out what kind of a person she was, and so...
No. Well, that may be true, but Miss Hawthorne has no way of knowing that. From her point of view, who was it that was really in her way? That's just the question you have to ask yourself.
So it was Phoenix. She wanted to kill Phoenix.
Miss Faye, I'm beginning to run out of patience with you. What is your answer?
Yes, Your Honor. Can't mess up again.
You're so certain of your theory, then let me ask you this.
Alright. So it was definitely Phoenix then. Because Phoenix was in the way. No, that makes sense. There was one person that was standing squarely in Miss Dahlia Hawthorne's way. And that person was... Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Me? That's preposterous. After all, the Doug Swallow was... It was Doug Swallow that was murdered.
Well, it's true that's how things worked out. But let's remember that Mr. Swallow died of electrocution, not poison. The person that Miss Hawthorne was planning to poison was, in fact, you, Phoenix Wright. There's no one else it could have been.
But how could that be? I thought Mr. Wright and Miss Hawthorne were love.
Poor Mr. Wright. This must be killing him. Hang in there. I'll bring her to justice. I swear it. As I said before, the only thing Mr. Hawthorne truly cared about was the one piece of evidence linking her to that incident 8 months ago. That's right. The bottle necklace. That's all she cared about.
But even so, why would she go so far as to murder him?
8 months ago, just after the fall of that attorney in the basement cafeteria. Dahlia Hawthorne could think of only one thing. How to get rid of the bottle necklace as quickly as possible. No, it can't be. That's a pretty good move she made too. The evidence was missing for a long time. But there was just one big problem. Although she got him to hide the evidence, Mr. Wright refused to return it to her. To him, the tiny little bottle was a cherished treasure. He even showed it to everyone he met.
You mean, that's why she tried to kill Mr. Wright?
Correct, Your Honor. It was to retrieve that piece of evidence. That can't be true. Feeny, what a joke you are. Honestly, how can any woman ever count on you for anything? I even told you time and time again to keep your trap shut about me and that necklace. You disgust me.
Miss Hawthorne?
It appears we're nearing the end of this trial.
Fine. I can tell you plan on making me into a criminal no matter what I say.
You are a criminal, Mr. Hawthorne.
We'll see about that. But first, where's your evidence? It seems your sniveling little crybaby of a client has eaten the bottle as a snack. Hey, old man, are you senile or something? Why don't you say something instead of sitting there with that dumb look on your face?
Miss Hawthorne, what's happened to you?
Are you really that shocked? Or do you prefer me this way, Mr. Judge? With absolutely no proof, you treat a voluntary witness like she's a mass murderer. Well, I have nothing more to say. I'll be heading home now if you don't mind.
But we're not finished.
You can't just leave. The trial isn't over yet.
Fine, then ask this nasty old hag to finish up already. I can't let her get away this time.
Stop me, huh? If you keep on pushing without any evidence, you could pay the ultimate price as a lawyer.
The ultimate price?
You'd be forced to take off your attorney's badge forever, I'm afraid.
No. You better think it over carefully, Miss Faye. Or should I say, Miss Gray?
Well, Miss Faye, could you provide evidence that would establish your guilt once and for all?
If I mess up here, my career as a lawyer is over. But to be honest, at this point I don't have any evidence that's well-founded. Even so, I'd rather lose my attorney's badge than let her get away with murder.
Your Honor, the defense would like to present proof.
Impossible! You can't possibly!
Stupid woman.
It is the opinion of this court that there has already been enough discussion. Therefore, I will allow only one piece of evidence to be presented.
Oh, fuck. It's the first case and they already don't feel confident.
Just one?
If you are unable to establish your guilt, then I'm afraid that a very harsh verdict will immediately be handed down on Mr. Wright.
I understand, Your Honor. Just imagine the headlines for tomorrow's newspaper. Up-and-coming lawyer plummets to earth before she gets the chance to soar.
Just planning on poisoning Mr. Wright.
If that's the case, then the poison was probably in there.
In where? Well, she didn't have the necklace, so where else could it have been? Was it in the pills?
Well then, Miss Faye, please present your evidence. Show to this court irrefutable proof that Miss Hawthorne was planning to poison Mr. Wright.
That's why the pills disappeared at lunch.
Here it is, Your Honor. The evidence shall prove her guilt once and for all.
Cold Killer X, Phoenix Wright's beloved cold medicine. Does our Ricky defense attorney have a bit of a cold?
If I did, I still wouldn't take this cold medicine. After all, it's been poisoned.
What?
Yeah, I completely forgot about the pills until she mentioned where the poison could have been. I was like, oh, right. There's like an object that actually exists that could have the poison.
Remember what the defendant said in his testimony. I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident. I always eat with Dolly, just the two of us. She was the one who took his bottle of Cold Killer X. Then she poisoned it, knowing that Mr. Wright was going to take some.
You're really grasping at straws. After all, it was the victim, Doug Swallow, that was holding the medicine.
I would like the court to recall the crime that happened here 8 months ago. Where did Miss Hawthorne hide the evidence?
What are you talking about?
8 months ago, the poison was hidden in her bottle necklace, which she then gave to someone else for safekeeping. Someone she had accidentally run into in the reading room. My client, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yes, that's right. She did the same thing this time as well. After shoving the victim, Mr. Phoenix Wright left the scene of the crime. That is when the murderer, Dahlia Hawthorne, appeared. With her, she was carrying the poisoned bottle of Cold Killer X. This, of course, was so she could carry out her plan to murder Mr. Wright.
I believe she did testify she was going to meet with the defendant.
Yes, and she heard and saw everything that happened at the scene of the crime, including what the defendant and victim were arguing about, and the cut electrical cable. That's when she realized, I can't allow Doug's to live. She used the severed electrical cable to silence him forever. Unfortunately for her, this is when the problem occurred. Mr. Wright, who she thought had left the scene, came back to check on the victim. And on top of that, because of the power outage, some students showed up as well. It's hardly any wonder that she was, as she put it, in a state of panic. Recall that she was carrying that bottle of poisoned cold medicine. She must have thought, what if they searched me like this they did 8 months ago?
8 months ago?
Yes, she disposed of the evidence exactly the same way as she did back then. She had someone else hold it. In this case, Doug Swallow.
So, wait, they, like, checked this bottle, found Phoenix's fingerprints. Did they not find her fingerprints at all on this bottle? Or did they just, like, ignore them, thinking they were irrelevant?
Oh, come now, everyone. Surely you aren't fooled, are you? This stupid woman. She's nothing but a filthy, stinking liar. Right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Yes, that's exactly right. It's just pure desperation.
I wonder which one of us is the desperate one. So, Miss Hawthorne, this cold medicine. I wonder if you wouldn't mind taking some? Well, Mr. Wright ate that necklace of yours, right? Now it's your turn to prove your innocence. What do you say? If I'm just a filthy, stinking liar, then there's no need to worry. So come on, show us. I dare you to take some of this medicine right now. Mia Fey! Mia Fey!
Oh, she's done. She ain't taking any of this medicine.
Do you think you won? Well, do you, Mia Fey? That's just fine. For the time being, victory is yours. For the time being? Well, I have a very long memory, you know. You and I will meet again. I'm certain of it. Well then, Mr. Judge, I'll see you later too, okay?
Huh? Why, yes.
I'm going to spend a little quality time with the men in blue now. I wish you all the best.
So is she getting arrested, or...
Phew. It's finally all over.
I refuse to accept this. The defense hasn't shown a scrap of evidence to support their outrageous claim. But even so, your witness seems to have accepted it. I don't care. I'm Winston Payne. I don't believe one word that this rookie lawyer said.
Well then, Mr. Payne, let me ask you this.
Yes?
Would you care to try this cold medicine?
What?
Just a little earlier, I could have sworn you said...
There, it's all right, rookie. For example, I would trust a witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my very life.
So, if she's trustworthy, then I'm sure there couldn't possibly be any poison in here, right?
You see, yes.
And here comes the back pedal. Come on now, rookie killer. Show this rookie how it's done. How much trust do you really have for this woman? Are you willing to bet your life?
I mean, to be fair, if someone, like, said this thing has poison in it, and I was like, I don't believe you, and they're like, well, then take it, I would still not take it. I don't care how much I don't believe them. If someone postulates, proposes the idea that something is poison, I'm still not going to take it, even if I know it's complete bullshit. But there we go. Now we know how Payne lost all his hair. There goes all the hair.
Mr. Payne, about Miss Dahlia Hawthorne,
Yes, Your Honor. I'll find the papers for her immediate arrest.
Tragic, but not surprising. I knew there was something suspicious about her from the very beginning.
Don't lie. Just admit you were wrong.
By the way, Miss Faye,
Yes, Your Honor?
was it just me, or did you and Miss Dahlia Hawthorne seem to know each other?
Your Honor, whether we did or not has no bearing on this case.
Very well. Mr. Payne. This can't be happening. It's a nightmare. It's like losing to my daughter. It appears Mr. Payne has lost his spirit along with his hair. Does the defendant have anything further to say?
It can't be true.
Dear Dolly. Very well then. I believe I'm ready to pass judgment and bring this trial to an end. The court finds the defendant Phoenix Wright.
Oh, thank goodness. That would create quite the time paradox if he was guilty.
This court is adjourned. Mia, you're wonderful in there.
Thank you for everything, Mr. Grossberg.
During the verdict, I thought my hemorrhoids were going to explode like Mount Vesuvius.
Mr. Grossberg, do you, maybe you think you could stop talking about them?
That's rather rude. By the way, this case really made me think. What does it really mean to have a relationship of mutual trust with the client? Perhaps it is we veteran lawyers who have lost sight of this.
Oh, Mr. Wright. Congratulations. Thanks. You know, I was thinking... Go on. The dolly that I saw up there on the witness stand. I don't think that was really her. What? Yeah, Dolly I know could never have said those kinds of terrible things. Maybe she was like, I don't know, a fake or something. Boy, this poor kid still hasn't got a clue. You need to forget about her, Mr. Wright. For your own sake. Yeah, you're right. That's probably for the best. Also, you need to relax a bit more. Try to grow up a little. But out of all my friends, everyone says I'm the most grown up. Huh. What kind of company does this guy keep? Right now, I'm starting to become a lawyer myself. That's what you keep saying. But I thought you were in the art department. Well, yeah, I am. But there's a friend of mine that I desperately want to help. And if I hurry, then I should still be able to save him in time. I see. Say, Miss Faye, a lawyer is someone who can help people when they're in trouble, right? Mr. Wright, I'm still new at this myself, but I think that's exactly what a lawyer is. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'll study my butt off. I'll become a lawyer for sure. I hope we see each other again someday. Maybe even in court.
It's been 5 years since I was acquitted of all charges. I became a lawyer like I planned, managed to save my friend. But Mia has passed on to a better place. For me, this trial brings up a lot of painful memories. But it also brings up some very precious ones. And memories that I thought I would never rise to the surface again. Mia's gone now. But even so, I can hear her in my mind.
Phoenix, no matter what, always believe in your client. In a court of law, your greatest weapon is your belief. 5 long years. Something has happened to me that's made me think back to her words of wisdom. But that is a story for another day. Alright, let's see what exactly he remembered. His first meeting with Mia Fey. The time is 1 a.m. What?
Detective, we made it. What a relief. Glad the jewel is still safe. You said it, pal. It must have been that rock-solid security that set it off. Would you mind opening the safe just to double-check?
quite the password. You remembered all that? Oh, it's 2 passwords. This must be some very important stuff in here. We've been Ed. Mask the mask. Salutations. Up front, guards, turn the searchlights.
Better luck next time, gentlemen.
Oh shit! This guy can actually fly!
Excuse me, but I'm afraid I must leave now. We shall meet again when the next moon is full.
This guy's gonna, like, get a dry throat if he keeps laughing like that.
Hey, Nick, get a load of this. Hey, are you listening to me? You can clean the toilet later. This is important.
What are you freaking out about now?
Today will be the last time you get to talk to me that way.
Huh?
We're about to hit the big time.
Big time?
And what do you mean by we?
You don't mean you and me are...
Don't be silly. I'm talking about me and... Pearly, of course. Hello. It's a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Nick.
Pearls, you haven't changed a bit. Wait, what are you doing here anyway?
Haven't you heard, Mr. Nick? Here, take a look at this.
What's this? Some kind of poster? Why is the... They didn't fix the jar? Why is it still like that? Oh my god. Korean Village, isn't that...
That's right, it's our hometown. Pearly and mine, that is.
What's this about treasures from the boonies?
Very funny. You can laugh all you want. But you'll be singing another tune tonight.
Tonight? What about tonight?
The Treasures of Korean exhibit doesn't actually start until next week, but... the promoter sent us some special VIP entry passes. That's why I dressed up extra special today. What do you think, Nick?
You look the same as always. That's what I think. Same Maya, different day. This young lady here is Maya Fey. The younger sister of Mia Fey, my friend and mentor. I first met her 2 years ago. I was working on the case surrounding Mia's death, and ever since then,
I've been the one who's keeping this law office afloat from behind the scenes.
actually that's just a cover for her true identity. In reality, she's a spirit medium, and a bit of a shady character.
Hey, who are you calling shady?
And this little girl is Pearl Fey, but I usually call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin and a spirit medium in training herself.
I know I'm a bit young, but I want to help in any way I can, Mr. Nick.
Korean Village is the home of the mysterious Korean channeling technique. And Maya here is the daughter of the Korean School of Channeling's master. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's no joke. I've seen her power with my own eyes. It's the real thing, alright.
Earth to Nick, how long are you gonna make two gorgeous women like us wait? Yes, Mr. Nick. I can't wait any longer. I want to see the exhibit.
Looks like I don't get a choice here. Might as well head on out. A poster for the Treasures of Korean exhibit. Lordly Taylor, the city's fanciest and most expensive department store. Treasure exhibit, huh? I have to admit, I'm pretty impressed. Wait, why is there, like, an exhibit at a department store? I've never heard of a department store having, like, a museum section to it. Also, this is, like, the fanciest department store I've ever seen, let alone fanciest, museum I've ever seen.
Wow, this is awesome.
Yeah, you can even see the cheapest... You can make even the cheapest junk look great. It all depends on how you display it.
Oh, they even have the dusty old hanging scroll that was in the Fey Manor storeroom. Oh yeah, I remember scribbling on it when I was a little girl.
On a family heirloom?
Say, Nick, the person in charge of this expedition is waiting for us in the basement warehouse.
Alright. I guess we should go and say hello. What's around here? Is this the scroll she scribbled on? A piece of cloth with a ton of finely written characters jammed onto it. Probably esoteric knowledge only mediums would know. Let's see. Here's the title in English. 108 Ways to Save Money. I'm pretty sure the number has gone up since the last time I saw it.
Well, we're always looking for new ways, you know.
Being a medium sounds like a rough way of life. Yeah, it doesn't help when people discredit your profession, probably. What's with this big cushion? It's not just lying around with nothing on it.
Well, it must be for the greatest treasure of all.
Greatest treasure? Is there something like that?
Huh? What? Of course there is. Right, Pearly? Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, I bet it'll really take your breath away.
And, you gonna explain what that treasure could be?
Oh, Mystic Maya, look! I can't believe it. It's so cute. It's like a little diorama of Korean village.
Yeah, look at that. But somehow it seems to reek of dreariness.
Oh, Mystic Maya, it's your house. It even says Fey Manor on it.
Yikes, you're right. Kinda want to add the famous in front of it. Don't do it, Maya. They might get mad. Would they get mad? It's your exhibit. They're just a bunch of old urns. Are these really treasures too?
Of course they are. This is a treasure exhibit, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I guess so. So all it takes to be a treasure is age? No wonder nobody likes museums. That's kind of how treasures usually work. I think I remember this old folding screen here. I'm pretty sure it was an important piece of evidence in that murder case that happened in Kudain Village.
This folding screen is the greatest of all the spirit channeling secrets. The 6-leaf Korean sacred writings folding screen. If it's so secret, why is it the most prominent thing in the exhibition?
Also, where's the bullet hole? We're just gonna, you know, ignore that, I guess? Is that it? Nothing else? Doesn't look like it. Alright, let's go to the basement, where I'm sure nothing terrible is gonna happen. Yep, this is a basement warehouse, alright.
This place is scary. I feel like a monster could jump out at any time. Don't be scared, Pearly. I'll protect you.
Oh, Mr. Wright.
Eek! A monster! You're right!
Huh? A monster?
Good evening. It's good to see you again. You? I know you. Nice to see you again too, little miss. Hello? Is she a friend of yours, Nick? And how do you know her, Pearly? Nice to meet you. I'm Adrian Andrews. I'm in charge of the promotion and planning for this treasure exhibit. I'm also responsible for the security arrangements. Oh, nice to meet you.
Adrian sure has changed since we last met.
So this is the warehouse. The really valuable exhibit items are still stored away in here. Really has been a long time, hasn't it, Mr. Wright? Nick, what's going on? Who is this woman?
Oh yeah, that's right. She was kind of, busy being kidnapped. So she wouldn't know who this person was.
Why are you freaking out on me? What? I just thought it'd be more dramatic if I got all worked up, that's all. Mystic Maya, you shouldn't let him off the hook so easily.
Please, Maya, don't say anything that'll needle pearls further.
Mr. Wright was there for me when I really needed help. It was something that happened 7 months ago.
You remember, don't you? The Nickel Samurai case?
Not really. I was stuck in a dark wine cellar.
Did that escape your memory, Nick?
After that, I quit being a manager and started this job.
Wow, that's tough. I'm sorry, Miss Andrews. If it wasn't for us...
No, don't say that. I'm glad the whole thing happened. Thanks to you and everyone else that was involved, I was able to change my whole life. I really am grateful.
Phew, that's a relief. I'm really impressed, Miss Andrews. Handling a huge exhibition like this must be very tiring.
Well, Lordly Taylor is celebrating their 200th anniversary this year. The works on display in the main exhibition hall are worthy of the finest museums. Oh, did you hear that, Pearly? The finest museums! Yes, I did. That's really wonderful.
So this basement warehouse is pretty well protected, huh?
Of course it is. After all, there are some priceless treasures here. Security guards are all very highly trained as well.
That sounds good. So, what is with that face she's making? And we need to examine the place first. Why is that, like, camera pointed at the wall? It's not really pointed at anything. It's a security camera. It's trained on the warehouse door. Is it trained on the door? It really doesn't look like it.
It's set up to take a picture of anyone that enters or exits the door. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, they say.
This computer looks like it's hooked up to the security camera above.
And that means what?
The camera is set to take a photo of anyone that goes in or out of the storeroom. Then the data from the camera gets uploaded to this computer here. That's what.
I see.
That's some pretty high-tech stuff. It looks like part of a big signboard. All I can read on it is the burr.
Ah, I've got it. Maybe it's supposed to say hamburger. Why would anyone write hamburger on that big? Like, maybe for the World Hamburger Festival or something?
Kinda doubt it.
Huh, I got it. Maybe it said spaghetti. What?
Why are you talking about food? Oh, wait. That's normal for you. Anyway, it says burr. There's no way it could be spaghetti.
Well, maybe it was a typo. It might have been said Spaghetti Festival. What do you think? What?
What kind of typo is that? Those letters aren't even close to each other. They kinda are. But not really. Okay, to me... Besides, spaghetti is the only thing more tangled in your reasoning.
Look, a ladder.
That's a step ladder.
So, what's the difference? You need to stop judging things based on narrow-minded cultural assumptions, Nick.
Right, sorry. Why do I feel like we've had this exact same conversation before somewhere? Multiple times, even.
Mr. Nick, what's that big door over there?
Looks like it's the door to the actual storeroom. I can see lots of big boxes and stuff back there.
Really? Let's go in. I want to take a look. Oh, I'm sorry. Unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in there. Did you hear that, Nick? We're unauthorized personnel.
Why are you telling me that? All the more reason to go in, obviously.
Mystic Maya, take a look next to the door. That's Mystic Ami, right? Yes, that's a statue of the woman who invented the Korean channeling technique, Ami Faye. The statue is on loan from one of the training halls of the Faye branch family. In fact, it just arrived this morning.
The statue of the founder of the Korean channeling technique is holding the Shichi-Shido. That's quite the mouthful of a word. What's that creepy-looking thing she's holding?
Don't ask me. How should I know?
I don't know, maybe because that's like your ancestor? Well, you are the future master, right?
Maybe so, but this is the first time I've ever seen this statue. That thing is the Korean Shichi-Shido. It's a ceremonial sword. It's not really a weapon, so the blade isn't sharp.
I don't know, it looks pretty pointy to me. You sure it's not a weapon? By accident?
Ah, phooey. I wanted to cut something.
What are you eyeing me for? Honestly, it doesn't look like it'd be a very effective weapon. Like, it's basically just a really fancy spear. If it's meant to be a sword, it seems like a really shitty sword. I mean, look at this thing. Like, the curves and stuff that would make it so blunt from the sides. And the way it's angled. Like, you're only stabbing someone with this. You ain't slicing someone with that.
Oh, look. It's already 8 o'clock. Have you all eaten it yet?
Well, actually...
I've already made a reservation at the restaurant on the 12th floor. And we all dined together. Ooh, I like the sound of that. Dine. Sounds so fancy.
It's the future murder weapon. I'm wondering if we, like... Do we have a murder this time? Because, like, the preview, the prologue implied a theft, not a murder. Is it possible this is the first non-murder mystery? Like, do we have just a normal theft on our hands? And no one actually died this time?
I'll have the kids' lunch.
But it's 8 o'clock. It's dinner time, no?
Pearly, it's dinner, not lunch. Why don't you go for it and really eat your fill with a kid's dinner? Okay, in that case, one kid's dinner for me. Shall we head upstairs then?
impossible. I don't know. I mean, surely they would have done at least one, like, non-murder mystery just to mix it up, right? We've had 9 murder mysteries so far. 10, actually. 10, because we just did one. If there was ever a time to do a non-murder mystery, it would be now. After that pleasant evening, all that remained was to wait for the exhibition's opening. It was wonderful seeing Miss Andrews looking so happy. None of us could have imagined that the very next day, something terrible would happen. Oh, never mind. It was too good to be true. Is Andrews dead? Don't tell me she got killed.
Nick, this is terrible.
What the? You're cleaning the toilet again? I never knew you were such a toilet freak. Give me a break, would you? My brain just hit the snooze button for the 5th time.
I'm going to turn on the TV.
We've got an update on the recent treasure heist. Based on clues found at the scene of the crime, authorities have announced that they believe it was the work of the renowned phantom thief, Mask the Mask.
Why does he need, like, 3 different masks? Maybe he should get into, like, I don't know, selling masks with that amount of masks.
The Mask? According to the spokesperson, Lord Lee Taylor received a threat letter some days ago. This is the 5th heist by this phantom thief, who only targets rare treasures.
Lord Lee Taylor?
Well, Nick, what are you gonna do?
Don't you dare go back to scrubbing the toilet. Treasure. Lord Lee Taylor, you don't think...
Yes, now get up, Nick.
It was stolen by Mask the Mask.
Our most valuable treasure. The Kudain's sacred urn was stolen.
What? What is he gonna do with that thing? It shattered into a million pieces. Did that make it somehow more valuable? No one wanted to, like, mention the reason why it was broken? Refresh my memory a little. What's this sacred urn?
It's only the most important treasure in Kudain village, that's all. Look, it's right there on this poster.
It's all broken and it's not even assembled correctly.
Don't you remember what's inside? The urn contains a very important soul. Namely, the soul of mystic Ami Faye, the founder of the Kudain channeling technique. Right, Pearly? Yes, that's right.
And no one else has noticed that it's misspelt. Like, we brought this up in court, in front of Maya herself, in front of Morgan, in front of everyone. Everyone knows that urn is broken and was reassembled. That was like the crux of the whole case. No one like thought to try and fix it? Hold up.
I thought that urn had the name Ami written on it. Now it says I am.
Any idea how that happened, Pearly? Did we just forget? Okay, maybe, I mean, it's been like a year and a half. Fair. Possibly. I might believe that. I'm willing to possibly accept that.
Huh? Well...
I guess Pearl's pretty happy that everyone else managed to forget what actually happened.
There's some things best left unsolved, wouldn't you say, Mr. Nick?
That's right. 1 year ago, there was a murder in Kudain village, Maya's hometown.
The sacred urn. It turned out to be a very important clue in that case.
One of the treasures of Kudain village, supposedly priceless, looks like a plain old pot. So priceless it was broken into a million pieces, reassembled incorrectly, and everyone just forgot about that, I guess. Okay, the toilet is shinier than the judge's head, so let's go see what's next.
What's wrong with you, Nick?
What do you mean?
What do you mean by what? Mr. Nick? Your beloved Mystic Maya's treasure has been stolen. Doesn't that even bother you?
But I thought the urn was the village's treasure, so I don't see how...
The village is Mystic Maya. She's the future master of the Kudain School of Channeling. You know what I'm talking about, Mr. Nick? I won't let you say you don't.
Okay, I do. So, what am I supposed to do about it?
Isn't it obvious? Go and find the bad guy who did this. Yeah, and get the sacred urn back.
But I'm not a detective. I'm a lawyer.
Has nothing to do with this. If you're a real gentleman, you would find it for your beloved Mystic Maya.
Man, there's no winning against Pearl's fairy tale image of love. So, what's the name of this bad guy again?
Mask the Mask, Nick. Make a note of it. Mask the Mask. That was terrible. I was arrested and everything.
1 year ago, the murder in Korean village. A man was killed during one of Maya's spirit channelings. And this urn wound up being the key piece of evidence that proved her innocence.
Mr. Nick, would you mind not telling Mystic Maya about that? You promised, remember? You said you wouldn't tell anyone I broke the urn.
Oh yeah, that's right. Even though she just said it out loud, and I also mentioned it several times in court, and I'm pretty sure Maya was sitting there in court because she was the defendant, so she had to be present, and there's about at least a good 30 to 40 other people in that court. No, I didn't tell anyone about it, definitely. Now I remember, this urn used to say Ami on it. Until Pearls accidentally broke into a million pieces. She tried to secretly fix it. Let's just say it didn't work out so well.
Sorry, I'm no good at arts and crafts. Spelling either.
Anyway, this is how her gluing project turned out. She put the pieces together wrong, and now instead of Ami, it says I am. Now, see, you would think that it's kind of weird that, like, an 8-year-old can't spell a 3-letter word, but you have to remember that in Japanese version, it had, like, the kanji for her name written on it, and she got the kanji, like, incorrect. Which doesn't really make sense when you think about it, because if you look at the urn, like, the name is written vertically, and there's clearly, like, this lip here, but she somehow managed to put the piece that had, like, part of the incorrect, like, she managed to swap the kanji around, but it doesn't make sense because then, like, wouldn't part of this lip here be down here? So, like, that should be pretty much impossible. It's like somehow when you're building a jigsaw puzzle, you manage to put the edge pieces in the middle of the puzzle. No one's that stupid. That should be literally impossible in the first place. So I don't even know how she managed to reassemble this urn incorrectly. That's actually pretty impressive. I can't believe no one's noticed this until now, a whole year later. I can't believe everyone forgot! I can't believe Nick forgot that everyone else forgot!
Can't believe it myself.
We're just gonna gloss over that, I guess. Fine by me. Like she said, some mysteries are better left unsolved.
Right, let's see if we can find some clues that might lead us to the bad guy.
It doesn't look like anything has been disturbed.
Yeah, it looks pretty much the same as it did last night. Bad guy, huh?
You can't poke around in here, pal. Wait a minute, that voice. Oh no, not him again. That's right, so he got fired and then rehired by the police on, like, the exact same day. It's you. I'm the one who should be saying that again. Why is it every time something bad happens you always show up, pal? I should be asking you that. Aren't there any other detectives? I should be asking you that. What are you doing hanging around here? Hey, I asked you first. Why are you here any...
Alright, we got it. Why don't you two kiss and make up already? Hello. It's been a long time, Mr. Scruffy Detective.
Oh, it's you, little missy. Actually, my name's Gumshoe. Detective Dick Gumshoe. That's a good chance for you to try and remember it right.
And if it's too long for you, you can just call him Dick. Okay, it's good to see you again, Mr. Detective Dick.
Yeah. Good to see you again too, I guess.
Mr. Detective Dick, can you tell us about what happened?
Oh, you're trying to remember my name. Atta girl. It's Gumshoe, okay? Anyway, the thief stole something called the Sacred Urn.
I know about that.
Oh. Well, the criminal's name is, Master Mask.
I know about that, too. Detective, can't you tell us something other than that?
Well, I guess I sort of owe you guys in a way. The crime occurred last night around 1:30 in the morning. How exactly do you know that? We got an emergency phone call from the guard at the scene of the crime, pal. He said, the urn was just stolen.
Scene of the crime? You mean here, right?
Wrong. That urn was being kept under careful guard in the basement warehouse.
Basement warehouse, huh? So who is guarding the basement warehouse?
That guy. It was all his fault the thief got away, pal. He solves one case and gets a swell in his head thinking that he's an ace detective.
Ace Detective?
Hey, Detective Gumshoe, about this Mask the Mask. Is he famous?
What? You're joking, right, Nick? Master Mask is the hottest thing since sliced bread.
What happened to the Steel Samurai? Sometimes he appears as a museum guard. Sometimes he appears as a big brown bear known to surprise unsuspecting victims. But underneath that, his disguise is the true Mask the Mask. So he's some kind of master of disguise, huh? And he only goes after the finest works of art, pal. Last night was his 5th heist. That was considered a fine work of art? Wow, maybe Pearl should be proud of it. If Lordly Taylor had only cooperated, I could have caught him this time.
What? Then you knew he was planning on stealing the sacred urn?
Of course I did. That guy always sends his calling card before he steals something. Calling card, huh? They mentioned that on TV. So, why do you call him an ace detective anyway? That's what he calls himself, pal. I didn't make it up.
So, what's he like?
Well, like I told you, Master Mask has made 5 heists so far. On the 4th heist, Mr. Ace Detective managed to get the stolen treasure back.
Wow, that is impressive. All by himself?
Yeah, I gotta admit it, pal. Maybe he really is as good as he says. Every time the thief sends one of his calling cards, we send our men on a stakeout. But none of us have ever gotten so much as a glimpse of the guy.
But Mr. Ace Detective was able to retrieve the stolen treasure from the thief.
Anyway, he's at the scene of the crime right now, looking for clues.
So he's down in the basement warehouse, huh?
So what's his calling card? Here it is. Don't show it to anyone. It's top secret, okay, pal? What's this mark on the front? That's Master Mask's signature emblem, pal. You could say it's his, mark. All his calling cards have got it on them.
He didn't mention that on the news flash.
Yeah, we're withholding that detail from the public for, operational reasons. The only way you can tell if the calling card is real or not is by his emblem. Then before a heist, the emblem is top secret. That makes sense. That's something they do in real life, too.
That makes sense. When you get famous, there are always imitators. Mr. Nick, if you work a little harder, maybe you can have your own copycat someday.
Thanks, I guess. Alright, let's go check the basement then. Is that security guard on duty? Okay, I'll give you 3 guesses as to who the security guard's gonna be, and I don't like any of the answers.
No matter how many times we come here, this place always gives me the chills.
We've only been here once before. That's probably because it's air conditioned, to protect the art pieces, you know? Okay, well it's probably not who I thought it was, thank God. Huh? What the heck does that mean? Oh, look at this guy. I'm afraid I have very little offer, but please, make yourself at home.
Who are you anyway?
Shh, silence! Now I see. It's all becoming clear.
What do you see?
Spy! The truth has once again been elegantly revealed to me. A lawyer and a spirit medium. Not a very advanced in their trade. Am I wrong?
Yikes. That's scary. How did you know that?
How, you say? The universal skeptic would say that how is nothing but a question of why. I am a traveler of both time and space, and a swimmer of dreams.
What is he talking about? I can't make heads or tails of it.
Without further ado, let me fulfill what should be the first duty of any gentleman. And introduce myself. The name is Atme. Luke Atme. I get it. Took me a split second, but I get it. Ace Detective. Oh, hi.
Let him intimidate you, Nick. Stand up and show him what you're made of.
The name's Wright. Phoenix Wright. Ace Attorney.
I'm Maya Fey, a spirit medium.
When's that spin-off game?
And I'm, Pearl Fey. I'm Mystic Maya's cousin and, spirit medium Ace Apprentice.
Excellent. Well then, shall we begin our little game? Game? Why's the phrase one short of a baker's dozen come to mind with this guy? Yeah, that one's actually pretty good, because it's not, like, super obvious. It looks like a normal name. So, are you really as famous as you say?
Of course. For a lawyer, you should have rather shocking lack of knowledge about the world. I had no idea anyone was left in the city that had not heard of me. Look at me. I am Mask the Mask's arch enemy, the ace detective. Look at me. At this moment, there are two mighty figures which loom large over this grand city. One embodies the nefarious forces of darkness, the other, the angelic cherubs of light.
Boy, now I really am lost. What is he saying, Nick?
I have been personally on the heels of this villain since his first crime. After learning this criminal's patterns, I thwarted his very latest loathsome larceny. I even returned to the target of his tyranny, the portrait of Medina, to the crime scene. And I did it all by myself. I took it back from Mask the Mask. Within my brawny mind and my brilliant muscles.
Yeah, they mentioned it on the news, in the Great People Around Town segment. They said that the museum gave you an incredible jewel as a reward.
Well, compared to the treasure that I retrieved for them, it's not much.
So, in the end, the only thing that makes you great is your own self-praise.
Oh, tell us about what you know about Master Mask. And keep it simple, please.
Like about how I devoted my life to thwarting his dastardly deeds? Last night, here in the bowels of this store, we were locked in the most glorious battle.
I see. Huh? Hang on a second. You were here last night? Here, in Lordly Taylor.
Naturally. Wherever the mask goes, you'll find Atme laying his elegant traps.
Elegant traps? More like the mask out-eleganced you and made a beautiful getaway.
But this time I allowed him to escape with the illusion of victory.
I wonder if I should ask him about what happened last night in more detail. Can you tell us exactly what happened here last night?
Ah, but of course. After all, I always say there should be no secrets between aces.
Flattery will get you nowhere, Pinocchio.
I first received a request for my services 20 days ago. And it was 10 days ago that we received Master Mask's calling card.
Huh? You were hired before the calling card even arrived?
Yes. You see, the person who hired me is quite rigorous and thorough.
That's Adrian for you.
A mere 10 days after hiring me, her worst premonitions were realized.
A calling card arrived, right?
Yes. So, ace detective that I am, I set a trap for the thief right in the warehouse. And waited for him. Alone.
Alone? But why? Why didn't you go to the police for help?
Ridiculous! Why would I seek help from such a singularly useless group of nincompoops?
You got a lot of nerve. After all, it was you that let the mask get away.
I always operate alone and concealed, out of the sight of others.
Concealed?
Precisely! Even the guards on duty here were not aware of my presence. To fool your enemies, first you must fool your friends. It's my own original proverb.
Anyway, back to what happened last night.
As I was saying, I hid here in the warehouse and waited for the thief to arrive. But I swear to you, not a solitary soul came through that entrance. Nevertheless, the sacred urn disappeared.
But that's impossible. How could it just disappear?
How, you ask? Don't be ridiculous, sir lawyer. If I knew the answer to that question, I wouldn't be here.
Someone who seriously messed up his own stakeout, he's rather full of himself.
So you're saying that even though on one came through those doors last night, a precious urn still somehow vanished from under your nose?
That's just not possible. Was there a typo in that sentence? I feel like there was. Alright, well, let's examine the scene of the crime. What the hell's this?
Sir lawyer, please refrain from such crude behavior.
Huh? What do you mean?
This criminal's an artist. The crime scene is the canvas upon which he paints. Only I, ace detective Atme, have an eye for which is educated enough to read the signs.
Could you translate that for me, Nick?
I think he pretty much said, don't touch anything, amateurs.
If there's something you wish to know about, you have but to ask Atme. I know everything there is to know about my rival, Mask the Mask.
What do I do now? Does he have any top-secret information? Stuff that only a real crime buff would know? I'll think about what to ask while I listen to what Mr. Ace Detective has to say. Are we supposed to just talk to him more then? Nope, okay. Well, I'm going to ignore him then and keep looking at the scene of the crime. Oh, apparently we've done everything now. Yep, nope. He just doesn't want us to touch shit. So maybe we can present some evidence to him? Let's start with this. Mask-to-Mask calling card. It's got his emblem printed on it, right?
Quite impressive, but I would expect nothing less from my arch-rival. I'm surprised to see you in possession of such a top-secret piece of information.
Well, we've got an ace lawyer, an ace spirit medium, and an ace cousin apprentice here.
Yes, indeed. I think I could learn to like you, my fellow ace professionals.
I don't know if I really want to like this guy to like us. Ever.
Well, Sir Lawyer, I've been told that you too are perusing the mysterious thief.
Well, I'm not sure I would say that exact.
That's right. We're going to find the secret urn no matter what we have to do.
Excellent. I will trust you. I permit you to take a look around while I investigate elsewhere. If perchance you should discover something of value, return then to my office. My Office of Earthly Delights, the Atme Detective Agency.
Office of Earthly Delights?
Well then, Sir Lawyer, if you'll excuse me, I have much to do.
Wait a minute. He's gone.
I don't like the idea of doing this guy's work for him.
Come on, Nick. Don't worry about it. It's no big deal. Let's hurry up and investigate before he changes his mind. I want to go to his office too. Take me with you, okay?
Alright, well let's examine everything first, now that he's gone. The Sacred Urn. That's all, that's just like plain text. Don't museums usually use like code names and stuff, like better descriptors, and then they have like a logbook that catalogs everything that's in the museum's possession? That pathetic looking wooden box.
Huh, that's the box that had the secret urn in it.
Don't touch it, there may be clues to the thief's identity on there.
Ugh, worked so hard to make that box.
You made that poor excuse for a box, Maya?
What's that supposed to mean? That urn has always been in its stand in the winding way of Fey Manor, so there was no box suitable for it, Mr. Nick. I was so proud of it.
Poor Maya. Maybe it'd have been better if Mask-to-Mask had taken the box too. Maybe it would have been better if you didn't criticize the box in their face. Just a thought.
Wow, this is awesome. What did Mr. Andrews say it was called again?
Shichi Chishito. It's literally 7-branch sword in Japanese. Or so says Miss Andrews. Oh, it's pretty heavy.
One hit, 7 times the fun. Pretty catchy, huh? I bet it sell like hotcakes. There's something about it that bothers me. Wow, you're really firing on all cylinders today, Pearly. This sword... Wasn't Mystic Ami holding it last night?
So it's a big heavy sword. Somehow this person managed to pry it out of the hands of the statue and bend it? That's crazy. And then he flies away? Is he like fucking Superman?
And another thing, the sword wasn't bent like last night like it is now. You're right. Awesome, Pearly. I wouldn't expect any less from my little ace apprentice.
Sword is bent, so that must mean last night someone used it somehow.
Ha! I just thought of something. Maybe Ace Detective Adme smashed Mask-to-Mask with it. Like this.
Oh! What the heck?
What do you think, Pearly? I think it's even more bent than it was before.
Oh man, my head. My hair! A ceremonial sword held in the hand of Ami Faye's statue. Wasn't bent before the crime. What's with all this paint?
Look what you did, Nick. You spilled paint over here.
I didn't do that.
Well, it wasn't here last night. I would have noticed a color this outrageous. But this paint is already dried up. Well then, you should have cleaned it up before it dried, Nick.
Paint doesn't dry that fast. Besides, I told you it wasn't me. Looks like it's been several days since it was spilled. Hey, look at this.
What is it? There's some kind of shape left in the bottom left side of this stain. Huh? You're right. I wonder what it could be.
Is that on our court record? No. Statue was moved, though.
The statue of Mystic Ami is so cool. I want a gold statue of myself. We could put it in the office.
Hey, it's Wright and Co. How about a gold statue of me?
Mr. Nick, I'm sorry, but I noticed something strange.
Huh? What is it, Pearls?
Statue of Mystic Ami. Is this where it was last night? Ah. I'm pretty sure it was closer to the door.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Great job, Pearly. I wouldn't expect anything less from my ace cousin.
So the statue was moved on the night of the crime. Statue that founded the Kurin channeling technique. Moved the night of the crime. So was it covering this paint the whole time? Because sounds like the paint's been here for a while. It says Organi.
No, it doesn't, Nick. It says organize. You just can't see the last two letters.
Yeah, well, I guess no one else could read it either because this place is a mess.
Yeah, you must feel right at home, huh?
I guess it's only fair considering I just dissed her handiwork building the box.
Mr. Nick, what's that big door over there?
Looks like it's the door to the actual storeroom. I can see lots of big boxes and stuff back there.
I guess that's where they were keeping the sacred urn.
Remember, Maya, Miss Andrews said we're not allowed in there. But that doesn't mean we can't go in there, right?
Hey, Pearly, do you know what this is? It's a computer. A computer? Oh, I've heard of those. It's such a cute name.
Looks like this computer is for storing the data from the security camera. When someone comes in or out of the warehouse, the camera takes a photo of them.
It's probably the chap the detective set up. Let's see if we can find last night's data on this thing. He might even find a photo of Mask the Mask.
Let's see here. Man, I really stink at working these things. Don't you have one in your office?
What's wrong, Mr. Nick? You're sweating an awful lot.
I don't know how to pull up the photos.
What? I had no idea you were so pathetic with high-tech stuff, Nick.
Yeah, well, I managed to print out the camera data anyway.
I guess you have to learn how to crawl before you can walk, right, Nick?
Yeah, sure. Anyway, it looks like the camera only went off once last night. The warehouse camera went off once at around 1 a.m. on the night of the crime. And when was the urn stolen? Do we have a thing of that? They said it happened around 1, right? So that could be the photo we need. It's a security camera. It's trained on the big door to the storeroom. It's set up to take a photo of anyone that goes in and or out.
A security camera. Yeah, go stand in front of that door and it'll snap your photo too, Pearly. Mystic Maya, do you think I should smile? Nah, it's for criminals, so I think you should make a really scary face. Well, like this. Like this.
Don't incriminate yourself playing around with equipment like that. Alright, I guess we can get out of here.
Oh, hey Nick, your cell phone's ringing.
Hello, Phoenix Wright here. It's me, Gumshoe. Gumshoe? What is it? What's so funny? I'll tell you what's funny, pal. I finally beat him. I beat Mr. Ace Detective. Finally, this underdog is the alpha dog today. That stuck-up detective's met his match. Yep, I finally got him. Lock, stock, and barrel. There's no escape for him.
You caught him? Are you saying... You captured Mask the Mask?
Bingo! Well, actually, he surrendered. But I still got him.
Mask the Mask surrendered? That's great! So when can we come and pick up the Sacred N?
Well, you see, I was gonna tell you... What? Something wrong?
Do you think you can swing by the detention center sometime?
Detention center? He wants to talk to you. Mask the Mask, that is.
What? He wants to talk to Nick?
I'll be waiting for you, pal. So get over here soon.
Detention center, huh?
Where's this going? Oh, we can't go to the detention center. Alright, well, let's go to the detective agency first. Oh my god, look at this fucking guy's shop. He has a painting of himself. This guy's like a marble fireplace, a painting of himself. He uses daggers to hold up notes in the wall. That can't be good for the wall. He better own this place or someone's gonna be real mad. This is a detective agency? Looks more like the set of some B-grade horror movie.
Hello? Is anyone here?
It looks like nobody's home.
What a waste of time. Hey, I know. Let's take that framed picture back with us as a memento.
Don't you dare, Maya. Guess we'll have to try back later. Can we still look around? What a creepy painting. It's like he's looking right at me.
Maybe we should put up a big portrait of you in the office, Nick. I can even paint it for you. Maybe you can pose while cleaning the toilet.
I think I'd prefer something a bit more dignified. I don't know, I'd be down to have a painting of me while I clean the toilet. You know, that's a very important job. Someone's got to do it. It shows that I'm dedicated, that I take cleanliness very seriously.
Hey, Nick, what's this thing here? It's called a gramophone.
In the old days, people used them to listen to music.
You can't be serious. I think it's probably for purifying the air or something. I'll bet you 50 cents. Come on, what do you say?
Forget it. You never pay up when you lose.
Oh, it's a huge hearth.
That's a fireplace.
So, what's the difference? You need to stop judging things based on narrow-minded cultural assumptions, Nick.
Right, sorry. Just making up words here. Sorry about that. That's one impressive bookshelf filled with some very impressive books.
My Life as an Ace Detective, Unabridged Edition, by Luke Atme, Ace Detective.
Hey, he's even got one of those ships in a bottle thingies.
Would you look at that? There's a little Luke Atme doll in the helm. How cute.
There's a microscope here, too. Wonder if he was researching something. The glass slides have different names on them.
This one says Atme virus.
This guy's just dying to make a name for himself, huh? It's getting kind of irritating, actually. Did he just, like, try and, like, discover a new virus or something? And it's like, yeah, that's gonna get me famous. Discovering a virus. I don't know if that's the kind of thing you want. His desk is literally covered with all sorts of chemistry equipment.
Oh, I just love chemistry. Say, Nick, I bet you didn't know this, but water is made up of carbon and hydrogen.
That's not... No. No, not carbon. Oxygen. Oxygen and hydrogen.
Oh, well...
There are always alternative theories, I guess. There's some people in Africa who would definitely agree with you. If by alternative theories you mean the ones you make up inside that head of yours. Nothing else? That's it? So I don't know what this guy's deal is. He's up to something. You want to bet that he's like the actual perpetrator of this crime? Oh, now we can go to detention center. Hey pal, welcome to the detention center. You're sure in a happy mood, aren't you? Yep, after all, we got mask to mask.
Right, but, so where's the sacred urn?
Oh, sorry about that, pal. I guess I didn't really think about it before. But you're the victim, in this case.
Huh?
Well, I guess I should let you guys hear the story straight from the horse's mouth. Well, that's a little different. Maya's the victim. She's not the perpetrator for once. She's not getting arrested. I approve. Finally, a case number 2 where Maya can actually help us.
You know, he's right, Nick.
He is?
If you think about it real hard, we are the victims.
Well, I guess so, in a way.
So used to thinking of the victim as a dead person because we're always on the murder cases. Excuse me? But anyway, I have to get the sacred urn back. Please, don't just ignore me!
I see someone's a Star Wars fan.
Who are you? I'm the mask? Oh, okay. Hey, Nick, doesn't he look kind of, well, gangly?
I'm on delete.
is the famous Mask the Mask. I don't think this guy could punch his way out of a wet paper bag.
So you're the Mask guy.
Yes, you bet. No, that's wrong. You see, he's complicated. Sort of yes and sort of no. If you know what I mean. What's wrong? Well, when I say wrong, what I really mean to say is that it's not right, per se. You see, it's not spelled Mask the Mask, it's actually Mask the Mask. What's with this guy?
Well, he's a timid little weakling, we know that much. I swear that's a woman. He kind of looks pretty, effeminate, that's for sure. I mean, look at his hair. What kind of guy, self-respecting guy would have long hair? Am I right?
Don't do that. Don't look at me like that. I don't need your pity.
And a major crybaby, too. So, why did you give yourself up?
Well, you see, it's because, well, I know why. It's because you stole such a priceless treasure, and now you're overwhelmed with guilt. Am I right?
Priceless treasure? That broken old urn?
I have a little favor to ask.
Yes? What is it?
Could you go and talk to Desi?
Desi?
Look, we really want our urn back, so where is it? I'm sorry, I'll give it back. I really will. Maybe not. No, I can't. I can't make promises. I can't keep. I'll just end up hurting people. Mr. Nick, I couldn't hear what he just said, especially the last part.
This same, but can you go to options and set text box to either high or low? Wait, what do you mean? Text box. What does this do? Transparency. Oh, huh. That's kind of cool. Yeah, sure. Why not? I didn't know that was an option. Huh. Oh yeah, that does kind of make it look better. You can actually kind of see him now. That's kind of cool. Mr. Damask, do you think you could speak up a little?
Yes, sir. I will. I promise. Maybe not. You see, I'm already speaking in my normal voice, so I really can't do anything. Mr. Damask, about the urn. Oh, yes, the urn. Right away. Actually, no. I wouldn't mind telling you, but actually I'm afraid you wouldn't believe me anyway. Enough already, just tell us to it straight. Please don't yell at me. I'm sorry. That urn, I lost it. What?
What did you just say? Did you say you lost it?
Yes, no. Maybe so. I mean, yes, I lost it.
What do you mean?
Well, you know, I lost it, like I said. These things just happen. You're on the train and you get distracted and you forget your bag, you know,
What? You forgot a sacred urn on a train? Wait a minute. You went on a train dressed like that?
No, I was just speaking hypothetically, that's all. Anyway, I'm sorry. I just lost it somewhere. I don't know where.
This guy's story's more surreal than a Dali painting. Are you really sure his creep is Mask the Mask? Maya, don't call him a creep. Although I do have to admit, I understand your doubts about this guy. So, who is this Desi person?
Please don't talk about my wife like that.
He's married? Is he old enough for that?
I guess she must be his wife. I'm sorry. The truth is, it was my wife that told me to have you all come here. Do you think you could go and visit her at my hideout?
A hideout?
Mr. Nick, what does he mean by hideout? Oh, sorry. And naturally, I meant to say my secret base.
Secret base?
Well, my apartment actually. Palazzo Bel Pepe, 3rd floor. Let's go have a look, Nick. Damask secret hideout.
Something tells me she just likes the sound of the word hideout. Alright, let's go to his hideout. This guy's married? And his wife doesn't mind this? Wow, check this place out.
No doubt about it. This is Master Mask's hideout, all right. Oh, is it? Is that you, Ronnie? Huh? Who are you people? Are you Desi Delight? That's right. I'm Desiree. Ah. Oh, you must be the lawyer. And the victim.
Yeah, that's us. Your husband told us to stop by and speak with you.
I'm Maya Fey, and this is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. Nikki Boy and Maya, huh? I can't tell how grateful I am that you decided to help my Ronnie. Well, you're welcome. Did she really call me Nikki Boy?
So she's just okay with her husband being like a famous criminal?
About your husband. Isn't he the cutest? A bit weak sometimes, though.
A bit.
By the way, did you know they mentioned Maya on TV? Huh? Really? They say you only earned and that you're doing some shady training at a law office now.
Remind me not to watch that channel's news program.
After I saw that, I thought it might be a good idea to meet the lawyer they mentioned.
I see.
Hi, Ronnie. He has a powerful imagination and gets deluded easily. He kept insisting he was going to surrender to the police. I don't know what to do. It was me. I stole that urn, he kept saying. As if it was even possible. Huh? But, are you saying he didn't? Of course he didn't. Why would my Ronnie ever do something like that? Well, you know, it's a priceless treasure. And he's, you know...
Is it possible his own wife doesn't know his secret identity? You know, he has all these, like... Maybe he's just a really big fan of the guy.
Me? I'm the kind of woman that needs excitement in her life.
So you married a serial criminal. Okay. I mean, that's certainly one way to have excitement.
Oh, excitement, huh? Yes. I'm at my happiest when I'm racing along with my bike going full throttle. Riding a motorcycle is like putting your life on the line. You know what I mean?
Well, I think that depends on how you ride it.
I'm the type that can't stand living a boring, dreary old life with no action. No offense, but your husband, Ron, doesn't exactly look like the risk-taking type himself. You're right about that. He's definitely not one for thrills and danger. But I do have to say that he makes up for it in other ways.
Other ways?
Yes, money... Ronnie's incredibly rich, and super generous. He brought me a bike that's so fast it would make your head spin. And shopping? I like to shop so much it makes Ron's head spin. The other day, it actually happened. His head actually started to spin.
Man, talk about a high-maintenance wife.
So, where does Mr. Delight get all this money from? Ronnie's a security guard. They put their lives on the line, right? So they get paid tons of money in return. Tons of it.
He's a security guard? I think it's my turn for my head to spin. Can you tell us about what happened last night?
What time did that incident take place again?
What time was it again, Maya?
Well, according to Detective Gumshoe, it was around 1:30 in the morning.
And there was a picture taken at 1.
Last night was horrible. I got pulled over. Pulled over? Yeah, I was always do my best flying at night.
Flying? You're talking about your motorcycle, right?
Yes. Anyway, last night I got pulled over by a policeman. I can't believe he caught up to me. It was a great chase, let me tell you. When he finally did catch me, the poor man was as white as a sheet. It was about 3 in the morning when I finally got home.
Sounds like she's got an airtight alibi. I mean, yeah, if there's any sort of argument here, just go ask the police who arrested her. They'd have lots of records of that.
Well, what about Mr. Delight? I don't really know. We weren't together at that time of the night. But when I got home, he was already fast asleep.
So basically, he's got no alibi. Cool. That certainly helps. You mind if we look around a little? There's a whole bunch of stuff piled up over here.
Duck and cover. It's a missile. Do you know there's dynamite in missiles?
But they're not heavy enough to be real. Oh, wait. They're just really well-made toys.
What are these rolls of paper stuck in the trash can? Theft of the Mazarin Stone, the great albatross strategy. theft of the immortal goddess statue, the Great Knuckle Bomber strategy. The police even investigate this place? I feel like they didn't even know this place existed. That green envelope is very sus, I agree. Hey Nick, look on top of the chair. Looks like an envelope, and a letter. Well, don't just stand there. Come on, let's read it. Maya, you know we shouldn't do that. What are you talking about? That letter could be an important clue. No way. You can't just go reading a private letter because you feel like it. It's not just because I feel like it. It really could be important. If I was sure it was a clue, I guess I wouldn't mind. I guess we're just going to leave it. Apparently it's rude to read private letters, but it's totally okay to, like, lift evidence from a scene of a crime. This thing looks vaguely familiar. Oh, I know. It's a fishbowl. Well, an upside-down one anyway. I think it's a helmet. An alien helmet. And that looks like a tape recorder or something next to it. I think it's a transceiver. An alien transceiver. Nick, do you think maybe you could act like a grown-up for a bit? You're one to talk? Getting lectured by Maya to be more of an adult. That's a new low. Isn't that old bags? Yeah, it certainly looks like it. Are we sure this guy isn't a thief? I mean, he has... I don't know how he would have gotten that stuff, but, yeah, that looks stolen to me. Maybe it's just a replica. It's a bunch of cheap costume pieces arranged inside a nice frame. Look, Nick. It's a fake beard. It's also a mask made out of cardboard. Here, Nick. Try on this fake beard. Come on. Try it on. Hey, cut it out. Now put on the mask. It's Phoenix the Mask. Let's borrow it for a while. No way. I'm not stealing from a thief. I have enough bad karma as is. It's Mask the Mask. There's a tape recorder hanging from his neck. Let me see that.
I'll be taking this clown now. Better luck next time, gentlemen.
I don't get it. What's this supposed to be, Nick?
You know what? That's actually a pretty good question. Where would that audio have come from?
Nick, it's a torpedo.
It's hard to believe, but it sure looks real.
Where could he have picked up something like this?
Please don't say that torpedoes are things people just leave lying around. Yeah, I'd like to hope that those aren't things that people are leaving lying around. Nothing in the kitchen. Oh, that was this book. There are a bunch of books lying here. They're all romantic-sounding novels about famous heists and fantastic thieves.
Wow, look at all the bookmarks and notes stuck into them.
Let's see here. Note, must remember this thief's way of laughing. Very useful. Note, a calling card is an important part of any good thief's modus operandi. Wow, Ron really studied his stuff. Yeah, I'm starting to think this guy's not so innocent after all. I mean, it's okay, we got one guy guilty, you know, our streak is already over. It's fine if we got, like, someone else guilty, right?
Oh, that's so cute. It's called a hot air balloon, you know.
Wow, there's no fooling you.
I want to make my own balloon now. I'll even let you ride in it, Nick.
An emblem on the balloon is supposed to be top secret. That's proof enough that Ron Delight really is Mask the Mask. I better not tell Maya. She gets kind of scary when it comes to celebrities. Alright, well, I think we've seen enough here. Unless there's something we're supposed to present her. But, you know what, let's present this. I'm sure it's fine to just start waving around this top secret piece of evidence, right? So what do you know about this?
Oh, you can't show her that, Nick. That emblem is top secret. Don't you remember?
Oops. Sorry about that.
The way she just said top secret is a worse giveaway than what I did. Ooh, when I hear the word top secret, it just piques my interest. Like nothing else.
Yeah, sorry. No, we're not showing you that. Bye. Thanks for the talk. We need to leave now. Let's hope this guy's in. No, he's not in yet. Okay. Can we go back to the detention center, maybe? Now we get the fun part of figuring out what to do next. Can we present it to him? I think that's a good idea.
Oh, that's Master Mask's calling card. Pretty nice looking, huh?
You look so happy.
I'm not very good at writing, you see. So I bought a book called How to Write Business Letters and studied hard.
Well, I guess you could call thievery a type of business. We were supposed to go there for a reason, right? To his hideout? But there's, like, nothing else here. I mean, this is, like, the most suspicious thing, but apparently Phoenix's, morality kicked in, and he refuses to read it. And we clicked on literally everything else. There's gotta be something we need to present then. Have we gone back to the warehouse? Oh, is that what we're supposed to do next? Good, I'm glad someone's on top of things. I didn't go all the way into the department store again. Oops, wrong button. Warehouse. Well, we went back here, we met, Luke. But that was like a while ago. That was before we got to the detention center and all things. But I don't think there's anything else here, because we checked everything here, too. Yeah, everything here's already been clicked on. We got the paper from the computer about the camera going off at 1 AM, the night of the incident. And that's about it. And I think everything here is still checked off as examined. And we gotta present something. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's the fun part of the game where you figure out, like, what exactly they want you to do and present. Because there was nothing here, right? Yeah, that guy's still out, so we can't talk to him yet. Okay, let's go to... Let's start with the detention center. Maybe this will trigger something. Okay, just want to make sure there's nothing, like, new to talk about. What if we present this? No, okay. I was thinking, like, where were you at 1 AM on the night of the crime? You know what? Let's go talk to... We'll go back here first. What if we ask you about this? No, okay. Didn't think you would, but that's fine.
Oh, that's so mysterious. I love old stuff like this. Really? That's one of our most treasured possessions. There's gonna be a whole exhibit at Lordly Taylor with those types of things.
Maya looks so happy. She's lit up like a 1,000-watt bulb.
Terrific. You can count on Ronnie and me to be there. Sounds like fun. Huh. Oh, yeah.
Oops. Looks like that light bulb is starting to flicker. Well, that was worthless. Maybe profiles. Oh, yeah, that's right. We can present profiles, too. Okay, let's start presenting with this. You don't do that a whole lot in the second game, so I forgot that was the thing. Miss Delight, you must know, right? About your husband and Mask to Mask?
Mask to Mask? Of course, I know all about it. My husband is his biggest fan.
Yep.
What? Huh?
Biggest fan? See, I told you, this guy's just a big fan of Mask to Mask. Nothing wrong with that.
Yes, and Ronnie can be pretty delusional sometimes. That's how this whole misunderstanding happened.
Wait a minute. Did you just say delusional?
Yes, that's right. I just don't know what I'm going to do with him. You see, Ronnie actually believes that he is Mask to Mask.
What?
What are you talking about?
Okay, there we go. Thank you. So, when did Ron first become Mask to Mask?
What are you talking about? He's not Mask to Mask.
Huh? But wait a second.
Look around at this room. This place is obviously Mask to Mask's hideout. No, you're totally wrong. A real thief's hideout wouldn't look like this. It's because Ronnie's so timid himself that he looks up to his heroic figures.
Not sure heroic is the word I would be given a criminal, but okay.
Heroic figures? But Mask to Mask is a bad guy.
So he's deluded, huh? Could that really be true?
Anyway, if he really had stolen the urn, would he still have it?
Well, I suppose so.
Then why don't you ask him if he has the urn or not?
She has a point. Mr. Delight isn't exactly the criminal type. But something about Ron's behavior bothers me.
Maybe it's true. Maybe Mr. Delight isn't Mask to Mask after all.
Yeah, what if Ronnie has, like, a split personality disorder or something? Like, what if he actually is Mask to Mask? And he just doesn't really believe it because that's, like, his other personality?
Say, can I ask you something, Nicky boy?
What is it?
I know I may seem like a bad girl on the outside, but the one thing I won't stand for is illegal activity. I had the feeling you're tough, but I can tell you've got a good heart.
Yeah, you know, you got arrested last night for speeding, but yeah. Other than that, you know, that's great that you're not against illegal activity.
Somebody framed my poor Ronnie. I just know it. Could you give this to Ronnie for me? A letter? Yes, for Ronnie. I want him to fight back. Miss Delight. Okay, you've got it. Just relax and leave it all to us.
Addressed to her husband, Ron Delight. Apparently contains something important. Alright, I guess we're playing mailman. Here you go, Ron. I got you something. Oh, that's right. Here. This is from your wife.
Oh, from Desi. Thank you.
Letter given to Mask. Actually, more like taken. Isn't there, like, solid glass between us? How did he take anything?
My dear Ronnie, how are you?
I'm doing fine. He's clutching onto that letter so hard, ink is going to be squeezed out.
He looks so happy. You should write a letter to Mystic Maya too, Mr. Nick.
But she's right here. Why would I do that?
Is the lawyer?
Yes?
In the letter that Desi wrote, she said, ask this guy to be your lawyer.
Huh?
I know this would be asking a lot, but, could you please take my case? My trial starts tomorrow. Hang on a second, he can't be your lawyer.
Why not?
What do you mean, why not? We're the victims in this case, right? Victims of this Damascus guy.
Well, yeah, but according to Desiree, he didn't do it.
She said, poor man, he's deluded himself into thinking he did it. Right, Mr. Nick? Come on, she could be lying to protect her husband.
Well, that's true. No.
Actually, not. Actually, it's hard to say.
Oh no, it's spreading.
Oh, please. I'll give you the treasure of your choice in return.
What should I do? If we refuse his case, is it just game over? That'd be hilarious. Nah, we'll take it. Well, Mr. Delight, I've decided to give it a try. I'll defend you.
Really? You will? Hey, what are you doing, Nick? He's a thief. You can't trust him.
Well, he may be a thief. But I think there's more to this case than meets the eye.
Mr. Nick, I was wrong about you. I shouldn't have trusted you.
The pearls?
I can't believe you defend this person after what he did to Mystic Maya. I'll never forgive you, ever. Pearly, wait.
This is going to be ugly.
I'll go after her.
I mean, what was I supposed to say? No?
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
Well, you couldn't have known she'd react like that. I guess I might as well start investigating. Oh, Maya. Where's Pearls?
She said she's going back to the office. Go check in on her later, would you?
And what about you? Are you okay with me taking Mr. Delight's case?
Yeah, I'm fine, Nick. I believe in you. I think I'm going to cry. I know you have a lot of work to do. I really appreciate it. Okay, Nick, let's get this show on the road.
Alright. Is Pearly back yet? Oh, there she is.
Ah, Mr. Nick, welcome back.
Oh, hey Pearls. You're back too, I see.
I went and bought us a strawberry cake. I'll go make some tea to go with it.
She has money?
Hey, Pearls? It looks like she feels really bad about what happened at the detention center. Mr. Nick, I was wrong about you. I should have trusted you. I'll never forgive you, ever.
Maybe she just went to the store with her big forehead and they just, like, gave her the cake for free. She's just too cute to say no. I mean, for all we know, she doesn't even know what money is. She was stuck in that village her whole life. Maybe they don't use money over there.
Mystic Maya, the tea is ready. Oh, thanks. Come on, Mr. Nick. Please have some of this cake.
Yeah, thanks. Pearls?
Oh, excuse me. I was in the middle of cleaning the toilet.
She was cleaning the toilet, but Nick just cleaned it this morning. Hey, it's okay. I just cleaned it this morning.
Too late.
This might be a good time for me to ask about her. I first met Pearls a year ago. It was when that murder happened at Codeine Village. I still remember what she said to me when we first met.
You're Mr. Nick, right? You're Mystic Maya's special someone.
Hey, Maya, I've always thought it was because she was young, but...
But what?
Pearls, I think she's got the wrong idea. About you and me.
Huh? There's something you need to understand.
What is it?
It's kind of like a Korean village custom, sort of.
Pearls seems to love you a lot.
Well, it's because I'm her only cousin, and, well, because of the murder case last year, Pearlie's mother is...
Oh yeah. Kinda got her arrested. I remember now. Pearls' mother, Morgan Fay. She's serving a prison term in isolation right now. I wonder if any of the other perpetrators that Nick's put away have been put in isolation. That seems pretty extreme. But I guess it is murder.
So you see, I'm the only family Pearlie has right now. But it's the same for me too.
Maya,
my mother's gone too.
Yeah, we don't know where her mother is. Are we gonna ever get to see her? That'd be kind of neat. I feel like that's gonna be... they're bringing it up again, which makes me think that's gonna be a big part of this game's story.
There are hardly any men in Codeine Village.
Now that you mention it, I never actually saw any men there when I visited.
I'm pretty sure I told you about it a long time ago. About how spiritual powers run very strong in the Fey family.
Yeah, you did. And that's why you're undergoing training to become a spirit medium, right?
Yeah. The thing is, only women can actually inherit the spiritual power. That's why the whole culture of Codeine Village kind of revolves around its women.
Well, that's understandable. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but because of that, there tends to be a lot of unsuccessful marriages.
Oh?
Well, men start to feel left out after a while, and then they just start leaving. Especially if the man has a daughter.
Are you saying that Pearl's father...
He's gone. He left the village when she was very young.
Boy, that's tough.
Yeah, and she grew up seeing nothing but unhappy marriages all around her. That's why she's so sensitive to things like that.
So your mother's still missing?
Yeah, and no one has any idea where she is.
Maya's mother, Misty Fay, the current master of the Codeine channeling technique. She disappeared 17 years ago after getting involved in a CERN police case. But you're sure she's still alive, right?
Yeah, I know she is. It's sort of a spirit medium thing.
And if your mother doesn't come back, then what?
Then according to the laws of the village, I'll become the next master.
Mystic Maya, the master of the Codeine technique. Sounds like a heavy responsibility.
Yeah, but there's no one else with the blood of the Fey main family who's a spirit medium. Well, Nick, why don't we go out and start investigating? We're not going to learn anything just sitting around the office.
Yeah, I know. But first I want to talk to Pearls.
Mr. Nick?
Yeah?
I acted like a baby.
Pearls?
I doubted you, even though Mystic Maya trusted you completely. I guess I still have a lot of training to do. Mr. Nick. Yes? From the bottom of my heart, I apologize for what I said.
Oh, it's okay. I'm the one that should be apologizing.
Well, I'm going out for a little bit.
Huh? Where are you going?
I may be small, but I still have a lot of spirit channeling power, so I'm going to show you I can be useful too, by finding evidence.
Hey, wait a... Ugh. She sure runs fast. Well, that would explain how she ran all the way from the village to the courthouse, instead of taking the train that one time.
Nick, let's back off and give her some room, okay?
Yeah. What did we expect? She's 9. She's 9 and she has the ability to transmogrify herself into anyone she wants, as long as they're dead. Honestly, I think she'd be pretty okay if she can do that sort of thing. Okay, can we go to here yet? Because this is like... Nope, that's still nothing. Okay, I had to make sure. Oh, here we go. Is she 8 or is she 9? Wasn't she 8 last time? Do we have her profile? Oh, she's 9 now. Yeah, she would have been 8 in the last game, I think. Because that's what her profile said. But it says it's 9 here.
Maya! Oh, Miss Andrews! I'm so sorry. It's my fault. Your precious urn. Your precious urn.
Please,
Calm down. What's wrong? It never ends. Everything I touch ends in failure. Maya, I'm so sorry. I'll do anything to make that up for you. No, it's okay. Don't... I know I don't look it, but I'm good with my hands. I could make you another urn. Hold on. Just wait, okay? Breathe, calm down, and talk to us. Forgive me. Forgive me.
dude, it's fine. She's not upset. We're gonna go find it. So when did you get the calling card for Mask the Mask?
Let's see. Exactly 10 days ago. I was going to show it to the police, but that detective stopped me. So you asked Detective Atme to help with security? Yes. In fact, it was about 20 days ago that I hired him. He seemed to know much more about Mask the Mask than the police.
So you hired him for security even before the calling card arrived?
Well, yes. I had a premonition that something bad might happen. I've learned to trust my hunches.
So that's why there are security cameras, even in the basement warehouse?
Yes. Lordly Taylor is very serious about their security measures. It was their way of saying, bring it on, to any potential thieves.
Well, he sure brought it on last night. And even left a nice souvenir.
Can you tell us a bit about the security for the treasure exhibit? It was all my fault. I never should have called this paltry little collection a treasure exhibit anyway.
Why do you say that? The urn that was stolen is a pretty important object.
Maybe, but its actual value after appraisal was, well,
Practically zero. Yeah, it wouldn't have anything to do with the fact that it was smashed into a million pieces, would it? And then misassembled?
zero? I polished it until it was just about glowing. I thought maybe I could make it look more valuable. But that urn contains the soul of Mystic Ami. Anyway, I left all the security arrangements to Detective Atme. But 5 days ago I began receiving all sorts of other exhibits from Kurin. Lots of people started going in and out of the warehouse down there. So maybe one of them was actually Mask the Mask in disguise. No, I personally checked out everyone that came through here, so that's not possible.
Knowing Adrian, she probably even checked out what they ate for breakfast that morning. Maybe she had breakfast with them. You know, to get to know them better. Do we have anything we can present her? Oh, maybe this. Miss Andrews?
I know, it's all my fault. But what's done is done. I'll make it up to you by making a new urn for you.
I'm just wasting my time. She's too far gone. Yeah, look at me means look at me. I love the puns in these games. Honestly, I think look at me is probably my favorite one so far. It feels like a normal name when you look at it. And like the pun's a little more subtle than some of the others. I don't think we have anything we can present her. Maybe the basement again? No. Okay, my first guess is that we have to present something, but... Oh, here we go. Never mind. We can finally talk to Luke again.
Hello?
Well, well, how lovely it is to see you again, my dear. Welcome to my abode. Relax and soak up the atmosphere.
We're actually kind of...
Shh! Silence! Precisely as I expected.
What is?
Zwei! The truth has once again been elegantly revealed to me. A lawyer and a spirit medium. Am I correct?
I think we've already been through this.
So my estimation was correct. Bloody! How truly elegant. Now then, what can I do for you?
You mentioned before that you were on guard duty all alone last night.
Precisely! This is my 5th encounter with my arch enemy. I refuse to allow anyone to interfere with the rightful pursuit of my prey.
I heard you've been after Mask the Mask since the very first theft?
Yes, my dear. I see you've done your homework. In his very first heist, that vile thief pilfered the famous jewel, the Tear of Emanon. I first encountered him in the museum's sacred hall, the crime scene itself.
So, that's why you were hired as security for the treasure exhibit?
I'm pretty sure he said that Adrian Andrews hired him.
Yes, I borrowed some equipment from Lordly Taylor and set the perfect trap.
You must mean the security camera.
But I thought you were watching the area yourself, too.
So, how did Mask the Mask manage to steal the urn? That's the million-dollar question. What is the Mask's modus operandi?
Mr. Atme? Did you know about the sacred urn?
I'm interested in only one thing, my dear, and that is Mask the Mask. Sacred urn? Pfft, that has nothing to do with this case.
But wasn't that what Mask the Mask stole this time?
I am a hunter, sir. The urn was nothing more than a lure to catch me. Do you yourselves remember the shape of the individual peanuts you throw to pigeons?
I don't think I like this guy's attitude, Nick. Well, anyway, it looks like he doesn't know about the urn.
There's something that kind of bothers me.
Please, my dear, ask me anything you like. After all, we are all but seekers, wandering alone in the dark.
Well, I was wondering how Mask the Mask managed to steal the urn. I mean, isn't it strange that you don't seem to know?
Yeah, now that you mention it, it is strange. After all, you were on guard that night at the scene of the crime. Unless you were sound asleep, you should have at least seen Mask the Mask. He's totally Mask the Mask. What the? It's a Cyclock.
Cyclock? Hey, Nick, what is this Cyclock thing?
Well, your Magatama lets me see when people are keeping secrets. By breaking their mental locks, I can find out what those secrets are.
What? This Magatama has that kind of power?
Maya, you're the one who gave me this Magatama last year.
Well, it's true that this Magatama is a prized family heirloom, but Pearly was the one that actually imbued it with spiritual powers, right? That's why I don't really know much about what it can do.
This is the woman that's going to take over the Kudain channeling school someday? Yeah, shouldn't Pearly be the one doing it? I mean, Pearly's like mastered the art of channeling at the age of 8. She imbued this Magatama with like spiritual power. Maya can't do any of that shit. She still has a hard time channeling people. Fucking Pearl can do it on the fly.
So how do you do it? How do you break the Cyclock thing?
Well, you present the Magatama to the person with the secret.
Cool. I can't wait to see it in action. Come on, try it out.
Oh boy. I think the future master still needs to learn how to be patient. Alright, I'm guessing we can break it now since this is kind of like the tutorial for this game. I mean, it's only the one lock. I'm sure we can break it right now. Detective Atme, you were standing guard at the scene of the crime. There's no way you didn't see Mask the Mask commit the crime.
Well now, I can hardly see why you're so positive about that. Yes, indeed, I was guarding the warehouse. That much is true. But I can tell you for certain that not a single person passed through that door.
I'm not sure why, but this Atme guy is lying through his teeth. I know. I'll show him some proof. Detective Atme, I have here proof that someone went through that door last night. There was a security camera set up at the scene of the crime. It should have automatically taken a photo of anyone that went through that door.
Precisely.
I hope you don't mind, but we've already gotten our hands on the camera data. As you can see, the camera went off exactly once last night.
What? But my monocle didn't catch anyone in its flash. It must have been some kind of computer malfunction. It must be.
Maybe it was your monocle that malfunctioned.
What? Are you saying that I didn't do my duty properly?
Detective Atme, you must have seen the thief last night. The question is, why are you trying to hide it? If he's hiding it, there must be some reason. Some reason that he desperately wants to keep hidden. And I've got just a piece of evidence that should prove it. Okay, let's suppose you didn't manage to see the mask. In that case, the reason you didn't at that time was because you were... unconscious. I doubt he was fast asleep. This guy seems pretty alert. Someone must have knocked him out.
I'm afraid that making a guess is not enough. Time to put your money where your mouth is. Show me your evidence.
Yeah, the Shichi Shito, most likely. I mean, it's why it was bent after all. And it became even more bent after Maya clunked Phoenix over the head with it. Detective Atme, you were knocked unconscious by the thief, weren't you?
Surely you must be joking. You think that I, Luke Atme, could be knocked unconscious so easily?
This sword proves it.
That's...
Before the theft, this sword was in the hand of the statue of Ami Fei. Furthermore, at the time, it was not bent. There's only one explanation. You were struck on the head and knocked unconscious by this sword. Well, Detective, how about it?
I'm impressed. You truly are an ace attorney. I can't deny that there may be a small hint of truth in what you say.
So, you were knocked out when the thief first clobbered you?
Clobber, what an ugly way of saying it, but I suppose you could put it that way. The carriage struck at the precise moment I turned to look at the computer.
So you never noticed that the thief had entered the warehouse?
No, the coward must have wormed his way in through somewhere besides the door. Perhaps the air ducts or the sewer pipes. Then my arch nemesis struck me on the head from behind with this gruesome item here.
Ouch! Mr. Atme should have his poor head examined. You can say that again. How could he have underestimated the thief that badly? The mask knocked Atme out during the crime with a blow to the back of the head. Okay. Well, I guess that possibly clears him of being the thief himself. I mean, someone got clunked on the head with that sword after all. Well, looks like we got one thing cleared up anyway. Huh? What? That Atme is the greatest ace detective in the world? No, that he never actually saw the thief. Oh, that's right. So the thief may not even be Mask the Mask.
Just one moment, Sir Lawyer. The thief was unquestionably Mask the Mask.
But you never actually saw him.
Perhaps so, but I installed a security camera for just such a contingency.
Oh.
Last night, the camera went off exactly once. Behold! This is a photo of the dastardly thief taken by the security camera.
Yep, that do be him. That's him. Mask the Mask. Wait, but that says 12:58, not 1 o'clock. Is that a contradiction that we need to note down? Clearly it says 12:58 in the corner there.
The thief cannot be none other than the arch-criminal Mask the Mask. After all, he has a very good reason for committing such brazen crimes.
What are you talking about? So what do you mean by he had a very good reason?
Exactly that. Mr. Delight had a very good reason to dress up and commit those crimes. There should be a green envelope somewhere in his room. You'll need to go and investigate.
Wait, how does he know about the green envelope? But how would you know about that?
Have you forgotten? You're speaking to the finest ace detective ever to walk on the face of the earth. The most brilliant mind since, well, ever. Look at me.
Well, I guess we better go and take a look, just in case. Alright, now we can go and take that note. Phoenix has no moral qualms about taking that note anymore. Oops, this one. I'm sorry, but we're gonna have to take your husband's note here. Thanks. Hey, Nick. Remember what Detective Atme said?
Exactly that. Mr. Delight had a very good reason to dress up and commit those crimes. There should be a green envelope somewhere in his room. You'll need it to go and investigate.
A green envelope, huh? Looks like this is it. Okay, let's have a look. If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world,
Come to KB Security at 1 a.m. on October 12th and bring $50,000. That's a lot of money. 50,000? This is a blackmail letter. Sure looks like a major clue, alright. If this guy has 50 grand to just give to some ransom note, why is he living in this, like, tiny little apartment on the 3rd floor? Written with a fountain pen, found in Ron's room. Oh, someone's at the door. I'll be right back. Won't take but a second, I promise. Oh, thank you for coming. That's so nice of you. When I see a damsel in distress, I just can't help myself. Please, come on in. I'll make some coffee. Really? Okay. I guess I'll make myself at home, pretty lady. That's not suspicious. Wait a minute, I know that voice. Oh, Nicky boy. I'm so sorry, but I've got another guest. Uh-oh. Wait, what? Nick, it's you! And Maya, too! What a fluke! Ah, Larry! Long time no see. What? You know each other? Nicky boy? Nick, do you and this girl have, you know, something going on? Something? If you mean what I think, I underestimated you, Nick. Gorgeous lady like this? And married, too! Way to go, dude! I knew it. Just when things can't get any worse, it's time to cue in the butts. Oh, come on, this guy's great. I love this guy. See, if he's gonna be a reoccurring character, I'm fine with that. It's just those other two that I'm like, no. Don't get them out here. Larry Butts. Ever since grade school, he's been not exactly a close friend, but yeah, we know each other. Hey man, that wasn't nice. I was your very first client. We've got quite the storied history, he and I. And what we used to say still rings true. When something smells, it's usually the butts. Mad on guard. Okay, Mad was okay too. Yeah, actually, he was pretty cool. I mean, for a villain, he definitely was. But I don't think Matt's gonna be a reoccurring character. He was like a one-off for the case. I doubt he's a reoccurring character. That man's probably locked up tight under lock and key in jail. Unless there's a case where we actually go and visit jail. Actually, that'd be cool. Go and visit jail and you see all of the people Phoenix got put away. Hey now, come on, you're embarrassing me. And in front of this pretty little thing here. So you two are old childhood friends, I see. That's so sweet. You two go ahead and catch up on old times. I'm going to go check on my bike. Nice girl, that Desi. So how have you been, Nick? Too busy if you really want to know. Why are you here, though? So what have you been up to this whole time? It's been 2 years since I heard from you. What's with those clothes? You look, well, weird. Hey man, that's uncalled for. It's my uniform for my part-time job. But I can't believe it's been 2 years. They say time flies when you're having fun. Huh? What's wrong? Nick, I gotta tell you. Woman, I don't trust him anymore. You get dumped again? Well, you know Benifer? I followed her all the way to Japan 2 years ago. That's where I met the famous Caddy Tom and my whole life changed. Benifer? Caddy Tom? I've never even heard of either of them. Anyway, dude, Caddy Tom chose Hollywood over me. Can you believe it? Well, actually... Anyway, sounds like you had quite the adventure. Women, they're so... Oh, but you're different, Maya. You're not like the rest. Looks like he's still the same old Larry. So, what are you doing here anyway? Huh? What do you mean by that? I'm just a natural-born nice guy, that's all. Well, actually, I picked this up last night while I was working. A wallet? You say you found this last night. Yeah, it had driver's license in it, so I figured I'd return it myself. Found by Larry at his part-time security jobs company building, night of the crime. Hang on, let me see that for a minute. I knew it. Desi's picture is in here. Yeah, I guess he really digs his wife, huh? Hey, Nick, it's not what you're thinking at all. No, I'm pretty sure it is. You haven't changed a bit. Ah, no way, man. I mean, she's a married woman. That's just bad news. Really is here to just check out Miss Delight. How many times will Larry work in a job? I'm surprised he got security after, like... Okay, I don't know how he lands these jobs.
Like, how did he end up with, like, a food stall in a park at Christmas time? Trying to sell hot dogs or, I don't know, pork buns, whatever version of the game you want to consider canon. And then now he's like a part-time security guard? Like, how do you go from running a hot dog stand to part-time security? And then during that time have all the money and time to run around chasing after girls halfway across the world.
So you say you found out your job, right?
Yeah, I'm working for a private security company as a guard. Chicks just love a guy in uniform, you know?
Security guard, huh? So that's what that uniform is all about. So what time was it when you found this last night?
Huh? Why are you asking me that? Trying to see if I've got an alibi?
You're not the one on the hook for a crime this time, buddy. Or so we think.
I guess it was around 1 o'clock in the morning on the first floor of our company building.
What was Mr. Delight's wallet doing there?
Anyway, there's nothing weird about that.
I also wonder how people can hold low-paying jobs and travel the world. You see that a lot. It's like, someone's got a part-time job and they're like, yeah, I just came back from like a fucking 2-week vacation traveling across Europe. I'm like, these people must be like just really good at budgeting their money. Really good at saving up or something. It's probably not impossible, but man, the effort it would take makes it very unlikely.
After all, he works there.
He works there? You mean Mr. Delight?
Sure. Here, take a look at this. It's right there in his wallet.
What's this card?
It's a key card for the security company. See? It's got a serial number on it right here. There's no mistake about it.
You said you're working part-time as a security company, right?
That's right. Why are you making that scary face?
Security company, huh? Something's not quite secure about Larry working there. I need to find out as much as I can about this key card. Found inside Ron's wallet, apparently used for the building of his part-time job. Wait, how rich is Ron if he only has a part-time job? If he's rich, why does he even need a part-time job? Can we go there? Or should we go ask him about it? No. Oh, maybe if I ask him about the card, he'll explain it further. That or the green envelope. It's gonna be one of those two. So you're sure about this key card?
Yep, that's the key card we used at the building I work in. According to the serial number, this one is for the CEO's office. You need to get into that room, and every time you use that card, it leaves a record.
Wait, is Ron Delight the CEO? Oh, that would explain so much.
It leaves a record?
Yeah, it tells you exactly who entered the room and when.
Larry, I need that data.
Whoa, slow down, man. Sorry, but that data's off limits to outsiders. If I lost this job, I'd never have a chance with Tessie.
Wait, you don't. You just said you weren't gonna do that. It's times like these when I wish lawyers weren't so powerless. Found in Ron's wallet. Opens the KB Security CEO's office. Leaves a record when used. Maybe because everything is in one place, we'll have to find out. Yeah. I'm gonna try presenting this. Does this give anything? Hey, Larry, what about this?
What? You got something to say it already. Huh? A blackmail letter?
Do you know anything about this?
What? I don't know anything about Alexis, and that's the truth.
Wait, huh?
I can't believe you did this to me. I thought you were my friend. $50,000. I don't have that kind of money.
No, you don't understand. This blackmail letter was sent to Ron Delight.
Oh, man, you scared me. I almost had a heart attack, you idiot.
Wait, I'm the idiot?
Man, I was totally confused because it says KB Security right in the envelope.
Yeah. So what?
That's where I've got a part-time job, at KB Security.
What? You didn't figure that out? This guy knows about KB Security key cards, and he has KB Security written on his shirt. Sounds like I should really find out some more about this KB Security company. Can we ask him about it? We can. KB Security, the company in the blackmail letter. You know about it?
That's where I work, yeah. In fact, I'm on the job right now.
Huh? So what are you doing here then?
Well, the boss is away right now, and you know what mice do when the cat's away.
So you're slacking is what you're doing. Yes, yes. Anyway, how far away is this company?
Let me see, about 30 minutes by car, I guess. Well, if you fly down the road anyway.
Well, this apartment building is pretty close to Lord Lee Taylor, right?
And it would take roughly an hour to go from here to the KB security and back.
If Rhonda Light was at KB security when the robbery occurred, then...
Oh. Then he couldn't have stolen the sacred urn. Hey, Nick, your phone. Hello? Is this the Wright residence?
Ah, Pearls, where are you?
I thought I'd go to Lord Lee Taylor to try and find some more clues, but I'm afraid I've gotten lost.
And before she gets kidnapped.
What? Give me that phone, Nick. But Pearly, where are you right now? I was walking along and I found myself in front of that person's office. That person? Who? The person who doesn't act his age and always says Zavari when he's excited.
Look at me, Ace Detective. Okay, stay right there. We're coming to get you.
Alright, I'm a little scared.
Alright, let's go, Maya.
Wait a second, Nick.
What?
That phone call just now. Sound like a real cutie. Another one of your special friends?
Dude, she's 9. Say goodbye to Miss Delight for me, would you, Larry? Yeah, we're leaving. Yep, definitely nothing suspicious in this room.
Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya. Pearly. I never thought I'd see the two of you again.
What, was that scary, mean detective gonna kidnap you or something? So is Mr. Ace Detective out of the office?
Yes, when I arrived here, there wasn't a single soul in sight. Say, Nick, doesn't it look like something's changed since we were here last?
No, everything's the same. I don't know what you're talking about, Maya. Going on one of your crazy rants again about how you know everything. Now that you mention it, making up more shit in your head again. Definitely nothing's changed.
It's big. I'm sure it wasn't here before. It looks quite full. I wonder what could be in here. Hey, Nick, come on, open it up.
Hey, wait a minute. We can't just open his private property.
Don't be such a fuddy-duddy. This is important investigation.
That's true. And truth be told, I have to admit, I'm kind of curious.
Well, what's in there?
Hang on a sec. I'm taking it out now. Whatever it is, it feels kind of hard and smooth.
Hello there.
He's here.
What are you doing, Sir Lawyer? I'm shocked to see a servant of the court ignoring the law so frequently.
I'm really sorry. Maya made me do it.
Nick, I can't believe you.
A gentleman never uses a lady as an excuse for his own poor behavior. The real question is, can you afford to waste your time lollygagging about here?
What do you mean by that?
Perhaps I should make myself more clear. Tomorrow's trial. Somebody, shall we say the figurative Sir William will be dropping his panties before lunchtime.
Wow, Nick. Sounds like it's gonna be really exciting.
Who is this Sir William? And why is he wearing panties? What's gonna happen at the trial tomorrow that's so dramatic?
Do you know what your biggest mistake so far has been, Sir Lawyer? It was becoming a lawyer in the first place.
That certainly does sound like a big mistake, Mr. Nick.
Tomorrow will be a day to remember. I, Luke Atby, will take the stand. And then, Savai! My testimony will prove to be the undoing of the lot of you. Yes, all of you. I will unmask you as the thief's co-conspirators.
Conspirators?
You're quick on the defensive, I see. However, it is not I that is your greatest enemy. There's a far more dangerous threat that you will face during the trial.
What are you talking about?
Smooth and hard, that has to be an out of context line. Every line in this game can be out of context if you think about it. The entire last game, all of case 3, every single line was just ripe for out of context. Anytime the statue was mentioned, anytime any of the characters were mentioned, in that case was a fever dream.
Sir Lawyer, if you're truly who you are say, I'm sure you've heard of him. His name is Godot.
Godot?
You've taken a step down the path of foolishness.
I've heard that one before, many times.
To try and defend a queer criminal who deserves nothing less than the death penalty.
Hey, last time I checked, no one knows for sure that Mr. Delight really is Damask.
I've never heard of, like, a thief getting the death penalty before. That seems a little harsh.
My dear lady, times may change, but people, sadly, do not. Well, you will understand this when you are more mature.
Who is this Godot person?
It's not surprising a spirit medium has not heard the name. Godot, the persecutor whose equal cannot be found in this country, but in heaven.
Wait, someone better than Miles Edgeworth, Franziska von Karma, and her dad all in one? I doubt it.
Godot, a legend or myth. Men pin a lifetime of hopes on the chance to simply meet him.
Prosecutor Godot. But the best prosecutor in the country isn't Godot, it's Mr. Edgeworth. Isn't that right, Nick?
It's no surprise that a spirit medium such as yourself would know nothing of this. But ace prosecutor Miles Edgeworth is currently traveling abroad.
Huh?
In fact, it was Mr. Edgeworth who acknowledged Godot as the best in this country.
And you agree with that?
Most certainly. In fact, you could call him the Luke Atme of the prosecutor's office.
Oh, that's good to hear. The prosecution has a fighting chance tomorrow. Mr. Nick, is this Godot really that strong?
I seem to remember hearing about someone like that.
Not surprising. Some people spend their entire lives idly waiting for his appearance.
Looks like we're done investigating for today.
Sir Lawyer, the stage has been set, and all the pieces are finally in place.
Yeah, turnabout Big Top, that fucking case. Ugh. The less said about that case, the better. It was a mess.
All that remains now is for the dance to begin.
A new prosecutor, an ace detective, and a thief. This will be one tough trial. I'm looking forward to meeting this, Godot. This is like, what, the fourth time that we've heard someone say they're the best prosecutor in all the country? Or the world? And now this guy's claiming to be the best in all of the universe? Doubt it.
Hey, Nick.
What is it? Something wrong?
Nah, but did you see all the people here? It's crazy. Oh, so check this. Check out the mask-to-mask glossy I bought.
What? There's merchandise? Of a thief? You bought this? Where?
From the little tents in front of the courthouse. They have all sorts of things for sale.
Is that legal?
You know, I'm kind of a sucker for this stuff.
A shot of mask-to-mask striking a pose. Boy, I can't wait to see how that's used.
Come on, I'm guilty. Throw the book at me.
Why screaming like that?
Oh, Mr. Wright, you made it.
Yeah, I did, but it doesn't look like things are going to get any less ugly for you.
Because I did it. I am the criminal. Me.
He's at it again.
I sent the calling card to Lord Lee Taylor. I admit it.
But you don't have the sacred urn, right?
Well, that's true, but that doesn't mean that I didn't commit the crime.
Normally when I say of course you didn't, I'm being sarcastic, but you... Yikes.
Anyway, I admit I am guilty. So make sure they give me a guilty verdict, please.
Oh, there you are, Ronnie. Bonjour, sweetie.
Oh, Destiny, honey. Bonjour. Well, actually, I don't really know why I should be speaking French to you at a time like this.
Leave it all to me, Ronnie. I swear I'll protect you. Well, you see, actually, the thief is, me. Can I tell you something, Nicky boy? I can guarantee that my Ronnie is innocent. If he's declared guilty, I'll be ever so cross with you. So why are you smiling when you say it? Well, if you excuse me, I've got some errands I need to take care of. I'm counting on you, Nicky boy. Good luck. To be honest, I really don't know whether Ron is mask to mask or not. But there's only one thing I am sure of. He doesn't have the sacred urn right now. Mr. Delight, it's time for you to enter the courtroom. For the time being, I guess I'll have to trust Desiree.
Oh boy, look at this guy. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Ron Delight.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
What about the prosecution? Are you prepared to?
What a stupid question.
What did you say?
Fine. Let me ask you then, Your Honor. Are you ready? Are you ready to pass judgment?
No, I'm not. I will pass judgment after I hear the arguments from both sides.
Well, if you're not ready to pass ready yourself, you shouldn't expect others to be. That's a rule to live by.
Who are you?
I am Godot. Legendary prosecutor. I've never lost a case. He's the one that Detective Anthony was talking about.
You know, there seems to be a lot of legendary prosecutors who've claimed to never lost a case. I'm sure they're a dying breed, though, as long as Phoenix Wright is on the job.
Yes, your reputation precedes you. What kind of cases have you dealt with so far?
None.
Well, I mean, you know, that's one way to not lose a case.
What did you say?
I've never prosecuted a case before.
Never? But you said you've never lost before.
Exactly. I've never lost. I've never won before either.
Quite arrogant for a beginner, aren't you?
Even the mightiest of redwoods begin their lives as mere saplings.
Yes, but a mask? In a court of law?
Don't you know anything? No matter the man, we all wear masks. Either on our faces or our hearts.
This guy's the real deal, alright, Nick. Why does it seem like all prosecutors are the real deal? I love this guy. He's like the only thing I remember from what little bit of this game that I've played is this guy. And he's probably my favorite prosecutor.
So we finally meet Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Nick, is he a friend of yours?
No, I don't have any friends that call me Trite.
Just who is this masked man?
I returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you.
Well then, Prosecutor Gobo,
It's not Gobo, it's Godot, Your Honor.
In any case, please give your opening statement.
Opening statement? Those things are not fit for even dogs to consume. I have only one thing to say before we start. To you, Mr. Trite.
What is it?
Are you familiar with the saying, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link? I wonder how much you can withstand before you and your case break in two.
Well then, let's hear the first witness.
My name is, no one has asked for your name, witness. The important thing is what you know, that's all. Start talking. We're listening.
Yes, sir.
Alright, witness, first, let's hear about, what you know about the thief that stole the urn.
Godot? Is it actually? Oh, is it supposed to be French? I've never seen that name before. Like, this is the only guy I've ever seen. I've never seen anyone speak his name, and this is the only time I've ever seen anyone called that name. So I didn't actually know that. He's pronounced Godot, or Godot. Godot makes sense to me if it's supposed to be French. I guess that makes sense considering we're dealing with a bunch of French characters as it is. Master Mask is a master thief that first started his crime spree 6 months ago. He's so confident that he sends his calling card before he even commits the crime. This is his 5th heist, and has usually sent a card to Lordly Taylor. His plan is to always go after only the most precious art pieces. That's why we're sure it was Master Mask, sir. It fits his MO to a T. But we know that the urn is worthless, so why would he steal it?
So this the actual identity of this Master Mask is... Mr. Godo, what are you?
I don't know if now's the time to be drinking coffee, but sure.
We're in the middle of a trial here, Mr. Godo.
Darker than a moonless night, hotter and more bitter than hell itself. This coffee. I'm sure you could grant me at least this much, Your Honor. Oh, please, proceed.
I do wonder, why did he stole some worthless pot? Yeah, like, maybe the pot was worth something before it broke into 1,000,000 pieces and then misassembled by a kid.
Very well, it's only coffee after all.
What? You can't be laying him aside this early in the trial. I mean, actually, is coffee that weird to drink in court? Because, I mean, they have water for sure. But, like, are they allowed to have coffee in there too? I never thought about that. Maybe he's fine. I mean, it's certainly a lot tamer than bringing a whip to court and smacking people with it.
Well, Nick, what are you going to do?
As long as they haven't brought up Mr. Delight's identity, all we can do is show that it wasn't Master Mask who stole the urn. Yeah, coffee's fine. Okay, yeah, like, that seems fine to me, too. Alright. So he started his crime spree 6 months ago. Have you been involved in the investigation from the beginning?
Yep, nobody knows more about the thief than me, pal. It's true, I'm a Zavadi, author on thieves.
An author? He's written books about thieves? I think he probably meant to say authority.
The fact that this guy can slip through even my fingers shows how good he is, pal.
It's easy when those fingers happen to be Butterfingers. So nobody knows more about the thief than you, huh?
You got it, pal. Except maybe for the thief's mom, that is.
Isn't there someone who knows even more about him than the police?
You don't mean Detective Zavadi, do you?
Who is this person, Zavadi? He sounds German.
His name is Luke Atme, sir. I guess I shouldn't have made up such a silly name for him.
What the heck? I guess he's not all that famous after all.
Anyway, it's true that he did manage to retrieve the last item the thief stole.
Oh, I see. It seems you're not the expert you claim to be.
Dang.
It looks like the thief is toying with me, even now.
I do wonder who serves Godot coffee. Godot coffee? Yeah, like, it just slides across the desk like that. He doesn't have anyone there. Maybe he just conjures it out of the ether. I mean, he said he came from hell. Maybe he's a demon. That would explain the mask. Have you seen all of these so-called calling cards?
Of course I have. Except, the person in charge of the treasure exhibit never brought their card to the police office. To the police. So I didn't see this one until after the crime occurred.
That's because Detective Atme stopped Mr. Andrews from taking it to the police.
Was the calling card that Lordly Taylor received authentic?
Well, other cards have one common identifying feature. We're not releasing that information to the general public.
But you're absolutely certain that this card is real.
Gumshoe can't say it out loud, but I bet he's talking about Master Mask's emblem. His 5th heist. And your 5th screw-up, huh?
Objection, pal. That ain't fair. Maybe you could say I screwed up 4 times. This last time wasn't my fault. I didn't know about the calling card this time.
You of all people shouldn't be chuckling about this. Detective Gumshoe.
I just want everyone here in the card room to know something. If you ever get a calling card from this guy, don't call some stupid private eye. Call your local police right away. Got me?
Wow. Looks like he's really got it in for Detective Atme. If I'm correct, he was planning to drink alcohol and smoke, but they changed it to coffee. Ah, okay. I mean, that might have been a little much. Like, even you know, the censorship aside, I feel like smoking and drinking alcohol in the courtroom might have been just a little much. The whip is fine. We're all okay with the whip. But I don't know, seeing someone drink and smoke in a court? Yeah. I just can't picture him drinking alcohol and drinking well, maybe a whiskey. If it was like a nice whiskey in a glass, I could see that. But smoking? I don't know. That guy doesn't look like someone who would smoke. Art pieces. Like what, for example? Well, his first target was the famous tear of Eminon.
What's that? Some kind of especially salty teardrop?
No, sir. It's a blue diamond. A single red diamond. Next was the crown of Bungoa. You know, the thing you put on your head. After that was the left hand of Hades, and then the portrait of Medina, sir. Detective Amy retrieved the portrait of Medina and returned it to the museum. And the target of his fifth and last robbery was the sacred urn, right?
But isn't it difficult for him to dispose of such famous art pieces?
Well, we assume he must have some underworld connections. Somehow Mr. Delight doesn't look the type. Yeah, he's a little too sunny to be hanging out in the underworld. What do you mean when you say it fits his MO to a T?
I was thinking of asking the same thing myself.
I wish you would listen a little more closely, pal. First of all, it's the calling card. We're 100% certain it's authentic. Then there's the fact that he seemed to know all about the security system. And finally, his target was an art piece. Those are all part of the thief's modus operandi.
And so, since this robbery seems to fit all of those conditions...
That's right. It means that the Master Mask is behind it. Nick, it definitely looks like it was Mask the Mask who stole the urn. But there's no real evidence either way as to whether Ron Delight is Mask the Mask. But... Also, the urn hasn't turned up yet, let alone in connection to Mr. Delight himself. So even though we know it was Mask the Mask that did it... Maybe for the time being I should try to show it wasn't Mask the Mask that did it. Okay, so we need to disprove that it was him that went after the urn. Which makes sense. So I'm thinking like, because we know, is that something that's in the evidence here? Yeah, supposedly priceless but has no monetary value. Spaniards always will go after the most precious art pieces. So do we want to present the urn on this one? Because he specifically says precious? Or this one based off what we pressed him on? I'm going to say probably this one is correct. With the urn. I'm going to try this one here. Yeah, okay. This is the one they want you to go for. They seem like they both could work, but this series loves to just make one of them the arbitrary answer. Can I ask you a little something, Detective Gumshoe? Just hearing the little in that question is making me nervous. You said that he always goes after the most precious art pieces, right? That's right, pal. But there's one problem. That's not what he did in this case. The supposedly priceless urn doesn't exactly rise to the level of precious art. What do you mean? Nick, how can you say such a terrible thing? No, I mean, from a financial point of view. I mean, it wouldn't fetch a good price. It's in pieces. No one's gonna buy that shit.
Well, Prosecutor Godot, what was the value of that urn?
The appraisers I spoke to said they couldn't attach a price to it. And I mean that in the worst sense.
So in other words, it was not the kind of item that Master Mask would normally go after.
If I understand you correctly, Mr. Wright, you're saying that the theft of the sacred urn was not the work of Mask the Mask.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Actually, all I did was point out the contradiction. The argument made itself, but,
Well, first of all, we need to get this issue cleared up. Was this last robbery the work of Mask the Mask or not? What do you have to say about this, Mr. Godot?
This coffee here, it's my own special blend. I call it Godot number 107. I'm trying to decide whether to cut down on the acidity or the bitterness. That's the only thing I've got on my mind right now. Mr. Trite. What? If you're really a man, you should clean up your own mess.
Sorry, but I don't get what you mean.
If you're saying it wasn't Master Mask that stole the urn, then it must be someone imitating Master Mask's methods. A fake.
A fake the Mask?
Fake the Mask?
That sounds so ridiculous. I like it.
Now, before I sign my coffee, I believe some proof is in order, Mr. Trite. Proof that the person who appeared at Lordly Taylor that night was actually a fake.
Though I don't approve of Mr. Godot's behavior, his point is valid. Mr. Wright, we're waiting.
Looks like I'm gonna have to prove it. I need proof that the person at Lordly Taylor that night was in fact fake Damask. Oh. Oh, do we... Okay. Are we still under the assumption that Ron is Mask Damask? In which case, do we need to prove his alibi? Or are we just, like, gonna go for something else entirely here is the question. That's his publicity photo. I doubt that's it. Proof that the person at Lordly Taylor that night was in fact fake Damask. Did we get a picture of that? Well, we got this. Okay, well, his costume doesn't quite match the real thing. It looks more like Ron's costume, which is not great for us, but that might be what we need in this moment. Godot drinks 17 cups of coffee per trial? Wait, really? Like, there's... Every trial, there's 17 times he has a new cup of coffee with him. That's a lot of coffee! Is he, like, decaffeinated or something? That guy's probably wired. Or maybe he's like me and he's just, like, falls asleep by the end of every trial after consuming caffeine. I can't... If I consume caffeine, it has the complete opposite effect as you'd expect. Yeah, I'm gonna say this is probably what we need to go for here. Because, like, it doesn't have... If we compare it to the publicity photo... He's missing this big brooch around his neck. So let's see. Fake Damask. Okay, well then that makes this pretty obvious. The proof is right here.
This looks like a photo taken by a security camera.
But if you look closely, you'll notice something peculiar about it. Well then, why don't you go ahead and show us what it is? Go on, use this pointer and show us just what about this picture is so peculiar. Well, it's right here. Well, or lack thereof. It's right here, of course.
You don't mean Mask the Mask?
I have here a piece of reference I would like the court to take a look at. Isn't that the publicity photo I brought in this morning? Yeah, it was. Thank you for your assistance, Maya. The problem I have with the security camera photo is the brooch on the mask's chest.
A brooch? Here, bailiff, get my steed. We need to retreat at once.
What? A brooch, Your Honor. It's sort of a clasp for holding one's cape on.
A clasp, eh? Ah, I see it now.
The master mask in the security camera photo. Ah, he has no brooch. That brooch is the same as the emblem on the Damask's calling card, and serves as a symbol. But the thief that broke into Lordly Taylor wasn't wearing a brooch. In other words, this Master Mask is a fake. I've been fooled again!
Honor, it's true, it's undeniably true. Detective Gumshoe, how could you have overlooked this?
I'm sorry, sir. I don't know how I... Is this, brew number 108 or 109? Hey now. If you're gonna have a pity party, invite me too.
Mr. Godot, you deserve some blame in this too. How could you have overlooked such a large brooch?
The brooch you're talking about. Do you mean this? That's Master Mask's brooch.
Where did you find it?
Well, I've always had a good nose for evidence. I got it at the crime scene. It was hidden in the shadow of a big female Buddha statue. Buddha statue? He must mean the Ami Faye statue. Why didn't you tell me about that, sir? I always put evidence away in my pocket. After all, it's the safest place for crucial evidence. That seems like not the correct response, but okay. This guy's one cool customer. It's a little early to be shaken up, isn't it, little lady? That friend of yours left a pretty little hickeys on there, too.
Hickeys?
Figuratively speaking, of course.
I'm referring to Rondelight's fingerprints.
What? What? The defendant's fingerprints are on the brooch.
Ah, shit.
Order in the court. Mr. Godot, let's see that brooch.
I've grown attached to my metallic girlfriend here. Take good care of her.
It appears to have been torn off some clothing. There's a little bit of cloth left on the back.
Obviously, there must have been a big struggle that night at the crime scene.
Uh-oh. Phoenix, we have a problem. Found in the shadow of Ami Faye's statue. Looks like it was torn off of some clothing.
Huh. You mess with Godot. And you get burned.
He's been playing me like a violin.
Well, Judge, I'm about ready to call my next witness.
You're done with me, but I haven't proven anything yet.
You've proven your own incompetence. That's good enough.
That doesn't sound good at all.
Bailiff, bring in the next witness into the courtroom.
Finally time for the ace detective to make his appearance, huh? Yep, there he is.
1 second is one drip of the coffee pot. Let's hurry it up. Shh! Silence!
Your favorite kanji so far? Oh yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Now I see. It's all becoming clear.
What's clear?
Zavali! The truth has once again been elegantly revealed to me. What we have here is a judge and a prosecutor, a coffee maniac at that. Am I correct?
Well, yes, that's right.
Not bad. Not bad at all. You're the first person that's ever been able to penetrate my secret veil.
What secret veil? You're standing in the prosecutor's stand.
Well, Sir Prosecutor, let me introduce myself. My name is Luke Atme, ace detective and rising star, illuminating the heavens.
Boy, these two make a perfect pair. They better be best friends or they'd tear each other's heads off.
I've heard that on the night of the crime, you were all alone on security detail.
You have heard correctly. My specially made monocle is worth more than 100 Detective Gumshoes. If Detective Gumshoe was worth anything, that is.
Why was this guy all by himself anyway? There must be some reason. I'm sure of it. You like kanji filled with boxes. Oh, don't worry. There's lots of those ones. Especially when they all like merge together and you don't know which parts are the radicals.
Well then, tell us what this special monocle of yours witnessed.
Turns out his monocle is just like a normal magnifying glass that he somehow lodged into his skull.
It was approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, just after the date changed. That's when my nemesis, the infamous Master Mask, dancingly descended upon me. Just as I began to turn, the coward struck a fierce blow upon my noble head. Darkness swallowed me before I could land a single strike. When I awoke, he was gone. 30 minutes later, I used an emergency phone to notify the police.
So you didn't get a clear look at the criminal?
My specially made monocle never misses a thing. However, that is limited to things that fall within my own visual range. But of course, that's only natural.
I fail to see why the witness seems so proud of his performance that evening.
Well, Sir Oldtimer, let me explain. We are not speaking of any ordinary thief, but of the King of Thieves, the great Master Mask, my arch enemy.
Who's only been active for 6 months.
That is what my instincts and my years of experience tell me.
Very well. Proceed with the cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Alright. Just after a date change. Okay, well that checks out with the security photo camera, that the camera photo that we had. It said 12:58, so it's basically 1 o'clock. So that would be 1 o'clock on the morning of the 12th, correct?
That's an impressive deduction, Sir Lawyer.
You were on security duty that night. Where exactly were you at the time?
A penetrating question. I was in the basement warehouse, near the computer.
In the computer, huh?
So then you weren't trying to remain hidden, I take it? Up to this point, I have tried to remain concealed while waiting for the thief.
Yeah, he said the same thing yesterday, too.
Kimchi also said they've never spotted the thief at its crime scenes before.
Precisely! That is precisely why I chose not to hide last night. I knew that by not concealing myself, I would be putting pressure on the thief.
Looks like the thief was the one applying pressure. On your pigeony head, that is.
In any case,
Your least favorite are the ones with all the small lagging strokes? Oh, those ones. I don't know, I like drawing those ones. They're okay. I like them more than the boxes because they're easier to draw. Dancingly descended. From where exactly? Well, apparently this guy can fly if the prologue was any indication.
well, from the entrance, I suppose. Where else?
So in actuality, he neither danced nor descended. Someone please save me. So how is it you didn't notice the thief?
My eyes were looking for the thief's shadow while my ears listened for his footfalls. But even so, the dastardly criminal managed to sneak up on me. It can only be due to his subtly camouflaged cape and soft-soled shoes.
I hereby W A stunts. My dedicate the following stroke order. It is very important that you do so. It may not look like it, but yeah, you kind of should. You didn't see the criminal's face when that happened.
Well, that is the difficult part. How should I put it? I saw his mask. That's all I can recall. That's not very solid as far as testimony goes. However, fortunately, I had my third monocle, the security camera, at the ready.
Wait, what's your second monocle?
It captured his image perfectly. This should be sufficient, I believe. Well, as long as this photo is authentic, I don't see a problem here. Well, Mr. Godot, do you have a problem with the photo?
He's too busy drinking his coffee to care.
Good. Let's continue with the testimony.
Attacked and knocked unconscious, and you weren't able to do a thing? That's certainly some very impressive detective work.
Well, Sir Lawyer, have you ever been suddenly struck on the head?
Huh? Well, actually, yes. By a fire extinguisher.
And what happened?
I was knocked out.
And you lost your memory too. You see? You have no right to look down on me then, do you? The only reason I didn't lose my memory is because I have more brains to begin with.
You may have brains, but the wiring to the self-reflection part seems to be severed.
In any case, that was how I was knocked senseless. And then...
So he was knocked out for 30 minutes, so the police weren't notified until 1:30 a.m. About this 30 minutes.
My silver cord was loosened and my soul fled to the golden halls of Elysium.
As usual, I have no idea what this guy is saying. I think he's saying that he was out cold.
So, what happened during those 30 minutes? No one can say, Your Honor. That span of time has truly vanished into the ether.
Just what is he going on about? There's something suspicious about Detective Atme. How can he not have noticed when the thief came in? Also, he says he was knocked unconscious before he could fight back. That can't be right. It contradicts the evidence. Huh? Which piece? Real question is, why would he tell such an obvious lie? I mean, there seems to be indication of some sort of struggle, so he could have just been knocked out cold. Like, snuck up and knocked out like a Metal Gear Solid guard. He had to have fought someone, because, like, that's probably how the brooch got pulled off. Okay, so which one of these is the one we need to present on? Does it begin to turn? The coward struck a fierce blow upon my noble head. Okay. Darkness swallowed me before I could land a single strike. When I woke, he was gone. Okay, so my current working theory here is we need to present the brooch, because the brooch is evidence of a struggle. Because the brooch was torn off of his cape. Looks like it was torn off of some clothing. If he was the only one there when the thief arrived, then the only person that could have fought with the thief is him. Therefore, he probably would have had to been responsible for ripping this off. Mr. Atme, could you take a look at this with that special monocle of yours?
Aha! This belongs to the criminal mastermind, my arch nemesis, Mask the Mask. It is, in point of fact, Mask the Mask's brooch.
It was found on the floor of the basement warehouse. I wonder how that happened.
Elementary, my dear lawyer. Obviously, it wasn't glued on well enough.
Not quite. It clearly shows signs of having been ripped off of a piece of clothing.
Ripped off?
Ah! We can only deduce that the thief struggled with something that night. That's the only thing I can think of. And there's only one person that was in a position to have a struggle with the thief. The only person that was on security duty that night. You, Detective Atme.
Ugh.
Detective Atme, you must have fought with the thief that night. So, why did you lie in your testimony to the court?
Witness, giving false testimony is a serious crime. No. Wait, just a moment, Sir Oldtimer. Don't talk to me like I'm living in some nursing home. I just remembered, Your Honor. I was just confused because I've been dealing with so many cases lately.
Oh yeah, you just happen to have another case where you were looking at a security computer and getting clunked over the head? I'm sure it happens all the time.
The true measure of a man is in the amount of work he does. That's what I always say.
Nick, you can only handle one case at a time. Isn't that right? You talk too much.
Witness, so you're now saying that you and the thief fought?
Hold on. That's quite enough, Your Honor.
Excuse me?
Save the big questions for the testimony. That's one of my rules.
Indeed, I understand. Look at me, agree completely. Indeed, it is true that I looked away from the door for a brief moment. However, Look at me cannot be so easily discombobulated. Unfortunately, the thief grabbed a weapon from the side and rendered me senseless. A true gentleman fights only with his fists, but they were not enough. His first blow struck true. Bam! And that's all she wrote. So in the end, you did catch a glimpse of Mask the Mask. Correct. It was during his third crime that he struck me from behind.
But we're talking about his fifth crime.
It seems that my memory has become a tad jumbled, so to speak. Well, that's certainly understandable. I myself always get confused about which testimony goes with which case.
That can't be good. No, that really can't be. So why did you look away from the door anyway?
In addition to the camera, I had prepared a variety of other sensors as well.
Like what?
The alarm on one of those had gone off, so I had to check the data. That's why I went to the computer. Elegantly, of course.
What, he did, like, prance his way over to the computer? So you were momentarily vulnerable when you were working on the computer. What should I do? Should I ask for some more questions? Let's ask about the sensor. What kind of sensors are you talking about?
There are other places in the basement that someone could enter and exit from. There are air conditioner ducts, sewer pipes, and a cat door as well. I hooked up heat detecting infrared and ultraviolet sensors to each of them.
That's a lot of hardware. Was it all yours?
Lordly Taylor Department Store was kind enough to provide the monitoring hardware. Naturally, the security camera that took the photo belongs to them as well.
In other words, he couldn't have rigged the equipment, huh?
Has that cleared up any doubts you had about me, Sir Lawyer?
I kind of want to ask him about the other question, too. Let's ask about the computer. So that computer belonged to Lordly Taylor as well?
Correct. Well, except for the program that manages the data. That was specially designed by me. Look at me.
In that case, he could have easily manipulated the data.
What's wrong, Sir Lawyer?
So you're thinking this guy made this whole thing up? Faked the photo. Are you implying that this guy might be Mask the Mask? Maybe he knocked himself over the head. What does that mean? Discombobulated?
Young people these days, they really irritate me. They allow perfectly good old words to die till everyone forgets what they mean.
Sorry, but what exactly does it mean anyway?
Now I've forgotten. What was I saying?
Geez, it's better than old people who forget what they were saying 5 seconds ago. Well, it looks like we've cleared that up. You can go on with your testimony. What do you mean by weapon from the side?
Naturally, the thief had no idea that look at me, was hiding in the area. He grabbed the sword from the statue that was standing by the door to the warehouse.
Sword? You mean the sword that was all twisted like a tree branch?
Correct. Fortunately for me, the blade was not sharp.
Okay, so he is talking about the Shichisito.
So the thief armed himself with a sword. And what about yourself, witness?
I don't think you should be taking fists to a sword fight. You had that much faith in your own fighting abilities.
But of course. In college, I was the second in charge of the boxing club. I'm sorry if I failed to find that appropriately impressive. However, my opponent in the ring this time was the arch nemesis Mask the Mask.
This guy's a real piece of work. Can you tell us a little more about what happened?
My opponent was both powerful and vicious. You might say he was powericious.
Okay, we already had someone who was making up words on the stand, and it didn't end so well for him. Powericious?
I assumed the at-me fighting stance, but a sudden flash of light blinded me. That, of course, was checkmate. My opponent had bested me.
What do I do now? Should I ask more about this? Yeah, let's start with the... You're blinded. So, what was this flash of light that blinded you?
I was bathed in a golden light. It seemed to come from the statue of the woman.
Statue of Ami Faye, I'm guessing. Well, that wasn't very much help at all. What do you think, Nick? Well, there wasn't one thing that I'm absolutely sure of now. Yeah? What is it? This Luke Antme guy. He's definitely hiding something. But why? I think I'm starting to figure out what really happened that night. About the true nature of this detective. I want to ask the other question too. It could be important. Could be very important. What is this at-me fighting style?
I'm sorry, but that's a trade secret. I really can't say anymore. But I suppose I can tell you if I absolutely must. The main thing is to put your back to the wall. That way no one can get behind you.
That's it? That's the at-me fighting style?
Well, Mr. Wright, what about that testimony?
Well, okay, wait. If his back was to the wall, could that be important somehow? Hang on. I think it could be. Of course it's important. We've learned a detective's secret technique after all.
Yes, indeed. I'll remember to use it if I ever take a walk alone late at night.
Why the heck is he eyeballing me like that? It's creeping me out. Yeah, it actually is important because that kind of contradicts something else.
Now then, witness, we'll go ahead and add that secret information to your official testimony. I put my back to the wall to fight, but the thief's blow landed upon my third eye.
And what is your third eye? Where is this third eye you're talking about?
Oh, it's right between my right and left eyebrows. It's quite invisible to the unenlightened. You may call it the forehead, if you like.
Why didn't you just say that in the first place?
So, lawyer, it looks like the creases in your own forehead are getting deeper.
So Mr. Ami got the hit on the forehead then? That's what he says. I've got a funny feeling about that. Actually, so do I. But what do you think, Nick? Okay, well, we know where we're presenting now. It's pretty obvious. The mask knocked Antme out during the crime with a blow to the back of the head. Kind of hard to do when your back of the head's against the wall. Detective Antme, your testimony is crumbling like a house of cards. Why do I feel like he knocked himself out? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I'm thinking he probably did the crime and then knocked himself out to look like the victim. There's no way someone else was actually there.
What fun this is, Sir Lawyer. It is truly a pleasure to cross swords with you. And now, once again, you have thrown down the gauntlet at my armored feet.
I believe this is what you said yesterday.
No, the coward must have wormed his way in through somewhere besides the door. Then my arch-nemesis struck me on the head from behind with this gruesome item here.
From behind, huh? But just now you testified that he struck you on the forehead. I hardly think you could forget where you were hit on the head.
It seems I've made another mistake.
Detective Atme, that's not the only strange part of your testimony.
What do you mean by that?
For example, the very fact that you hid the calling card from the police itself is strange. It's almost as if you were afraid they were going to help with security.
Geniuses such as myself have always been misunderstood. How sad.
That's wrong. Whoa. That's a very deep ejection.
The error is human, to forgive divine. Humans aren't machines. They have souls, feelings. They live, they die, they love, they hate. And yes, they even make mistakes.
Yeah, but in the court of law, you're under oath, with an oath that promises you won't make any mistakes, and if you do make a mistake, there's no takesy-backsies. Hey, hold on. It's not as pretty as that.
Really? What is it like then? Always chase a riddle down to the end. That's one of my rules.
This is it. This might just be my chance to turn things around.
Mr. Wright, what exactly is it that you're asserting?
Very well, Your Honor. The defense asserts that... Are we asserting this? Are we going all the way? Because, I mean, what else would it be? He asked to work alone? He wanted to hide the card from the police? He didn't want the police involved? There's only one real possibility here. The answer is simple. It's all clear to me now. Detective Luke Atme's true identity is actually Mask the Mask.
Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this?
There are too many unnatural parts to Mr. Atme's story. He says he was hiding at the crime scenes, which is why no one ever saw him there. And then, in his last case, he manages to outperform Detective Gumshoe and the entire police force to miraculously retrieve the stolen treasure.
That's because I analyzed the crime scene data and made an exquisitely elegant deduction. I picked up clues that the police overlooked in order to arrive at a,
Oh, please. The explanation is far simpler than that, Detective Atme. The truth is that you are, in fact, Mask the Mask.
But right, this photo, it clearly shows Mask the Mask.
Sure. But we don't see, have you ever seen Detective Atme and Mask the Mask in the same place? No? That's right, you haven't.
The security camera belongs to Lordly Taylor department store. He should have been able to manipulate it.
He didn't need to manipulate it. He gained access to the warehouse under the pretense of providing security. Then he simply dressed up as a thief and stole the urn.
So the ace detective is actually an ace thief. Is this true, witness? The Mask's MO is pure genius. And so am I, Luke Atme, ace detective. You're very clever to have come to such a conclusion. I am impressed, Sir Lawyer. What? Witness, you're admitting it?
Nick, now's your chance. Yes, time to put the last nail in this guy's coffin. Detective Atme, when you assumed the thief... Oh. What?
Dough blend number 102, my personal favorite.
Mr. Godo!
The ace detective is actually an ace thief. I smell a best-selling novel. There's only one problem. It simply isn't true.
But Mr. Godot, Mr. Wright has made some very strong points, and
I'll admit my opponent has woven a compelling narrative out of whole cloth. But it is, in fact, nothing more than a patchwork quilt. Mr. Wright, But this detective really is the thief. And show us your proof of your claim. But it had better be as hot and as perfect as the coffee dripping down your face.
Well, Mr. Wright, don't just stand there. This court would like to see this decisive proof you have. Quickly!
Can I get like some aloe vera oil for my burns at least first before we work on proof? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. What's the big rush? Are you alright, Nick? No, I just had coffee thrown at my face. Of course I'm not alright. Emmy looks pretty rattled right now. I'd like to finish this right now if I can. Can I really do it? The decisive evidence that proves Mr. Luke Atme is in fact Mask to Mask. I don't know if we can prove it. We don't have anything that connects him to the actual theft. Yeah, there's not like there's anything in here. I don't think we can yet. I'm gonna save first, but I'm pretty sure the answer is no. And if it is, oh boy. Or if it isn't. I think that was cold coffee, to be honest. He likely used his towel or something. It probably was. Has yet to be found, yeah. That's what I'm thinking. It's like, there's no way we have any evidence for this yet. I mean, it's pretty obvious that he is, but like, we just have conjecture at this point. There's nothing actually proving it. Proof? Of course I've got nothing. Huh. Just what I thought. A man has to hold his head up high no matter how bad things get, after all.
I see. I thought perhaps you had some evidence to back up your assertion.
This is no good. I've got to stay on the attack. I'll never get another chance to prove that this guy is the thief. Don't give up, Nick. Think harder and try again. It's no good. We're just not ready yet. But are you going to just give up and let us lose like this?
So you've come to your senses, have you, Sir Lawyer?
I can't think of a counterattack at all.
It seems the cloud of suspicion surrounding this witness has lifted. Mr. Godot, if you have anything further to add, then... What? Who? Who are you?
That doesn't really matter right now, does it?
Mr. Light, what are you doing here? What if she's the thief?
Nicky boy, the thing you've been looking for. I think I found it.
You mean that bag?
No, not the bag. What's in the bag? Well?
You know, as much as I'd love to say that's the urn, I don't think that's the urn. I think that I can't really put my finger on it, but I'm pretty sure that's not the urn.
That's
the sacred urn. Nick, it's the urn. I don't think that's the urn.
Order! Order! You, madame! That urn, where did you find it?
You'll never believe it. It was in the office of Mr. Fancy Pants Ace Detective, Luke Atme.
Oh, Desi, you're the best.
Found in the office of Luke Atme, has pink splotches all over it. Hey, Big, how's it going? Your bank. It looks like it, though. Does it look like it, though? Well, how do you explain that one, Mr. Atme? Even you are going to have a hard time weaseling out of this one. Yeah, because if we look at the actual sacred urn... I don't know. Pretty sure that's not the sacred urn. You know, the sacred urn and I, we have a history. Okay? I can tell you, this is not the sacred urn. That's a fake.
Objection!
Huh. Pathetic.
Mr. Godot, do you have something you'd wish to say?
Does Japanese really not use pronouns or barely use pronouns at all? Sometimes they do. Atme's dope. He's one of my favorite characters. This whole case has been pretty great so far. I mean, we've had Godot, we've had Atme. Ron's fine. We haven't really seen a whole lot of him. We had Larry come back even. That was pretty cool. And you know what's the best part? No Wendy, no Lotta. Neither of them has shown up yet, and I'm pretty sure they're not going to show up in this case. So already a 10 out of 10. Yes, Your Honor. Simply amazes me how quickly times change. In the old days, a man was to be taken at his word. It's truly sad.
You're still denying that Mr. Atme was involved?
Before casting aspersions at Detective Atme, consider the young lady here. Your name is Desiree. Desiree Delight. Is that correct?
Yes. What about it?
How charming. The lengths that a woman is willing to go to save her husband is truly inspiring.
What are you insinuating?
As the wife of the criminal, you could have discovered that stolen urn anywhere. Including the office of the good detective here. Audio issues? Wait, what kind of audio issues? Are we okay? Are the issues from the Minecraft stream last week now coming to this stream too? Did I get the Larry flags? What do you mean the Larry flags? I mean, we talked to Larry about everything. Was there something secret I could have presented to him that I didn't? I asked all his questions and I presented the blackmail letter to Larry. If there was something else I could have presented, no. Then I guess not. When something happens to be to the speaker, they use the first person pronoun, I imagine. Yeah, I mean, you can omit the first person pronoun. If it's about yourself, you usually can omit it. You don't have to use it. So you found the urn. What does that prove? Certainly doesn't prove where the urn was before you found it.
What? I just brought it here from the detective's office.
Please, madame. This town is already filled to the brim with lies. Any more could only compound the tragedy we have been witness to.
You're wrong. I would never do such a thing.
Mr. Light.
Please, Nicky boy, you've got to help me talk some sense in these people.
Must be some way. I've got to prove that urn was actually in the Acme Detective Agency. Testify about what I saw? Is that a good idea? Am I going to incriminate myself? I mean, we've done that before. They brought up all the laws the one time it actually mattered. We better save here just in case, but I'm willing to testify. Fingerprints? The problem is, aren't her fingerprints all over it now? And also, Wright's fingerprints might have technically been on it if he was, like, digging around in the bag the other day. I don't know if we want to go that far yet. We're supposed to be helping her, it sounds like. So, if there's a chance that her fingerprints end up on the urn, well, that's just gonna help against us. Let's testify first. Maybe we can do the fingerprints after. What's wrong? Isn't it your job to come up with something to say?
Nick, come on. It should be easy to prove. After all, we checked out that bag, didn't we?
You're right. I remember doing that. Whatever was in there, it was hard and round. And smooth, too.
Yes, it must have been the urn. It must have.
But I never actually saw it with my own eyes. Atme walked in when I was about to have a look at it. So even if it was the urn in there, I can't testify that was. Oh yeah, true. We didn't actually physically look at it. I forgot about that.
You're right.
Huh. Looks like I was wrong about you, Mr. Trite. In this town overflowing with lies, there's still a single flickering candle of truth. Okay. Well, it's true that I never actually saw the urn. But maybe I can still testify about it from another angle.
What about it, Mr. Wright? Have you given up yet?
There must be some way. I've got to prove that urn was actually the Acme Detective Agency. Okay. Well, then it's got to be the fingerprints then. Yeah, you're right. Didn't we describe the bag smooth and hard? Yeah. And that's kind of why I thought we could testify about it. But Phoenix is right. We didn't actually see the urn. He never got to take it out of the bag. I can prove where the urn was. By the fingerprints on it.
Fingerprints, eh? Oh, come now. Now you're really making me laugh, Sir Lawyer. Fingerprints indeed.
Yeah, I don't think fingerprints will help. This guy's wearing gloves. Now that I think about it, I forgot about that too.
May I go on? Good. Now, it would be perfectly understandable if my fingerprints were on the urn. After all, It was I who was guarding the urn in the first place. In any case, I am always in the habit of wearing gloves, as you can see. So unfortunately, my fingerprints would be evidence of anything. What about it, Mr. Wright? This witness's fingerprints would be nothing anyway.
Nick, what are you gonna do now?
Come too far to turn back now. Emmy must have brought the urn back to his office yesterday. And there, I'm sure someone must have left their fingerprints on it. The defense proposes that the fingerprints of this person should be on the urn. Okay. I didn't think we were going here, but sure. The killer? No, it wouldn't be the killer. Because if we go look at the picture of the killer... Of course, this man also wears gloves. No self-respecting ace thief would leave fingerprints everywhere. So it's not him. I say killer, but that's because we've done like 11 cases of murder. This is the first non-murder case. Obviously, I'm not going to say this guy. That would be stupid. Well, I mean, yeah, her fingerprints are probably all over it. But that doesn't prove it was at the office. Anyone else we have here? Definitely not them. What if we present ourselves? Oh, true. That's a good idea, because we did feel the urn. So we could say, yes, it was at the office. And look, our fingerprints were on it because we were at the office. I mean, that kind of raises the point of like, well, how do we prove that we were at the office? But we can work on that later, maybe. That's a good idea. Let's go for it.
So what is all this fuss about fingerprints anyway?
Mr. Atme, do you recall the events of yesterday? Oh, because he can be our alibi. He can prove that we were at the office. He's not going to deny it, right?
Hey, Nick, come on, open it up.
Hey, wait a minute. We can't just open his private property.
Don't be such a fuddy-duddy. This is an important investigation. Well, what's in there?
Hang on a sec. I'm taking it out now. Whatever it is, it feels kind of hard and smooth.
Well, hello there.
It's true that I didn't get a chance to look in the bag at that time, but I did touch what was inside.
What? You touched it?
And I remember it very well. It was smooth and hard.
Well,
that was just, Your Honor, I'd like the court to examine the fingerprints on that urn. If my fingerprints are on there, then it proves that the urn was in Detective Adme's office.
well, even if your fingerprints are on the urn, still doesn't prove when they were put there, does it?
Of course it does.
What did you say?
It's not what I say, but what Adrian Andrews, the person in charge of the exhibition, said.
I polished it until it was just about glowing. I thought that maybe I could make it look more valuable.
So she would have wiped off all the fingerprints, which means that any fingerprints left would have had to been left after the crime was committed. If she polished it that much, then she must have removed any and all fingerprints on it. You keep hearing audio glitches? It's probably just my headphones? Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, it wouldn't be the first time there was audio issues on this stream. That's been something that's been happening, but it's only been YouTube videos so far, not the game itself. And if someone else here is not really hearing anything, I doubt it, but let me just double check. Yeah, it sounds fine. I just played back the stream on my end. It sounds okay. And the only chance I had to get my fingerprints on it after that was yesterday at the Atme Detective Agency.
This blend, good old blend number 107. I've decided it's a little too bitter after all.
What is this mask doing? It actually is lit up. Like, that's not just like plastic or something. That's actually electronics. It's smoking. You sure that thing's safe? Why does he wear it? Like, is he fucking Geordie LaForge or something?
Order! Order! I accept the defense's request. Bailiff, take this urn and... Wait a moment, Your Honor. There's no need for that. No need, you say? Precisely. I already know Mr. Wright's fingerprints are on the urn. What are you saying? Yes, finally broken him down.
Coffee has been proven to weaken eyesight. He needs it to see with his cyber... Ah, okay, that makes perfect sense. This guy's drinking so much coffee. He needs like a fucking sci-fi cyberpunk visor to be able to see properly. That, or he's Cyclops in disguise. And if he opens that thing up, everyone in this room will die.
Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown.
This guy's nuttier than a fruitcake.
You see, it was me all along. I am the one and only Mask the Mask. Haha! I hope you enjoyed my little performance.
Wait. Something seems off here. This can't be it.
Well, Mr. Godot, what's Mr. Atmy's condition?
He's still in the lobby, laughing insanely, Your Honor. I wish I could enjoy the joke as much as he seems to be.
Well, it looks like the matter has been settled. I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man. Besmirching him with the title of thief.
Nick, you're right after all. Yeah, I guess Mr. Delight really wasn't the thief.
The court finds the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight.
You're wrong. Wrong, I tell you. I mean, not exactly wrong so much, but actually not right is what I was really trying to say.
Oh no, he's not. This can't be happening.
The thief. The sneaky, odious thief who's been stealing all the treasures. It's me. I'm him. I'm the one you want. I'm the thief, I tell you. So do it. Pronounce me guilty. Please.
I mean, if you want to go to jail, I'm sure they'll happily accept you. Remember Turnabout Memories? Yeah, we just played that case earlier today. Literally Joker. Yeah, I don't know, like... I mean, it's possible that the detective could still be the thief, but... It seems almost too easy. Yes, he's schizophrenic or something, think he's actually Mask the Mask. Yeah, like, I mean, he's... Obviously, Ron's not gonna be guilty. Like, we already did the whole Phoenix defends an actual guilty person thing. I don't think they're gonna pull it off twice in a row.
I don't know what kind of a kangaroo court you all think this is, but...
Oh, so now the judge is getting frustrated with the behavior of everyone in court? You know, the clown thing was like something else entirely. He was fine with that. It took a long time for him to get fed up with the clown. But this is like... I guess he has no patience anymore after the circus incident. The true identity of the thief has already been proven. Please hurry and pass judge...
What are you talking about? I already confessed. I am the thief, I tell you.
Mr. Godot, don't just stand there drinking coffee.
Huh. Hey there, Mr. Thief. Yes, sir. If you're really a man, then clean up your own mess. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I just don't have any idea what you mean. If you are Mask the Mask, then prove it. That's what it means. Yes, sir. I'd be happy to.
Says he'll be happy to, Nick. Kinda cute. He's 100% committed to his fantasy.
Good boy. Just remember one thing. A boy only gets one chance in his life to become a man. I know that. I won't fail. I swear. Okay then. Talk. We're all listening.
Well, let's all have a listen to this confession.
The truth is, I've been Mask the Mask all along. I mean, you can't prove that I'm not actually Mask the Mask, can you? I don't have an alibi for the night the urn was stolen, after all. I donned my costume that night and dancingly descended upon the scene of the crime. Look, you can see right there in the photo. That's me.
Yep, that's totally him.
As for my brooch, I snagged it on the door handle and it got torn off, that's all.
I don't like the direction this trial is taken. This is how every trial goes, at least with me, anyway.
Doing great. Stop it, Mr. Godot. You're embarrassing me. Like I said, you only gain one chance to testify, alright? But if you make it through this with flying colors, I'll keep my promise too. I'll make sure you stay locked up in prison as the one and only true Mask the Mask. Thanks so much, Mr. Godot. I'll do my best.
Alright, Mr. Wright, I'm afraid it's time for the cross-examination. Okay, well, we have a lot of evidence that might prove that he's not him. You may think you're the real Mask the Mask, but your wife thinks you're delusional.
I haven't told Desi yet. About my true identity, I mean. Believe me, I've got my reasons.
The way your room is decked out, how could she not know about it? Even thieves have complicated family situations, I suppose. Jay, dude, it sounds like we're about to get sidetracked again. Ah, press harder. Stranger things have happened. So why are you withholding the truth from your wife?
Well, first of all, I don't think she'd believe me anyway. And second, if there's one thing Desi absolutely detests, it's criminals.
If that's the case, then why did you ever start thieving to begin with?
Well, Desi is crazy about shopping. She's a real shopaholic. But she's the love of my life, Your Honor. I guess you could say I'm a Desi-holic.
So you do have a complicated family situation after all. Alright, that's enough. Please continue with your testimony. I beg of you. This is probably where we're going to present. I thought you were going to be the one to show us the proof. You know, that you're the real Mask the Mask and not just some kind of obsessed fanboy.
Hey now, that's not fair. Why do I have to do all the hard work anyway?
Maybe because you're the one making the outrageous claim for a change.
Come on, Nick. You know that Mr. Delight couldn't have committed the crime. You're the one with the fancy law degree. It's time to put it to work already.
I need some kind of proof that Ron couldn't possibly be Mask the Mask.
Well, I guess if you had that kind of proof, we wouldn't still be here, would we?
For the time being, maybe I need to shift strategy. I should try to show that Mr. Delight couldn't have stolen the urn.
Anyway, I don't have an alibi for the night the urn was stolen, after all.
You've got no alibi.
I've been a judge for a long time, and this is the first time I've ever heard a defendant brag about having no alibi. But I tell you, I was in Lordly Taylor that night. No. That's too vague, even for me. To be more precise, I was down in the basement warehouse.
Hold on.
What is it, Nick?
Who was Ron Delight when the crime happened anyway? If we can prove he had an alibi after all, this case will be a piece of cake.
Well, you're right, but...
You think you can prove that? Wake up and smell the coffee. Well, I think maybe I can.
Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence that shows the defendant has an alibi?
Probably. Yes, I do have evidence. I have the evidence. Or do you think I'm still some sort of third-rate Wookiee?
Oh, I've never seen you this angry before.
I'm not surprised. Anger is the last refuge of the pathetic. I thought I was more confident than angry.
Well then, let's see this evidence already. Show to this court evidence that proves where your client was on the night of the crime.
Well, the wallet, probably. Mr. Delight, this wallet belongs to you, correct?
Yes, it does. I had lost it somewhere. Mr. Wright, when you find a wallet, you should report it to the police right away.
No, you don't understand. This is an important piece of evidence.
Evidence?
Mr. Delight, when did you first notice you lost your wallet?
Let's see. I think it was on the night of the crime. But I know I still had it when Desi and I went out for dinner.
This wallet was found at approximately 1 a.m. at KB Security Headquarters.
What? Surely you're not serious.
Yes, I am serious. This proves that Mr. Delight was in fact at KB Security that night. No! So if the defendant was at KB Security at 1 o'clock in the morning, then that proves he has a watertight alibi. No! Furthermore, considering the distance between Lord Lee Taylor and KB Security, it would have taken 30 minutes to get there by car, according to Larry anyway.
Well, Mr. Godot, do you have anything to say? And stop drinking that coffee.
Come on, Mr. Thief. Don't let this guy beat you. Tell him why he's wrong.
You're the only one who calls me thief, Mr. Godot. Alright, I'll try. I'll do it. I will.
He's really got Mr. Delight all worked up. Yeah, he's like a kid at his first day of school. How old is this guy again? Where is he? 23. Oh, okay. Alright, fair enough.
Look, it's just ridiculous. Why would I have dropped my wallet at KB Security? Someone must have planted it there to make it look like I was there and not at the heist.
Planted it there? He's really reaching now. Mr. Delight, you probably dropped your wallet when you took it out to use this, didn't you? The keycard to KB Security's CEO's office. No! Huh. That was a pretty good try, Mr. Wright. Unfortunately, you've overlooked one small thing. What? Motive, of course. Why would this thief go to KB Security in the middle of the night anyway?
Well, Mr. Wright, it looks like you need some more evidence after all.
Gah, this stupid kid.
Now then, let's see your evidence. The evidence that shows why Mr. Delight went to KB Security at 1 a.m. that night.
Well, it's probably this letter. If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, come to KB Security at 1 a.m. He was told to go there. In plain black and white. Mr. Delight, I believe you've seen this before, correct? Ah, that's...
What is it?
A blackmail letter. That's what it looks like from the contents. Blackmail? Yes. Basically it says, bring $50,000.
That certainly sounds like blackmail, all right?
At the time of the theft, Mr. Delight was dealing with the blackmailer himself. In KB Security's CEO office, a full half an hour away from the scene of the crime. No, 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 no! Oh, he's really chugging that coffee now.
Order, order! So when the theft of the urn occurred, the defendant was at KB Security. It looks like a perfect case for the defense.
You may see it as a perfect case, Judge, but to me... Well, let's just say that my good old blend number 107 impresses me a lot more. What are you trying to say? You say the thief was being blackmailed by the CEO of a security company. But, did you actually investigate the CEO at all? Huh? Well, no, I guess not. Accusing the man of blackmail with no proof? Not sure what to think of that. Not sure what I think of that. Well, at least I know what I think of you.
Good point. I'm not sure what I think of it myself. You claim that the defendant entered the CEO's office, but you will need at least one witness to corroborate your claim, Mr. Wright.
Nick, I think we're going to have to track down the CEO guy. No, we don't have to track down the CEO at all. What do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? There's someone else who can testify. This is the person who can testify that the keycard was used at 1 a.m. that night. Alright, Larry. Get your butt over here. You're again on the stand.
Who is this useless-looking young man?
You don't remember him, Your Honor?
Not exactly. But just look at his picture makes the bile start to rise in my throat.
Looks like he doesn't remember the case from 2 years ago. He probably blocked out that memory on purpose. This guy can't remember things from 5 minutes ago. I don't think he's going to remember something from 2 years ago. Anyway, this man was working as a guard at KB Security that night. Oh? The question at hand is, this key card. Yep, that's the card that
keycard they use in the building I work. According to the serial number, this one is for the CEO's office. You need to get into that room, and every time you use that card, it leaves a record. Yeah, it tells you exactly who entered the room and when.
As you can see, there's no need to investigate the CEO of KB Security. We should be able to discover the truth simply by analyzing this keycard's data. Was that blend number 108 or 109? What number were we on? I forget.
Well, Mr. Godot.
Name of the CEO of KB Security is Kane Bullard. I was unable to contact him directly, but I got the keycard data. Here.
So what does it show?
Each keycard has its own serial number and they leave detailed records of their use. According to this data, this card was used at 1 AM on the morning of the crime. Found in Ron's wallet, used on October 12th, the night of the crime, at 1 AM.
But that means it can't be Mr. Delight dressed as Master Mask in this photo.
Looks like you're right. 2 minutes isn't even enough time to brew a good cup of joe.
So then,
Ron Delight was clearly in the office of KB Security's CEO at the time of the crime. The prosecutor's office is ready to admit that fact. Therefore, it's impossible for the defendant to be Mask the Mask.
good job you did it, Nick. That's enough. I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man, besmirching him with the title of thief.
What's wrong, Your Honor?
I'm ready to pass judgment. But before I do that, do you have any further objections?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. The court finds the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight.
We did it? That's a good thing, right?
Court is now adjourned.
I mean, surely it's a good thing. That's what we do. It's our job. Oh, this is very different victory music. Is it victory music, though?
Nick, you did it! You were right after all. Actually, I'm a little bit ashamed of myself. Nicky boy!
Oh, Miss Delight.
I knew you could do it. I believed in you all along, Nicky boy. I don't know how you can ever repay you.
Aw, shucks. Thanks, Miss Delight. I just know I'm blushing.
Congratulations, Mr. Nick.
Oh, pearls. I've got a bad feeling about this.
Who is this woman?
Oh, she's nobody. She's just,
You're blushing. How dare you do this in front of Mystic Maya? You should be ashamed of yourself.
Ouch, she slapped me. Pearly, this woman is Miss Desiree Delight. She's our client's wife.
Mr. Nick!
Yes?
You're even worse than I thought. Going behind the back of your own client.
No.
You've got it all... I'll never forgive you.
Ow, a double slap.
Well, anyway, all's well that ends well, right? We got the sacred urn back, and the thief has been caught.
Something about this feels very wrong.
You're so right. It's all thanks to Nicky boy here. But actually, it was you, Miss Delight, that brought us our urn back. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Oh, please. You're embarrassing me.
We won the case. Why does this guy still look so glum?
But I am a thief. Actually, what's the point now? What is it, honey? I did my best for you, Ronnie. I know that, and I appreciate it, Desi. But the thing is...
Come on, give the kid some time. He's just got a little touch of the blues. You know about feeling blue, right, amigo? Mr. Godot, what are you doing here? Oh, come on. I just came here to say thanks to my newest buddy. You, Mr. Trite. Maybe you should learn my name before you call me buddy. Well, playtime's over. Huh? Early this morning, the body of Kane Bullard was discovered.
Kane Bullard? Where have I heard that name before? Isn't that the name of the CEO of KB Security? Wait, but Body? The estimated time of death was 1 a.m. on October 12th. 1 a.m. on October 12th? You don't mean... That's right, amigo. At the same time that a cheap little urn was being stolen, the CEO of KB Security was being murdered. So then, what are you doing here? Oh, come on. You figured it out already, haven't you, amigo? Or have you already forgotten about that piece of info I helped you out with today? Help me out? What? October 12th at 1 o'clock in the morning. Ron DeLay was in the CEO's office, the scene of the murder. After getting that blackmail letter, he must have been imbued with utter rage. What are you saying? Imbued with rage? Come on, don't tell me you didn't know. Ron DeLay was once an employee of KB Security. He was a professional security guard. An employee of KB Security? It looks like the alibi that saved him from being convicted as a thief is going to be the noose that gets him hanged. Kind of a anti-alibi. No way. He can't be the thief because he was at the murder scene when the murder occurred. No, it's a lie. It can't be true. Oh, but I am a thief, I tell you.
Yeah, you stole someone's life, you murderer.
Ron DeLite, you're going back to prison again. This time the charge is much more serious. This time you'll be tried for murder. What? This is impossible. I'm looking forward to another exciting showdown, Mr. Trite. You and I aren't through with each other yet. Surely you won't back down from a challenge. You've never been a coward. Mr. Nick, is there something personal between you two? I returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. At least, let me have some fun while I'm here. This guy, who the heck is he? He may be quiet, but he's the most dangerous enemy I've ever faced. Well then, time to say goodbye to Mr. Delight. Nick, how could this be happening?
Right in front of our very eyes, our client has been arrested for murder. And the one who established his presence at the scene was me.
And Ronnie!
Well, shit. I guess it had to be a murder investigation after all. Always is. Arrested for murder on the very same day he's declared innocent of larceny.
What the heck's going to happen next?
It's almost like 2 cases in one, when you think about it. Which means, I think it's the perfect time to end it here at like 2 a.m. in the morning or something. We will pick this up next time, probably next Tuesday, as the usual time for Phoenix Wright. I don't know if I'll have the ability to do another stream this Thursday. Last couple weeks I've been free on Thursdays, but I'm not sure if that's going to be possible this week. I'll see. If there's a chance for an extra stream on Thursday, it's likely going to be this, because, boy, it's quite a turn of events. I'm really liking this case. Strong start on Trials and Tribulations right here. This feels like the ending of one of the previous games, but it's only episode 2, so I'm sure things are only going to get better from here. But that will be it for tonight. I will be back tomorrow. We'll be playing probably some more DDR, most likely. And if there is a stream Thursday, it will likely be the continuation of this. If not, Friday we'll play some Minecraft, and then we'll return to this next Tuesday with part 2 of the Stolen Turnabout. But in the meantime, thank you all for watching tonight. I hope everyone enjoyed, and I will see you next time.